The Reluctant Heroes by Frank M. Robinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Reluctant Heroes by Frank M. Robinson. The very young man sat on the edge of the sofa and looked nervous. He carefully studied his fingernails and ran his hands through his hair and picked imaginary lint off the upholstery. "I have a chance to go with the first research expedition to Venus," he said. The older man studied the very young man thoughtfully, and then leaned over to his humidor and offered him a cigarette. "It's nice to have the new air units now. There was a time when we had to be very careful about things like smoking." The very young man was annoyed. I don't think I want to go," he blurted. "I don't think I would care to spend 2 years there." The older man blew a smoke ring and watched it drift toward the air exhaust vent. "You mean you would miss it here? The people you've known and grown up with, the little familiar things that have made up your life here. You're afraid the glamour would wear off and you would get to hate it on Venus." The young man nodded miserably. I guess that's it." "Anything else?" The very young man found his fingernails extremely fascinating again, and finally said in a low voice, "Yes, there is." "A girl?" A nod confirmed this. It was the older man's turn to look thoughtful. "You know, I'm sure that psychologists and research men agree that research stations should be staffed by couples. That is, of course, as soon as it's practical." "But that might be a long time," the very young man protested. "It might be, but sometimes it's sooner than you think, and the goal is worth it." "I suppose so, but—" The elder man smiled. "Still the reluctant heroes," he said, somewhat to himself. Chapman stared at the radio key. 3 years on the moon, and they didn't want him to come back. 3 years on the moon, and they thought he'd be glad to stay for more. Just raise his salary or give him a bonus. The everyman has his price idea. They probably thought he liked it there. Oh, sure, he loved it. Canned coffee, canned beans, canned pills, and canned air, until your insides felt as though they were plated with tin. Life in a cramped, smelly little hut where you could take only 10 steps in any one direction. Their little scientific home of tomorrow with none of the modern conveniences. A charming place where you couldn't take a shower, couldn't brush your teeth, and your kidneys didn't work right. And for double his salary, they thought he'd be glad to stay for another 1.5 years. Or maybe 3. He should probably be glad he had the opportunity. The key started to stutter again, demanding an answer. He tapped out his reply. "No." There was a silence, and then the key stammered once more in a sudden fit of bureaucratic rage. Chapman stuffed a rag under it and ignored it. He turned to the hammocks, strung against the bulkhead on the other side of the room. The chattering of the key hadn't awakened anybody. They were still asleep, making the animal noises that people usually make in slumber. Dowden, half in the bottom hammock and half on the floor, was snoring peacefully. Doll, the poor kid who was due for stopover, was mumbling to himself. Julius Klein, with that look of ineffable happiness on his face, looked as if he had just squirmed under the tent to his personal idea of heaven. Donnelly and Benning were lying perfectly still, their covers not mussed, sleeping very lightly. Lord, Chapman thought, I'll be happy when I can see some other faces. "What'd they want?" Klein had one eyelid open and a questioning look on his face. "They wanted me to stay until the next relief ship lands," Chapman whispered back. "What did you say?" He shrugged. "No." "You kept it short," somebody else whispered. It was Donnelly, up and sitting on the side of his hammock. "If it had been me, I would have told them just what they could do about it." The others were awake now, with the exception of Doll, who had his face to the bulkhead and a pillow over his head. Dowden rubbed his eyes sleepily. "So are you?" "Kind of. Who wouldn't be?" "Well, don't let it throw you. They've never been here on the moon. They don't know what it's like. All they're trying to do is get a good man to stay on the job a while longer." "All they're trying to do," Chapman said sarcastically. "They've got a fat chance." "They think you found a home here," Donnelly said. "Why the hell don't you guys shut up until morning?" Doll was awake, looking bitter. "Some of us still have to stay here, you know. Some of us aren't going back today." No, Chapman thought. Some of us aren't going back. You aren't. And Dixon's staying too. Only Dixon isn't ever going back. Klein jerked his thumb toward Dahl's bunk, held a finger to his lips, and walked noiselessly over to the small electric stove. It was his day for breakfast duty. The others started lacing up their bunks, getting ready for their last day of work on the moon. In a few hours, they'd be relieved by members of the third research group, and they'd be on their way back to Earth. And that includes me, Chapman thought. I'm going home. I'm finally going home. He walked silently to the one small quartz window in the room. It was morning, the moon's morning, and he shivered slightly. The rays of the sun were just striking the far rim of the crater, and long shadows shot across the crater floor. The rest of it was still blanketed in a dark jumble of powdery pumice and jagged peaks that would make the black hills of Dakota look like paradise. 100 yards from the research bunker, he could make out the small mound of stones and the forlorn homemade cross, jury-rigged out of small condensed milk tins slid over crossed iron bars. You could still see the footprints in the powdery soil where the group had gathered about the grave. It had been more than 18 months ago, but there was no wind to wear those tracks away. They'd be there forever. That's what happened to guys like Dixon, Chapman thought. On the moon, one mistake could use up your whole quota of chances. Klein came back with coffee. Chapman took a cup, gagged, and forced himself to swallow the rest of it. It had been in the can for so long you could almost taste the glue on the label. Donnelly was warming himself over his cup, looking thoughtful. Dowden and Benning were struggling into their suits, getting ready to go outside. Dahl was still sitting on his hammock, trying to ignore them.
"Think we ought to radio the space station and see if they've left there yet?"
Klein asked. "I talked to them on the last call," Chapman said. "The relief ship left there 12 hours ago. They should get here," he looked at his watch, "in about 6.5 hours.
"Chap, I've been thinking," Donnelly said quietly. "You've been here just twice as long as the rest of us. What's the first thing you're going to do once you get back?"
It hit them then. Dowden and Benning looked blank for a minute, and blindly found packing cases to sit on. The top halves of their suits were still hanging on the bulkhead. Klein lowered his coffee cup and looked grave. Even Dahl glanced up expectantly. I don't know," Chapman said slowly. "I guess I was trying not to think of that. I suppose none of us have. We've been like little kids who have waited so long for Christmas that they just can't believe it when it's finally Christmas Eve." Klein nodded in agreement.
"I haven't been here 3 years like you have, but I think I know what you mean."
He warmed up to it as the idea sank in.
"Just what the hell are you going to do?"
"Nothing very spectacular," Chapman said, smiling. "I'm going to rent a room over Times Square, get a recording of a rickety-tick piano, and drink and listen to the music and watch the people on the street below. Then I think I'll see somebody."
"Who's the somebody?"
Donnelly asked. Chapman grinned.
"Oh, just somebody."
"What are you going to do, Dick?"
"Well, I'm going to do something practical. First of all, I want to turn over all my geological samples to the government. Then I'm going to sell my life story to the movies, and then I think I'll get drunk."
Everybody laughed, and Chapman turned to Klein. "How about you, Julius?" Klein looked solemn.
"Like Dick, I'll first get rid of my obligations to the expedition. Then I think I'll go home and see my wife."
They were quiet.
"I thought all members of the groups were supposed to be single,"
Donnelly said.
"They are, and I can see their reasons for it. But who could pass up the money the commission was paying?"
"If I'd do it all over again, me," said Donnelly promptly. They laughed. Somebody said, "Go play your record, chap. Today's the day for it." The phonograph was a small wind-up model that Chapman had smuggled in when he had landed with the first group. The record was old and the shellac was nearly worn off, but the music was good. Way Back Home by Al Lewis. They ran through it twice. They were beginning to feel it now, Chapman thought. They were going to go home in a little while, and the idea was just starting to sink in.
"Chap," Donnelly said, "it won't seem like the same old moon without you on it. Why, we'll look at it when we're out spooning or something, and it just won't have the same old appeal."
"Like they say in the Army," Benning said, "you never had it so good. You found a home here." The others chimed in, and Chapman grinned. Yesterday or a week ago, they couldn't have done it. He had been there too long, and he had hated it too much. The party quieted down after a while, and Dowden and Benning finished getting into their suits. They still had a section of the sky to map before they left. Donnelly was right after them. There was an outcropping of rock that he wanted a sample of and some strata he wished to investigate. And the time went faster when you kept busy. Chapman stopped them at the lock. "Remember to check your suits for leaks," he warned, "and check the valves of your oxygen tanks." Donnelly looked sour. "I've gone out at least 500 times, he said, "and you check me each time." "And I'd check you 500 more, Chapman said. "It takes only one mistake. And watch out for blisters under the pumice crust. You go through one of those, and that's it, brother." Donnelly sighed. "Chap, you watch us like an old mother hen. You see we check our suits, you settle our arguments, you see that we're not bored and that we stay healthy and happy. I think you'd blow our noses for us if we caught cold, but someday, chap, old man, you're going to find out that your little boys can watch out for themselves." But he checked his suit for leaks and tested the valve of his tank before he left. Only Klein and Chapman were left in the bunker. Klein was at the work table carefully labeling some lichen specimens. "I never knew you were married," Chapman said. Klein didn't look up. "There wasn't much sense in talking about it. You just get to thinking and wanting, and there's nothing you can do about it. You talk about it, and it just makes it worse." "She'd let you go without any fuss, huh?" "No, she didn't make any fuss, but I don't think she liked to see me go, either." He laughed a little. "At least I hope she didn't." They were silent for a while. "What do you miss most, chap?" Klein asked. "Oh, I know what we said a little while ago, but I mean seriously." Chapman thought a minute. "I think I miss the sky," he said quietly. "The blue sky, and the green grass, and trees with leaves on them that turn color in the fall. I think, when I go back, that I'd like to go out in a rainstorm and strip and feel the rain on my skin." He stopped, feeling embarrassed. Klein's expression was encouraging. "And then I think I'd like to go downtown and just watch the shoppers on the sidewalks. Or maybe go to a burlesque house and smell the cheap perfume and the popcorn and the people sweating in the dark." He studied his hands. "I think what I miss most is people. All kinds of people. Bad people and good people and fat people and thin people and people I can't understand. People who wouldn't know an atom from an artichoke. And people who wouldn't give a damn. We're 250,000 miles from nowhere, Julius. And to make it literary, I think I miss my fellow man more than anything." "Got a girl back home?" Klein asked almost casually. "Yes. You're not like Doll. You've never mentioned it." "Same reason you didn't mention your wife. You get to thinking about it." Klein flipped the lid on the specimen box. "Going to get married when you get back?" Chapman was at the port again, staring out at the bleak landscape. "We hope to." "Settle down in a small cottage and raise lots of little Chapmans, huh?" Chapman nodded. "That's the only future," Klein said. He put away the box and came over to the port. Chapman moved over so they both could look out. "Chap," Klein hesitated a moment. "What happened to Dixon?" "He died," Chapman said. "He was a good kid, all wrapped up in science. Being on the moon was the opportunity of a lifetime. He thought so much about it that he forgot a lot of little things, like how to stay alive. The day before the second group came, he went out to finish some work he was interested in. He forgot to check for leaks and whether or not the valve on his tank was all the way closed. We couldn't get to him in time." "He had his walkie-talkie with him?" "Yes, it worked fine, too. We heard everything that went through his mind at the end." Klein's face was blank. "What's your real job here, chap? Why does somebody have to stay for stopover?" "Hell, lots of reasons, Julius. You can't get a whole relief crew and let them take over cold. They have to know where you left off. They have to know where things are, how things work, what to watch out for. And then, because you've been here a year and a half and know the ropes, you have to watch them to see that they stay alive in spite of themselves. The moon's a new environment, and you have to learn how to live in it. There's a lot of little things to learn, and some people just never learn." "Your nursemaid, then?" I suppose you could call it that. Klein said.
You're not a scientist, are you?
No, you should know that. I came as the pilot of the first ship. We made the bunker out of parts of the ship, so there wasn't anything to go back on. I'm a good mechanic, and I made myself useful with the machinery. When it occurred to us that somebody was going to have to stay over, I volunteered. I thought the others were so important that it was better they should take their samples and data back to Earth when the first relief ship came.
You wouldn't do it again, though, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Do you think Dahl will do as good a job as you have done here?
Chapman frowned. Frankly, I hadn't thought of that.
I don't believe I care.
I put in my time. It's somebody else's turn now. He volunteered for it. I think I was fair in explaining all about the job when you talked it over among yourselves.
You did, but I don't think Dahl's the man for it. He's too young, too much of a kid. He volunteered because he thought it made him look like a hero. He doesn't have the judgment that an older man would have, that you have.
Chapman turned slowly around and faced Klein. I'm not the indispensable man, he said slowly. And even if I was, it wouldn't make any difference to me. I'm sorry if Dahl is young. So was I. I've lost 3 years up here, and I don't intend to lose any more. Klein held up his hands.
Look, chap, I didn't mean you should stay. I know how much you hate it and the time you put in up here. It's just...
His voice trailed away.
It's just that I think it's such a damn important job.
Klein had gone out in a last search for rock lichens, and Chapman enjoyed one of his relatively few moments of privacy. He wandered over to his bunk and opened his barracks bag. He checked the underwear and his toothbrush and shaving kit for maybe the 100th time, and pushed the clothing down farther into the canvas. It was foolish because the bag was already packed and had been for a week. He remembered stalling it off for as long as he could, and then the quiet satisfaction about a week before when he had opened his small gear locker and transferred its meager belongings to the bag. He hadn't actually needed to pack, of course. In less than 24 hours he'd be back on Earth where he could drown himself in toothpaste and buy more t-shirts than he could wear in a lifetime. He could leave behind his shorts and socks and the outsized shirts he had inherited from... who was it? Driesbach? Of the first group. Dahl could probably use them, or maybe one of the boys in the third. But it wasn't like going home unless you packed. It was part of the ritual, like marking off the last 3 weeks in pencil on the gray steel of the bulkhead beside his hammock. Just a few hours ago, when he woke up, he had made the last check mark and signed his name and the date. His signature was right beneath Dixon's. He frowned when he thought of Dixon and slid back the catch on the top of the bag and locked it. They should never have sent a kid like Dixon to the moon. He had just locked the bag when he heard the rumble of the airlock and the soft hiss of air. Somebody had come back earlier than expected. He watched the inner door swing open and the space-suited figure clump in and unscrew its helmet. Dahl. He had gone out to help Dowden on the Schmidt telescope. Maybe Dowden hadn't needed any help with Benning along. Or more likely, considering the circumstances, Dahl wasn't much good at helping anybody today. Dahl stripped off his suit. His face was covered with light beads of sweat and his eyes were frightened. He moistened his lips slightly.
Do you think they'll ever have relief ships up here more than every 18 months, chap? I mean, considering the advance of...
No, Chapman interrupted bluntly. I don't. Not at least for 10 years. The fuel's too expensive and the trip's too hazardous. On freight charges alone, you're worth your weight in platinum when they send you here. Even if it becomes cheaper, Bob, it won't come about, so it will shorten stopover right away. He stopped, feeling a little sorry for Dahl. It won't be too bad. There'll be new men up here, and you'll pass a lot of time getting to know them.
Well, you see, Dahl started. That's why I came back early. I wanted to see you about stopover. It's that, well, I'll put it this way.
He seemed to be groping for an easy way to say what he wanted to.
I'm engaged back home. A really nice girl, chap. You'd like her if you knew her.
He fumbled in his pocket and found a photograph and put it on the desk.
That's a picture of Alice, taken at a picnic we were on together.
Chapman didn't look.
We expected to be married when I got back. I never told her about stopover, chap. She thinks I'll be home tomorrow. I keep thinking, hoping maybe somehow.
He was fumbling it badly, Chapman thought. You wanted to trade places with me, didn't you, Bob? You thought I might stay for stopover again, in your place? It hurt to look in Dahl's eyes. They were the eyes of a man who was trying desperately to stop what he was about to do, but just couldn't help himself.
Well, yes, more or less. Oh, God, chap, I know you want to go home, but I couldn't ask any of the others. You were the only one who could. The only one who was qualified.
Dahl looked as though he was going to be sick. Chapman tried to recall all he knew about him. Dahl, Robert, good mathematician, graduate from one of the Ivy League schools. Father was a manufacturer of stoves or something. It still didn't add, not quite. You know, I don't like it here any more than you do, Chapman said slowly. I may have commitments at home, too. What made you think I would change my mind? Dahl took the plunge.
Well, you see,
he started eagerly, too far gone to remember such a thing as pride.
You know my father's pretty well fixed. We would make it worth your while, chap.
He was feverish.
It would mean 18 more months, chap, but they'd be well-paid months.
Chapman felt tired. The good feeling he had about going home was slowly evaporating. If you have any report to make, I think you had better get at it, he cut in, keeping all the harshness he felt out of his voice. It'll be too late after the relief ship leaves. It'll be easier to give the captain your report than try to radio it back to Earth from here. He felt sorrier for Dahl than he could ever remember having felt for anybody. Long after going home, Dahl would remember this. It would eat at him like a cancer. Cowardice is the one thing for which no man ever forgives himself. Donnelly was eating a sandwich and looked out the port, so naturally he saw the ship first.
Well, what do you know?
He shouted.
We got company!
He dashed for his suit. Dowden and Benning piled after him, and all three started for the lock. Chapman was standing in front of it. Check your suits, he said softly. Just be sure to check.
Oh, what the hell, chap?
Donnelly started angrily. Then he shut up and went over his suit. He got to his tank and turned white. Empty. It was only a half a mile to the relief rocket, so somebody probably would have got to him in time, but... He bit his lips and got a full tank. Chapman and Klein watched them dash to the Pumas, making the tremendous leaps they used to read about in the Sunday supplements. The port of the rocket had opened and tiny figures were climbing down the ladder. The small figures from the bunker reached them and did a short jig of welcome. Then the figures linked arms and started back. Chapman noticed one. It was probably Donnelly. Pat the ship affectionately before he started back. They were in the lock and the air pumped in, and then they were in the bunker taking off their suits. The newcomers were impressed and solemn, very much aware of the tremendous responsibility that rested on their shoulders, like Donnelly and Klein and the members of the second group had been when they had landed, like Chapman had been in the first. Donnelly and the others were all over them. How was it back on Earth? Who had won the series? Was so-and-so still teaching at the university? What was the international situation? Was the sky still blue? Was the grass still green? Did the leaves still turn color in the autumn? Did people still love and cry, and were there still people who didn't know what an atom was and didn't give a damn? Chapman had gone through it all before. But was Jenny still Jenny? Some of the men in the third had their luggage with them. One of them, a husky, red-faced kid named Williams, was opening a box about a foot square and 6 inches deep. Chapman watched him curiously.
Well, I'll be damned, Klein said. Hey guys, look at what we've got here.
Chapman and the others crowded around, and suddenly Donnelly leaned over and took a deep breath. In the box, covering a thick layer of ordinary dirt, was a plot of grass. They looked at it, awed. Klein put out his hand and laid it on top of the grass.
I like the feel of it, he said simply.
Chapman cut off a single blade with his fingernail and put it between his lips. It had been years since he had seen grass, and had the luxury of walking on it and lying on its cool thickness during those sultry summer nights when it was too hot to sleep indoors. Williams blushed. I thought we could spare a little water for it, and maybe use the ultraviolet lamp on it some of the time. Couldn't help but bring it along. It seemed sort of like a symbol. He looked embarrassed. Chapman sympathized. If he had had any sense, he'd have tried to smuggle something like that up to the moon instead of his phonograph. "That's valuable grass," Dahl said sharply. "Do you realize that at current freight rates up here, it's worth about $10 a blade?" William looked stricken, and somebody said, "Oh, shut up, Dahl." One of the men separated from the group and came over to Chapman. He held out his hand and said, "My name's Eberlin, captain of the relief ship. I understand you're in charge here?" Chapman nodded and shook hands. They hadn't had a captain on the first ship, just a pilot and crew. Eberlin looked every inch a captain, too. Craggy face, gray hair, the firm chin of a man who was sure of himself. "You might say I'm in charge here," Chapman said. "Well, look, Mr. Chapman, is there any place where we can talk together privately?" They walked over to one corner of the bunker. "This is about as private as we can get, Captain," Chapman said. "What's on your mind?" Eberlin found a packing crate and made himself comfortable. He looked at Chapman. "I've always wanted to meet the man who's spent more time here than anybody else," he began. "I'm sure you wanted to see me for more reasons than just curiosity." Eberlin took out a pack of cigarettes. "Mind if I smoke?" Chapman jerked a thumb toward Dahl. "Ask him. He's in charge now." The captain didn't bother. He put the pack away. "You know, we have big plans for the station," he said. "I hadn't heard of them." "Oh, yes, big plans. They're working on unmanned open side rockets now that you could carry cargo and sheet steel for more bunkers like this. Enable us to enlarge the unit. Have a series of bunkers all linked together. Make good laboratories and living quarters for you people." His eyes swept the room. "Have a little privacy for a change." Chapman nodded. They could use a little privacy up here." The captain noticed the pronoun. "Well, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you, Chapman. The commission talked it over, and they'd like to see you stay. They feel as if they're going to enlarge it, add more bunkers, and have more men up here, that a man of practical experience should be running things. They figure that you're the only man who's capable and who's had the experience." The captain vaguely felt the approach was all wrong. "Is that all?" Eberlin was ill at ease. "Naturally, you'd be paid well. I don't imagine any man would like being here all the time. They're prepared to double your salary, maybe even a bonus in addition. Let you have full charge. You'd be director of the Luno Laboratories." All this and a title, too, Chapman thought. "That's it?" Chapman asked. Eberlin frowned. "Well, the commission said they'd be willing to consider anything else you had in mind, if it was more money or—" "The answer is no," Chapman said. "I'm not interested in more money for staying because I'm not interested in staying. Money can't buy it, Captain. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that you'd have to stay up here to appreciate that. Bob Dahl is staying for stopover. If there's something important about the project or impending changes, perhaps you'd better tell him before you go." He walked away. Chapman held the letter in both hands, but the paper still shook. The others had left the bunker, the men of the second taking those of the third in hand to show them the machinery and apparatus that was outside, pointing out the deadly blisters underneath the pumice covering and showing them how to keep out of the sun and how to watch their air supply. He was glad he was alone. He felt something trickle down his face and tasted salt on his lips. The mail had been distributed, and he had saved his latest letter until the others had left, so he could read it in privacy. It was a short letter, very short. It started, "Dear Joel, this isn't going to be a nice letter, but I thought it best that you should know before you came home." There was more to it, but he hadn't even needed to read it to know what it said. It wasn't original, of course. Women who changed their minds weren't exactly an innovation either. He crumpled the paper and held a match to it and watched it burn on the steel floor. 3 years had been a long time. It was too long a time to keep loving a man who was 250,000 miles away. She could look up in the night sky when she was out with somebody else now and tell him how she had once been engaged to the man in the moon. It would make a good conversation. It would be funny. A joke. He got up and walked over to his phonograph and put the record on. The somewhat scratchy voice sang as if nothing had happened. "Way Back Home" by Al Lewis. The record caught and started repeating the last line. He hadn't actually wanted to play it. It had been an automatic response. He had played it lots of times before when he had thought of Earth, of going home. He crossed over and threw the record across the bunker and watched it shatter on the steel wall and the pieces fall to the floor. The others came back in the bunker, and the men of the second started grabbing their bags and few belongings and getting ready to leave. Dahl sat in a corner, a peculiar expression on his face. He looked as if he wanted to cry and yet still felt that the occasion was one for rejoicing. Chapman walked over to him. "Get your stuff and leave with the others, Dahl." His voice was quiet and hard. Dahl looked up, opened his mouth to say something, and then shut up. Donnelly and Benning and Dowden were already in the airlock ready to leave. Klein caught the conversation and came over. He gripped Chapman's arm. "What the hell's going on, chap? Get your bag and let's go. I know just the bistro to throw a wingding when we get—" "I'm not going back," Chapman said. Klein looked annoyed, not believing him. "Come on, what's the matter with you? You suddenly decide that you don't like the blue sky and trees and stuff? Let's go." The men in the lock were looking at them questioningly. Some members of the third looked embarrassed, like outsiders caught in a family argument. "Look, Julius, I'm not going back," Chapman repeated dully. "I haven't anything to go back for." "You're doing a much braver thing than you may think," a voice cut in. It belonged to Eberlin. Chapman looked at him. Eberlin flushed, then turned and walked stiffly to the lock to join the others. Just before the inner door of the lock shut, they could hear Chapman, his hands on his hips, breaking in the third on how to be happy and stay healthy on the moon. His voice was ragged and strained and sounded like a top sergeant's. Dahl and Eberlin stood in the outer port of the relief ship, staring back at the research bunker. It was half hidden in the shadows of a rocky overhang that protected it from meteorites. "They kidded him a lot this morning," Dahl said. "They said he had found a home on the moon." "If we had stayed an hour or so more, he might have changed his mind and left after all," Eberlin mused, his face a thoughtful mask behind his air helmet. "I offered him money," Dahl said painfully. "I was a coward, and I offered him money to stay in my place." His face was bitter and full of disgust for himself. Eberlin turned to him quickly and automatically told him the right thing. "We're all cowards once in a while," he said earnestly. "But your offer of money had nothing to do with his staying. He stayed because he had to stay. Because we made him stay." "I don't understand," Dahl said. "Chapman had a lot to go home for. He was engaged to be married." Dahl winced. "We got her to write him a letter breaking it off. We knew it meant that he lost one of his main reasons for wanting to go back. I think perhaps that he still would have left if we had stayed and argued him into going. But we left before he could change his mind." "That was a lousy thing to do." "We had no choice. We didn't use it except as a last resort." "I don't know of any girl who would have done such a thing, no matter what your reasons. If she was in love with a guy like Chapman," Dahl said. "There was only one who would have," Eberlin agreed. "Jenny Dixon. She understood what we were trying to tell her. She had to. Her brother had died up here." "Why was Chapman so important?" Dahl burst out. "What could he have done that I couldn't have done? Would have done if I had had any guts?" "Perhaps you could have," Eberlin said. "But I doubt it. I don't think there were many men who could have. And we couldn't take the chance. Chapman knows how to live on the moon. He's like a trapper who spent all his time in the forests and knows it like the palm of his hand. He never makes mistakes. He never fails to check things. And he isn't a scientist. He would never become so preoccupied with research that he'd fail to make checks. And he can watch out for those who do make mistakes. Jenny understood that all too well." "How did you know all of this about Chapman?" Dahl asked. "The men in the first told us some of it, and we had our own observer with you here. Benning kept us pretty well informed." Eberlin stared at the bunker thoughtfully. "It costs a lot of money to send ships up here and establish a colony. It will cost a lot more to expand it. And with that kind of investment, you don't take chances. You have to have the best men for the job. You get them even if they don't want to do it." He gestured at the small blotchy globe of blue and green that was the Earth riding high in the black sky.
You remember what it was like 5 years ago, doll? Nations at each other's throats, rearming to the teeth. It isn't that way now. We've got the one lead that nobody can duplicate or catch up on. Nobody has our technical background. I know this isn't a military base, but it could become one. He paused. But these aren't even the most important reasons, doll. We're at the beginning of space travel, the first bare, feeble start. If this base on the moon succeeds, the whole human race will be outward bound. He waved at the stars. You have your choice, a frontier that lies in the stars, or a psychotic little world that tries and fails and spends its time and talents trying to find better methods of suicide. With a choice like that, doll, you can't let it fail, and personal lives and viewpoints are expendable. But it's got to be that way. There's too much at stake. Eberlin hesitated a moment, and when he started again, it was on a different track. You're an odd bunch of guys, you and the others in the groups, doll. Damn few of you come up here for the glamour, I know. None of you like it, and none of you are really enthusiastic about it. You were all reluctant to come in the first place for the most part. You're a bunch of pretty reluctant heroes, doll. The captain nodded soberly at the bunker. I, personally, don't feel happy about that. I don't like having to mess up other people's lives. I hope I won't have to again. Maybe somehow, some way, this one can be patched up. We'll try to. He started the mechanism that closed the port of the rocket. His face was a study of regret and helplessness. He was thinking of a future that, despite what he had told Doll, wasn't quite real to him. I feel like a cheap son of a bitch, Eberlin said. The very young man said, Do they actually care where they send us? Do they actually care what we think? The older man got up and walked to the window. The bunkers and towers and squat buildings of the research colony glinted in the sunlight. The colony had come a long way. It housed several thousands now. The sun was just rising for the long morning, and farther down shadows stabbed across the crater floor. Tycho was by far the most beautiful of the craters, he thought. It was nice to know that the very young man was going to miss it. It had taken the older man quite a long time to get to like it. But that was to be expected. He hadn't been on the moon. I would say so, he said. They were cruel that way at the start, but then they had to be. The goal was too important, and they made up for it as soon as they could. It didn't take them too long to remember the men who had traded their future for the stars. The very young man said, Did you actually think of it that way when you first came up here? The older man thought for a minute. No, he admitted. No, we didn't. Most of us were strictly play-for-pay men. The commission wanted men who wouldn't fall apart when the glamour wore off, and there was nothing left but privation and hard work and loneliness. The men who fell for the glamour were all right for quick trips, but not for an 18-month stay in a research bunker. So the commission offered high salaries, and we reluctantly took the jobs. Oh, there was the idea behind the project, the vision the commission had in mind, but it took a while for that to grow. A woman came in the room just then, bearing a tray with glasses on it. The older man took one and said, Your mother and I were notified yesterday that you had been chosen to go. We would like to see you go, but of course the final decision is up to you. He sipped his drink and turned to his wife. It has its privations, but in the long run we've never regretted it, have we, Jenny? End of The Reluctant Heroes by Frank M. Robinson.
Kill Me If You Can by Randall Garrett, writing as S. M. Teneshaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Every 5 years, the autarch in power was murdered. Bartol knew this is why he had been picked as a stand-in for the reigning tyrant. Bartol stood on the balcony of the Grand Palace and waved smilingly at the throngs of people below. He couldn't help it. He struggled silently against the implanted hypnotic commands, but it did no good. He waved and smiled. and the crowd automatically waved for their autarch. And then the energy bolt slammed against the metaglass window that separated him from the cheering crowds. It took only a fraction of a second for the beam to burn through, but in that fraction of a second, the automatic protection devices took over. Bartol dropped as the floor beneath him dissolved, plummeting him into a tubular chute that slanted back into the Grand Palace. The beam sizzled hotly above his head, filling the balcony with blue-white light, and then Bartol was in darkness. He was sliding down the polished metal of the chute, dropping and curving away from the balcony floor. Then quite suddenly, a light appeared ahead of him, and he slid out of the tube onto a polished floor. The commander was standing nearby. A half-smile played over his hard, thin, gray face. "You look very undignified for the autarch of Apollyon. Get up." "But I'm not the autarch," Bartol thought. "I'm just plain Rad Bartol." But he couldn't speak the words. The hypnotic injunction in his mind prevented him from ever denying that he was the autarch, or even acting as though he were not. The commander knew who he was, of course. As Bartol stood up and straightened his gaudy uniform, the commander said, "So far, we've fooled them. The autarch will reward you handsomely for this, Bartol. You've done well." He waved at a nearby screen. "The attack has stopped already. We haven't spotted the assassin yet, but we will eventually. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment," there was deep sarcasm in his voice, "I will check the progress of the search." Bartol stood there in his gaudy red and gold uniform, waiting for further orders from the commander, trying to break the bonds that held his mind. It had been 9 days ago that Bartol had been arrested, secretly. The android robots of the peace administration had come to his apartment in the middle of the night and taken him into custody. He was only a common citizen of Apollyon and had done nothing, at least nothing that he could remember. But instead of being taken before an ordinary peace administrator, he had been taken before the peace commander himself. The blank-faced robots had held him, gently but firmly, in their rubbery hands, while the commander had looked him over. "Almost perfect," he had said at last. "What am I accused of?" Bartol asked. "I demand to know the charges." For an instant, the commander's face had blazed with anger. "Demand? What right has an arrested man to demand anything? As a citizen of Apollyon, it is your duty to submit to authority." Then his face softened. "But come, Citizen Bartol, relax. There are no charges." "Then what?" "No questions. You will learn." He had learned all right. The commander had selected him as a double for the autarch himself. Every citizen of the planet Apollyon had his mental and physical characteristics on file in the master records of the Grand Palace. To select a double for the autarch, it was only necessary to feed the physical characteristics of Apollyon's absolute ruler into master records. The computer compared his total appearance with everyone else on the planet and had come up with the one man who most closely resembled him. Rad Bartol. Bartol had asked, "But why is this necessary? Why not use an android double?" Feeling in a somewhat expansive mood, the commander explained, "Because there are instruments which can tell the radiation of a human brain from the coarser vibrations of a metal colloid brain. No robot could pass. You can. Now, I don't want you to feel that we are sacrificing you, so to speak. Every effort will be made to save your life. But we feel it is better for the benevolent Society of Assassins to nail you than for them to nail the autarch. Don't you agree?" Bartol most definitely did not. He had no more intention of dying for the tyrant dictator of Apollyon than he had of running away. But he smiled and said, "It would be a citizen's greatest privilege." "You may wonder," the commander had continued, why we take such precautions against the Benevolent Society of Assassins. It is, after all, their sworn duty to attempt to assassinate the autarch every 5 years. It is the democratic way of doing things in order to change autarchs. However, this time we are taking extra precautions because it is rumored that the Galactic League is secretly aiding the Society. They wish to inaugurate the free planet of Apollyon into their stupid league. They are, of course, too cowardly and chicken-hearted to attempt to do so by force, the warrior's way. So they are attempting to do so by infiltrating our planet with spies and saboteurs, and this time we have reason to believe they are behind the BSA. Bartol had listened silently. The commander was handing out the same line of propaganda that had been handed out by autarchs and their cohorts for 50 years. It was nothing new. Now, of course, the commander explained, you must submit to hypnotic treatment. This must be done perfectly. The hypnosis and the slight surgery that had made Bartol into an almost perfect replica of the autarch of Apollyon had taken 9 days. And on the 9th day, he had made the balcony speech in which he formally accepted the challenge of the BSA. One attempt had already been made on his life. The rules of the Benevolent Society of Assassins were strict. 1 man, and 1 man only, was permitted to attempt the assassination of the autarch. If he succeeded, he became autarch. If he did not, he died. Success depended partly on the loyalty of the peace administration. If its commander were inefficient, weak, or disloyal, the autarch might die. But an autarch always killed the old commander, so there was no chance of disloyalty. But inefficiency, stupidity, and weakness were another matter. The first attempt on his life had failed, but there would be more. Bartol stood there, resplendent in his uniform, while the commander watched the screens. There were about a dozen androids in the room, moving here and there, dispatching orders as the commander gave them. Finally, the commander turned. His face looked quite calm. The BSA androids have started their attack on the palace. My own androids are holding them off so far, of course, but that is only part of the diversion. The real human assassin may get into the palace by trickery. After that, it'll be up to you. He walked over to an arms cabinet. Your personal equipment is here. Force field belt, cutter beam, everything. And may I say, good luck. A moment later, Bartol was seated in the private citadel of the autarch himself, waiting for a murderer to come after him. He rubbed his temples, trying to think. There was something he was supposed to do. What? It kept nagging at the corner of his mind, but it wouldn't come out into the open. Damn the commander and his hypnotic compulsions. What was it he kept trying to remember? Something he must remember. It was something about the Galactic League. Was it something the commander had told him? The Galactic League was made up of some of the most powerful governments in the galaxy. Their sole law throughout the galaxy was that any planet could have the kind of government it wanted, except a government imposed by force. And yet, the League never enforced that law, at least not by using space battleships and atomic bombs. They could send directives and remonstrances, but the autarchs of Apollyon have been ignoring those for 50 years and would go right on doing so. Bartol shook his head again. He couldn't remember what was so important about the League. Probably some order that the commander had given him which would become operative at a crucial moment. He was more deeply buried in his subconscious than the other orders. The little speaker embedded in his ear crackled. Autarch, there's a disturbance on the 5th level. The assassin has entered the palace. It was the commander's voice. Suddenly, something clicked in Bartol's mind. He glanced down at his bright uniform and then looked at the plain gray of the android guards. "You, guard, strip off that uniform, quickly!" Automatically, the android robot obeyed. At the same time, Bartol took off his own clothing. He changed with the guard and rearmed himself. "Neither of you know where I'm going. You will forget seeing me leave." They nodded. He was the autarch as far as they knew. They would obey every order. Quietly, he walked over to the heavy door that guarded the citadel, opened it, and stepped out into the corridor. The assassin was on the 5th level, 7 levels above him. The citadel was buried deep beneath the surface. "We have 2 semi-portable blasters aimed at him," said the voice in Bartol's ear. Wait, too late. He burned his way through the wall. Get that gun around to the other hall. Cut him off." The commander's voice kept on. In his excitement, he had forgotten that Bartol could still hear him. Bartol listened for a moment, smiling. His job was to get his enemy before that enemy killed him. He was not going to wait in the citadel to be killed. Faintly, he could feel the vibration of heavy beam rifles as they fired at the fast-moving assassin. "He's wearing a force shield," the commander said. "But what a force shield! Handguns have no effect, and even a beam rifle doesn't bother him." Bartol kept listening, but he started doing some fast moving himself. First, to the elevator. The elevator was locked, but Bartol burned the door open, wondering whether the car was above or below him. It was below, just as he had expected. One flash of his cutter beam, and the cables parted. There was a faint crash from far below as the automatic brakes grabbed, holding the car in place. He still had to move fast. There was death waiting for him, and it might yet overtake him. If only the commander kept busy with the assassin. He listened. The commander was still in his citadel trying to stop the BSA killer. Only heavy-duty guns would knock the assassin out, and they were clumsy and hard to move. The BSA man had to take a roundabout route, but he was working his way steadily toward the citadel of the autarch, where an android in a gaudy uniform was waiting for him. The assassin charged through a group of androids armed with handguns. He bowled them over and kept on running. Bartol wished he could follow the action with a vision screen as the commander was. As he listened, Bartol was running down the corridor toward a second elevator. He burned open the door. This time the car was above him. He leaned into the shaft and fired a beam upwards. There was a flare and a grinding crash as a second elevator was destroyed. Then he stepped into a nearby closet and carefully burned a hole in the floor. The heat was intense in the little room, but his own body shield protected him. As soon as the hole in the floor was big enough, Bartol dropped through it to the level below. There was no one in the room. He smiled grimly to himself as he ran down another corridor. There were only a few human beings in the palace. All the others were androids. One of those humans was trying to kill him. The others didn't care whether he died or not, so long as his objective was achieved. At the end of the corridor, he came abruptly on 2 android guards. One of them stopped, then the other. There was a look of confusion on their faces. The first said, "It is forbidden to have 2 assassins, and yet you are human, you—" Bartol burned them both down before they could go any further. He didn't want them spreading the alarm any sooner than necessary. He ran on, still listening to the buzzing in his ear. The 2 dead androids hadn't recognized his face as that of the autarch, but they had known there was something wrong. The earpiece was still giving orders. "He's over the autarch citadel. That doesn't give us much time, autarch. Get out of that room. He's burning a hole through the roof." He was addressing Bartol, of course, but Bartol kept moving. The commander didn't know that his phony autarch had already left the citadel. Bartol dodged into a bathroom, No android would be in there. They didn't need to. He burned another hole in the floor, dropped through it into another bathroom. Again, he burned through the floor. Autark, get out of that room. Leave the Citadel immediately. It's your only chance. I knew that several minutes ago, Bartol thought. He had only seconds now. The assassin blasted his way into the Citadel and cut down both the guards. Then he blasted the figure in the gaudy uniform. That wasn't the Autark? The commander's voice came. Damn right it wasn't, Bartol thought. He sprinted down a stairway. In the lower sublevels of the palace, the lighting was widely spaced. Here were the storage levels and the power supplies. He wanted to stay away from the power rooms. They would be heavily guarded. Autark, where are you? Answer, where are you? The assassin knows that it wasn't you. He's heading downward. Where are you? He's getting panicky, Bartol thought with grim amusement. He knows I wouldn't dare answer. The assassin can tap these communications. The assassin, whoever he was, must have weapons of tremendous power to be able to burn his way into the Autark Citadel so easily. He could move downward from floor to floor a lot more rapidly than Bartol could. Bartol knew exactly where he was going, if only he could get there in time. He ran through the dimly lit halls which were piled high with crates and boxes. At last he came to a wall which looked like any other wall, but Bartol knew it was different. Autark, the air speaker crackled. What are you doing down there? Why are you in the storage compartments? I'm hiding, snapped Bartol. He knows where I am now. I'll have to work fast. He pressed his thumb against a hidden niche in the wall. A tiny device recorded his thumbprint, checked it against previous patterns, and then clicked. A panel slid aside. Within it was a curiously shaped helmet. Bartol could hear the pounding of android feet all around him. Nearby, a wall started to smoke. He slammed the helmet on his head, locked the chin piece into place, and activated the mechanism within the dome. Where are you? What was that helmet? The assassin is coming down. Evidently, the now panicky commander was watching him in the vision screens. He wouldn't see anything now. Bartol was invisible to infrabeams. Unfortunately, he was still visible to normal vision. The nearby wall cascaded outward with a splash of molten metal, and an android stepped through, firing a heavy beam rifle. The beam struck Bartol with a glare of blue-white light and splashed. With the helmet on, Bartol was just as impervious to ordinary beams as the assassin who was even now burning his way down through the palace. Like the assassin, all he had to do was avoid anything as heavy as a semi-portable. Bartol stepped directly into the blazing muzzle of the rifle. The tremendous energy being reflected from his body shield dazed the android. Bartol jerked the rifle from its hands and burned it down. He swung around just as two more of the things rounded a nearby corner. They, too, went down before the white-hot beam of the rifle. Then he stepped toward the wall. Under the tremendous power of the special body shield, the wall flowed like wax in a candle flame. It hardly slowed him at all. He stopped for a moment, concentrating. Where was his enemy? Dimly at first, then with greater power, the intricate amplifier of the helmet picked up the brain radiations of the man he was looking for. In his ear, the speaker was still gibbering. Bartol stood a moment longer, synchronizing the helmet with the signals. Then, having located his enemy, he began to move again. He headed for the elevators. There was only one. The other ended 2 levels above. It must be the one. He pushed his way through the door and dropped down the open shaft. The anti-gravity field allowed him to drop rapidly, but not too rapidly. Even that marvelously designed helmet couldn't do everything. It would slow his fall somewhat, but it couldn't lift him. His feet struck the top of the elevator car whose cables he had cut. He changed the polarity of his field, and the force was applied vertically instead of radially. His feet melted their way through the top of the car. He reversed the polarity again before he touched the floor of the car. The assassin upstairs was running amok, burning down everything in his path and working his way downwards. Bartol hesitated just for a second before he went onward. The elevator car had dropped only a few feet before its brakes had stopped it. Bartol lifted himself up to the level of the floor, burned his way through the elevator door, and stepped out into the corridor. He saw the heavy-duty beam cannon just as the android behind it fired. It was to his right, a few yards down the corridor. The blast of energy roared down the corridor, narrowly missing Bartol as he threw himself back into the elevator. It swung downward, gouging gobbets of flaming metal from the wall, aiming straight for Bartol. There was only one way out of the trap. Bartol switched polarity again and turned his generators up to maximum. It wasn't enough to stop that heavy beam, but he leaped over the coruscating beam and literally dived headfirst into the wall on the other side of the corridor. It melted and gasified before him, hardly slowing his plunge. He rolled over and landed on his feet. He kept on running toward the rear wall, through it. He circled through the next room and the next, dodging twice the heavy-duty beams aimed at him. The whole section was becoming a raging inferno. Without his body screen, the heat would have been unbearable. At last, he came to the wall he was looking for. It shimmered slightly due to the force field that surrounded it. Just in front of the wall, two androids were swinging a heavy-duty cannon around toward him. He fired his own weapon, but they were shielded by more than the portable shields they wore. This section was really fortified. He dived toward the androids, sliding under the barrel of the projector just as it blazed into white-hot hell. He jumped to his feet and landed a punch on the jaw of the nearest android. It reeled backwards, and the other jumped him. Bartol flipped the second android over his head, slamming it into the face of its partner. They both went down. With two quick blows, he knocked their skulls against the floor. The metal skulls didn't break, but the metal colloid brain within ceased to function because of the shock. Now came the crucial part. He stepped over to the wall and touched its shimmering surface. It was an ordinary KF4 field. It had no reactive surface, as did his own. Good. It could be analyzed. The mechanism in the helmet went to work, carefully synchronizing its own vibratory frequency with that of the wall. It was slow work. It would take a full 20 seconds, and in that time, plenty could happen. It was stupid not to build all the walls with force fields that would make them impervious to beam guns. But then, the whole setup on Apollyon was stupid. These petty autark assassin games could only have been set up by a madman. 5 android guards ran into the room, firing their beam rifles. Bartol ignored them. The beams couldn't touch him. 2 more started to pull in a wheeled semi-portable. They got it in through the door and swiveled it toward Bartol. At that moment, the mechanism in the helmet synchronized with the wall's force field. Bartol slid through the field, melted through the wall, and stepped through to the other side. He hurled himself to the floor instantly as 2 coruscating beams of ravening heat met at the spot where he had stood. There was another semi-portable inside the real citadel of the autark of Apollyon. Before the autark could swivel the gun, Bartol had leaped on him, slamming him to the floor. "Don't kill me!" screamed the man. "I'll do anything. Just don't kill me!" On the other side of the wall, the androids found themselves helpless. The force field was still up, and they had been forbidden to enter the Citadel. "I don't intend to kill you," Bartol said. "Not unless you act up." He cut off the man's body shield and pulled the handgun from his holster. Helpless and disarmed, the man cowered on the floor as Bartol stood up. He had never seen this man before. The autarch didn't look anything like the man Bartol had been doubling for. The autarch was thin and old-looking. Hatred and fear blazed in his eyes. "So you're Levad Quam," Bartol said. "Alias, the autarchs of Apollyon, alias, the Peace Commander." "How did you know that name?" The man almost screamed. His voice was so shrill. "Where did you hear it?" "We have our ways," Bartol said, "but never mind. I'm here to tell you that you are under arrest in the name of the Galactic League. The charges are planetary slavery and mass murder." But, how did you do it?" He lay there on the floor, still shivering. "It took a lot of thinking," Bartol told him. "We've known what you've been doing for a long time now. You set up this little dictatorship so that you could play God with its people. We knew that the commander was a remote-control robot, operated by you, so were all the autarchs who made public appearances. Then, every 5 years, you had the Benevolent Society of Assassins pick someone out to kill the autarch. At the same time, you picked someone to double for the autarch. Your twisted mind liked to watch two men fight to the death. Didn't matter which one won. If it was the phony autarch, you simply put him under suspended animation for use 5 years later. If it was the assassin, he was immediately killed, and an android was made up to duplicate him. Either way, you were safe." "But you couldn't have known," Levad Quam said. "You couldn't have." "We did, though," Bartol said bluntly. "But we had to do it legally. We had to stop you according to your own laws. That is the rule of the League. We've had that helmet planted in your palace for 2 years, waiting for this moment. The autarch android was studied carefully, and the agent who looked most like him, myself, was sent here. Your records were tampered with, so that it would look as though I'd always been a citizen of Apollyon. I was put under deep hypnosis, and false memories were implanted. It had to be deep, so that your own hypnosis wouldn't dig anything up. But my compulsion vanished as soon as the assassin entered the palace. It was all perfectly legal, you see. 1 human assassin is allowed. That was me. It's perfectly legal to use trickery. The other assassin, which is causing so much trouble upstairs, is an android, a special job like your peace commissioner. It's controlled by a League man, but that android hasn't killed anyone but androids any more than I have." Quam sat up. He giggled foolishly. "You mean I set it up? I brought you here? I picked you out? Why, that's wonderful. No one but me could defeat me, and I did it. That was quite a performance, young man. Quite a performance. I'll see that you're properly rewarded. I'll make you autarch, yes, and give you a medal, too. I have lots of pretty medals, and I'll make you another uniform with more gold on it." Then he looked up, almost wistfully. "And this time, can I wear a pretty uniform, too?" As he had been babbling, Bartol leaned over and gently grasped both his hands. "Sure, you can have a uniform." "With gold on it?" "With diamonds," said Bartol. And then the special energy flowed through his hands from the helmet, and the old man collapsed into painless unconsciousness. Bartol released him and said softly, "Only I don't think you'll want anything that gaudy when the League psychiatrists finish with you." End of Kill Me If You Can by Randall Garrett, writing as S.M. Teneshaw. Read by Paul Hampton.
by Earthlight, by Bryce Walton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. By Earthlight, by Bryce Walton. We all have to die sometime, but it's more the manner of our going and the reason why we must die when we do that's the rub. The rocket skin was like a dun-colored wall in the dim light under the hill. 3 anonymous men, who were beyond suspicion, who had worked on the rocket, were taking Barlow up in the elevator, along the rocket's curving walls. Earlier, scores of men had climbed up many ladders to various platforms where doors opened into the rocket's compartments for the insertion and repair of the many highly specialized instruments. It was still, so damn still here. Some guards were way down below, somewhere in the shadows, but they didn't notice anything. The 3 men were regular workers, and there were last-minute things to be done. It all looked quite logical. Over in the blockhouse, some of America's most important political and military figures were sitting over instruments and charts, waiting, discussing. One of the 3 men was talking, explaining things to Barlow about the rocket, about the pressure suit he was to wear. Barlow listened and got it all straight. Barlow was helped into the suit. It weighed 700 pounds, and after they had encased him in it, all but the huge helmet plate, he lay there absolutely helpless, on a dolly, waiting to be rolled into the rocket's compartment. The anonymous faces he'd never seen before and would never see again looked down at him. He blinked several times and moistened his lips. The suit was like a lead coffin. He didn't feel dead, but supposedly dead and unable to tell anyone. A ridiculous way to feel. What was the matter with him? He expected to die all the time, from the start. Everybody died. Few could experience what he was experiencing. Death was worth this. One last kick, the biggest kick of all for Hal Barlow. He lived for kicks, so what was the matter? He couldn't move his limbs. He could barely lift his head. Encased in 700 pounds of suit, helpless. A pencil flash flickered on and off. A couple of eyes shone, a whisper. "The kit's fastened to your belt. The instructions are in an airtight capsule inside the kit. If you're caught and the papers are removed, it will disintegrate. Now we'll slide you inside." The helmet slid over his face. It was absolutely dark. The suit, all-enclosing mobile shelter, atmosphere pressure, temperature control, mobility and electric power to manipulate tools, its own power plant. It reprocessed continuously the precious air breathed by the occupant, putting it back into circulating supply after enriching it. The rocket was cold and alien, and it would support no life. The suit alone protected him. The rocket was just metal and gadgets. Only the suit stood between him and an agonizing death from acceleration, deceleration, extremes of heat and cold. The dolly was rolling him in through the small opening. His encased body being slid, stuffed, jammed into something like a wad of ammo into a barrel. His body was entirely constricted. He couldn't hear anything. It was black. He could shift his massive helmet slightly. It clanged against metal, and the sound inside the helmet was like rusty thunder. His blood boiled softly. He felt like a child shut up in the dark. He thought of the radio in the suit and desperately manipulated the controls by the small control panel in the metal hand of the suit. The voices seemed to quiet whatever had been boiling up in him. He had started to scream. He remembered that now. Somehow, with an intense effort, he had suppressed the scream, clamped his teeth on it. And now the voices helped. He realized how much time had passed in the quick, pressured dark. Voices preparing to send the first rocket to the moon. Quiet voices, with all the suspense and tension held down by long military habit. He had started being afraid. More than that, he had been going to scream. He, Hal Barlow. Where was the excitement, the great thrill, the big kick he had anticipated to compensate for a voluntary dying? He felt only anxiety, afraid the terror would return. He had never admitted fear before. He thought back a little, trying to recall something that would explain the fear. X-1! He felt as if an immense cyst of suppuration had burst inside of him. Sweat teared his eyes. If they had psyched me, I'd know. I wouldn't be afraid. What would they have found? Why am I afraid now, when I've never been afraid in my life? Or had he? He couldn't remember. He tried to think of something immediate. 2 hours before, Barlow had paused on the second floor of the men's barracks on the White Sands, New Mexico proving grounds and looked out. He shivered a little. It was a lonely spot, maybe the loneliest in the world, especially at night. Even here, Barlow managed to be with someone most of the time, but the same dullards got boring. Even women like Lorraine, who said they loved him, were futile companions. A guy whose future was death couldn't get emotionally involved. He went into his 3-room dump and switched on the radio at once. He needed the sound of voices in the music. He started to undress in the dark. But the cold and frigid moonlight came in and shone on the bed. It revealed the body lying there. The face looking up at Barlow was his own. His breath thinned, his hands were wet. It did him a lot more justice than any mirror or the reflection in a woman's eyes. The half-boyish, half-man face with the thin, wiry lips, the blonde curling hair and the sun-burned, cynical face, the blue eyes that seemed never quite able to smile. The face on the bed never would. It was dead. Barlow turned. Part of the shadow in the corner moved. A voice. D-716. The 16 meant that this was that number among the 100 possible goals of duty and sacrifice. The D, of course, meant death. And Barlow had known since having been given the number years ago what his end would be. There were many other ways, some worse than dying. Loss of identity by plastic surgery. Barlow's appearance had been thoroughly altered 3 times. Some had volunteered for the torture and concentration camps of the East. Barlow had done that too. Anything for kicks. He'd never bothered to indoctrinate himself with the philosophy of the Brotherhood, with its 7 rituals of self-denial and discipline, its long program of learning the love of humanity, the unity of each with all people and with the universe. He had his own philosophy. You were born, then you died. The rest was just a living job. You lived as an individual and not as a cog if you had the guts for it. You lived for the excitement and the thrill of danger and the maintenance of individuality, if you could. Otherwise, you might as well die when you were born, because then the stretch between wasn't worth the price. That was Barlow's way. Only the manner of dying was important. Everybody had to die. All that the Brotherhood really worked for was the goal of enabling everybody to live as long as possible and finally to die with dignity and moral integrity. Barlow didn't need their philosophy. Basically, that was all he, too, really wanted. Maybe. The man was indistinct in the shadows, an anonymous figure without a name. The man on the bed has made the supreme sacrifice for the cause. So he's dead, Barlow said casually. So what? Took a lot of work to make such an exact resemblance. One of our members brought him in through the guards in a supply truck. It's easy to bring in a dead man who'll never go back out, except to someone who's already in. You, of course. No one will know what is to happen to the real me, then. No one. It'll be assumed that you committed suicide. Barlow grinned thinly. There's been no change in your attitude? Your willingness to die? None. Willing Barlow, always ready to drop dead at a moment's notice. You're the only one of the Brotherhood who's never submitted to the rituals and the psyching. We hope that isn't bad. Your service has been excellent, but I wish you'd submitted to a psyching before this assignment, because there's one weakness, an Achilles heel in everyone, and on an assignment so vital as this, it would be worth knowing in advance. Get someone else if you're worried. You're the only member we have who's inside the grounds here who can stand the acceleration and deceleration. Ah, Barlow exclaimed. This sounds big. It couldn't be bigger, the anonymous man said, than a one-way trip to the moon. The man explained some things to Barlow. Barlow didn't say anything. Maybe there was a slight tremor in his lips, but he didn't think so. The first man into space. The first man to the moon. A world atomic war may break within 6 months. In spite of propaganda being fed to the people trying to paint this atomic war as just another war, we know it will probably be the last war, the end of civilization. So our philosophical revolution, the revolution of men's minds, will begin in approximately 6 months from tonight. But if this last war breaks, our centuries-old plan will fail. It will never even materialize. The revolution is quite delicate. Simultaneously, all over the world, at a specific time and under rigidly controlled and favorable circumstances, the movement we have been building so long will spring up. Nothing can stop it then, once the spiritual fires begin to burn, but it can't begin until the exact scheduled moment. Your job will be to attempt to prolong this present peace until our plan can go into effect. That's why you're making this trip to the moon. Barlow laughed. That doesn't mean a damn thing to me. To me, the only important thing is that I'm the first man into space. That's enough for anyone to know. Is it? I'm just Hal Barlow, a guy who's had several other names and who's really only a number. I joined the Brotherhood for kicks, not lectures. I'll do this job, in my own way, because I want to do it. For Hal Barlow. The man in the shadows nodded slowly. Can't you feel what it means? Our spiritual revolution? You've read some of the works we've printed on it, the feeling of oneness with humanity. That's the real value. Can't you? Barlow said, Isn't the offer of my life enough? The shadow said, Maybe, for us, for people. But what about you? Maybe there are some things even you can't face alone. And think of those people out there. They need and cling to each other, even to each other's madness, living in futile hope while going on down the crazy toboggan ride to their own destruction, the living loudly and in public, because to be silent allows reality to enter in on feet of terror, and because to be alone means madness, the simulated gaiety of the bars every night with the shadows outside that never seem to go away even under the glare of neon. They've never had a chance to plan, to live with any hope for the future. Burdened down by anxiety, they've built up a defense of falseness, and underneath the terrible fear of the atomic bomb is a constant inner sickness. Barlow grinned. A nice speech, but I already know those things. What I'm really interested in is what I'm supposed to do. So the man explained to Barlow some things about why he was going on a one-way trip to the moon in a rocket intended for no man to be in a rocket intended for no living thing. After the man had gone, Barlow quickly snapped on the radio again, and he felt better with the music and human voices. For a moment there he had seemed to feel a tinge of fear. What the devil? Psych screening? So he was capable of fear. Who wasn't? He didn't need psyching. What indignity to the individual to have the fingerprints of psychiatrists all over your brain. I'm Hal Barlow, the first man in space, the first man to the moon. He had gotten to the rocket launching site early and had sat in the moonlight smoking a cigarette. He felt odd inside, and he didn't know why. The moon had a cold effect on him. He was worried about himself. The whole area had been painted and disguised with all the arts of camouflage. Everything appearing from the air looked like sand and sage and rock and hill. The rocket itself was built inside the hill, which served as a giant launching barrel to guide the rocket with the exact accuracy demanded in its takeoff. The moon had loomed large and still and cold. 10, 9, 8. So he was back inside the suit, inside the rocket, jammed into a barrel like a wad of ammo. Now he was beginning to see what might cause his terror, his Achilles heel. It was too late. What would they have found if they'd psyched him? A wild kid. Old, but still driven by the urges of a kid who hadn't grown up. A lot of surface things, the inside of him covered over. Obsessed with exterior things he had never given himself a chance to see inside himself. Afraid. Always been with people, beer, women, bars, jukeboxes, noises, excitement. Never alone. No parents that he could remember. He'd run away from the Middle West orphanage and heard about the Brotherhood from a friendly priest, and the priest had taken him into the organization. Strictly for kicks, though, Barlow had warned. The priest had smiled with wisdom. You don't know your own true motives, my boy. 7, 6, 5, 4. Just Hal Barlow. That was all right, but the real Hal Barlow was unknown. He'd never realized with all his screaming about individualism how much he'd depended on people. He'd loved no one. He had seemed to love them when he was with them, but could never form any solid associations. Now all the people he had never really known became as shadows thrown upon the wall of his brain. He felt the sweat soaking his skin, alone, destined for it like a twin whose double has died at birth, always in league with those on the other side of the looking-glass. 3, 2, he screamed, "No, I can't do it! I can't face it! Someone, listen!" The dull, muted explosion miles away, and the terrific compression and the wash of numbing, deafening sound beating back around him, everything inside him seeming to whirl up and come down in a crash, the seeming to slide around in the dihedrals of time and space, slipping in and out of being like a ball bearing in a maze. First man to the moon, in a rocket meant for no man, not a rocket. A coffin. On a one-way trip. And I, maybe the very one they should never have sent. With each degree of returning consciousness, more and more capacity for fighting the fear, he cursed the fear and wrestled with it, like a man with an invisible opponent down an endless flight of stairs. He felt too alone, isolated. And then he thought of the readings. They could be flashed into a small screen in the faceplate by manipulating the fingers of his right hand. He tried to concentrate on the readings as an aid in fighting the fear. In the stratosphere, 80 kilometers, rocket's temperature minus 150 degrees. 125 kilometers, lower part of ionosphere, up plus 150, and then on up where it was somewhere around 1,000 degrees, and who cared? He was beyond that, away out somewhere. It went on a long time, and then nothing but darkness. The lonely song of the gyroscopes, his own voice, distant, alien, raving, a kind of delirium, and sometime an awareness of the cutting down of power, the brief warning of intuition, the concussion, and as consciousness came back again, the knowing that he had hit too hard in spite of the lighter moon gravity. His head throbbing crazily, and around him the absolute darkness and silence, and the warm ache in his head, the dizziness, and the warm stickiness flowing down his face. He lay there, afraid of retching. He moved his finger to release more oxygen. He could smell himself, the sharp bite of fear and the odor of blood. He felt panic. He experimented. He could move easily here, where the 700-pound suit weighed only 140 pounds. He switched on the suit's light beam. The anonymous man had said, "Get out of the rocket at once, silently." He squeezed out of the barrel into the larger compartment. He got the compartment door open. Half blinded by shock, he was out in the lunar night. "When you get outside, stop right there. Read the instructions." He had a panicky desire to fall to his knees, cling to the rocket. He stood there stiffly. "It isn't fair," he whispered over and over. "I can't do it." "Read the instructions." Alone, a man, one man, on the moon. No movement, no sound, no air, no life. Only sharp, black and white contrast of lifeless shadow to accentuate the awful and final loneliness. Occasional meteors striking into the pumice dust silently, voicing the stillness of his own terror. He read the instructions. He hooked the capsule out of the kit, opened it. The suit's single light beaming like a cyclopean eye. The giant walls of Albategnius, the center of the moon's visible disk, towered bleakly up, around, everywhere. Lifelessness, just broken rock. No water to erode, no voices, no faces, no life anywhere. Just Barlow, and a rocket. And the stars, and somewhere the earth in the sky, sharp as molten steel in the eyes. The rocket watched him and listened. This was a target rocket. 240,000 miles away in the New Mexico blockhouse, they were watching through the rocket's eyes, feeling through the rocket's mechanical nervous system. The rocket carried instruments to test out flight calculations, controls, conditions on the moon. It carried self-operating information about the range of temperatures, radiation, gravitational influences, and other conditions to be encountered on the journey and here on the moon's surface. It wouldn't return. Only the results of its sensory apparatus were returning now and would keep on returning until the rocket's power ran out. The rocket was equipped with every kind of instrument, trackers, telemeters, and it was sending back sound and sight like a human eye and ear. Radar stations, television stations, GE wagons down there receiving information from the rocket. The instructions told Barlow exactly where to stand so the television eyes could pick up his image. He found himself leaning in, using the kit, getting the radio apparatus out of his suit connected properly. He was starting, making gestures, while the terrible fear of loneliness and isolation, his Achilles heel, made the alien surroundings reel and slip and tremble as though at any moment he was going to crumble, fail, surrender. The bleeding from his nose and ears had stopped. No pain. That wasn't the trouble. It was being alone. The idea of dying alone. The bulbous suit carried him over the terrain. Clouds of pumice dust drifted. He felt like an infant, walking, his feet threatening to fold under him. The rocket seemed to be drawing him back toward it. It seemed warm and friendly as he walked the required distance away from it. On Earth, they were seeing him now, a man on the moon where there should be no men. He would explain it to them. That was his job. To give them an explanation that would frighten them, freeze the inevitable war drift for 6 months or more, so the Brotherhood could act. The Brotherhood only needed time. But what about Barlow? Sure, everybody had to die, but no one should have to die the way Barlow is being asked to. He couldn't do it. But he stood there, and the rocket transmitted his image and his words back to the blockhouse at White Sands, New Mexico. He said what the instructions told him to. "We have been observing you. We saw the rocket coming in. You think you're the first to send a rocket here, but you're not. We've been here quite a while, long enough to have set up a small colony. We've built a city near a uranium mine. There are large processing works, rocket installations, and living quarters. There are atomic warhead rockets, too." He stopped. His legs were weak, so much pressure for such light gravity. "Rockets on the moon's dark side, out of your reach, but we can reach you. The world is just a target rotating beneath us. We have unlimited deposits of uranium and other radioactive materials. You are completely helpless. Any further attempts to come to the moon will meet with destruction. We will enforce peace if we can. Any indication down there of any power planning to start a war, and we'll send our own atomic warhead rockets down. We are primarily scientists and technicians. The annihilation of civilization would have been inevitable anyway, so we've nothing to lose by this last attempt to maintain peace by the only means left, by force. We'll bomb any power that attempts to launch atom bombs or begins any form of military aggression. And remember, no more rockets to the moon. And who are we? We are not America, Russia, France, Britain, Yugoslavia, China, Japan, Italy, Germany, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Spain, Portugal, Canada, Texas, or any South American country. We are no country at all. We are of all countries. We are here to protect all countries from every other country, and we will try to do this by force if necessary. Remember, no more rockets to the moon. We will atom bomb any nation attempting any form of military aggression." The Brotherhood was very old, the outgrowth of an ancient Eastern philosophical cult of non-resistance and peace. With 6 months more, the Brotherhood could win the peace, maybe forever. If the speech just made frightened the Americans enough, they wouldn't try anything. The only other powers that might start a war within 6 months were Russia, China, Yugoslavia, and they were too uncertain as to whether or not America had already reached the moon. Who controlled the moon controlled Earth. They had been afraid for some time that perhaps America had already gotten to the moon. Mutual fear of retaliation had postponed the last war this long. The Brotherhood knew social psychology. They figured this would work. Barlow felt himself backing away from the rocket. They were watching him, the rocket's eyes and ears, taking his voice and image back to Earth, back to voices and laughter and music and sound and warmth and women. With a sob, he twisted away from the rocket, turned, fell to his thighs in thick pumice dust, kept on struggling through lazy, streaming dust ribbons, and he didn't look back. He was watched. He mustn't look back at the rocket again. Meteors exploded soundlessly on the beds of lava and seas of dust, shooting up thick, motionless sprays that seemed almost solid. Above him, like splintered steel, stretched the thousands of feet of crater wall. He reached the sharp wall of rock, managed to get around it and out of sight of the rocket. He fell. He lay there, his suit blending with the cold and airless landscape. He screamed. He clawed his way up, started back again, back toward the rocket. Hell with the Brotherhood. He was for Hal Barlow, just for Hal Barlow. He'd tell the truth. It wouldn't be long then. They'd send other rockets up then. This was for Hal Barlow. The isolation pressed in, pressed him faster, throwing him crazily over the dust toward the rocket. Then they'd know the truth, send up other rockets. Not this way, with no more sounds, voices, any moving thing. No way for a man to die. It wasn't death, it was the way of dying. No one should die this way, so alone. Especially Barlow, who feared loneliness more than anything else. He fell. One foot slid into a crack filled with pumice dust, fine as powder. He hooked the big steel hooks on the ends of his arms at the rock and clung there, his helmet barely pushing up through the dust. He struggled for a while, desperately, with his mind filling with visions of the rocket. He wanted to live now, make up for all the living he'd missed for so long. He looked around, still struggling. Light gravity, little weight. But he was so weak now, and still the rocket wasn't in sight. He crawled on his stomach, dragging the bulbous suit over the rock. He could get around the rock. He had to. Out of sight, but so near, was the warm human rocket. He ran into the rock and collapsed with a long, wet sigh. He gasped. Pain throbbed damply over his chest. He moved, just enough to turn over on his back. He slid up a little so that he was sitting there staring at the frigid, barren, naked emptiness of utter silence and desolation. What had the man said? No man is alone who has learned the secret of oneness with the world? He thought about the Brotherhood seriously, now for the first time. Many men before him had died for it. An entirely new approach to society and the individual, working from the inside out. There would be more than a mere deflection of evil. There would be suppression at the source in the individual will. An end of national idolatry that threatened the existence of civilization. Man was superhuman in power and glory, subhuman in morality. After the spiritual revolution, never again the monstrous evils arising when remote abstractions like nation and state are regarded as realities more concrete and significant than human beings, and no man is an island unto himself. Unity. He looked up. He saw the earth then. It shone down upon him through the lunar night 20 times brighter than moonlight. He felt warmth. There were faces in the shadows, hopeful women's faces, and the eager, innocent faces of children who had not yet learned hopelessness and hate. They might never learn it now. He grinned. It was funny you had to get so far away to look back and see all the people on earth as one face, one heart, one world. It looked like one world from here. It wasn't cold as Barlow lay there and looked up at the bright shining disk. He closed his eyes. The earthlight seemed to warm him, as the sunlight had once warmed him, long ago in childhood, on a lazy summer afternoon. End of By Earthlight by Bryce Walton.
Rebuttal by Betsy Curtis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Rebuttal by Betsy Curtis. Immortality? Like anything else, it may be a matter of definition or just of the point of view. The Star by Arthur C. Clarke was by all odds the most popular story in the first issue of Infinity, and probably one of the most popular science fiction stories to be published anywhere in 1955. It was also highly controversial, and in Rebuttal, Betsy Curtis presents the other side of the question, plus an idea that seems to be totally new. The result, we think you'll agree, is one of the outstanding science fictional events of 1956. They brought Father Philip Burt to St. Luke's as our share of the research project on the mysterious disease which afflicted most of the crew of the recently returned Phoenix Nebula expedition. News of the disease, of course, was not spread beyond the research teams, as the public seems to fear a plague worse than damnation itself. And it didn't seem to be a very serious disease. Father Philip was easily the worst case of all, and although several members of the expedition had died, their deaths could be evaluated as due to secondary infections of common enough Earth origin. Very few of the crew members were in actual pain, but Father Philip was in constant agony, which no amount of sedation seemed to calm. I ran the customary tissue cultures and biopsies, including those on internal organs not customarily available. We were given an excuse for getting internal samples of tissue when Father Philip's appendix flamed into infection. And although I did not find a general infecting organism, what I did find was enough to send me trotting up to his room on the double. I suppose I should explain here that I, Father Niccolo Molina, am head research pathologist for St. Luke's, and that I don't, therefore, meet the patients personally very often. But Father Philip I had to meet. His day nurse, Sister Mary Felicia, met me at the door in her crisp, white Teflon overall. "Father is very uncomfortable today," she told me. "The incision is not healing at all, and he keeps trying to talk and then breaking off in the middle of a sentence with the pain." "Talking about anything in particular?" I asked suspiciously. "The merest chit-chat, the weather, pleasantries about the hospital, jokes about doctors in particular. He doesn't have a very high regard for doctors, it seems. Thinks they are notable atheists, I gather." She smiled. "Many thanks for the diagnosis, sister," I told her gravely. Then I added, "I suppose you are having to maintain a considerable quarantine and decontamination routine as Father's nurse." "Oh, yes. In this wing, you know, we are all in solitary, approaching no persons other than our patient and the doctors, sometimes for as much as 3 months after the end of a case. It provides excellent time for a retreat, which is why most of us apply for such duty." She pointed to the small prie-dieu in her tiny cubicle, which stood as a buffer between the contagion room and the hallway of the ward. "If I am right about the nature of Father Burt's disease," I told her, "you will soon see the end of this case, and without any 3 months' decontamination either." She smiled again. "You couldn't say a happier thing," she said, "even though I shall probably apply for a leprosy case if I am relieved of this one. I've become very concerned about Father Philip." "Good. He needs your prayers, as no man probably ever needed them before. I'll see him now." I crossed her small room and opened the inner door and went in. Father Philip was lying flat in the narrow white bed, his arms lying listlessly on either side of the slight hump of his body under the sheet. A big bulge halfway down was his knees over a pillow, the usual position for post-operative appendectomies. He squeezed out a smile with an effort. "Morning, doctor," he said. "Father Nick," I smiled back. "Father Nick Molina of pathology, Father." His wasted body jerked as if with a knife thrust. Then he said, "Excuse me. I had forgotten that there were doctors who were not laymen. I'm sorry." He drew up a shoulder against his cheek in a curious gesture, then shivered. "Sorry for what?" I asked. "Just sorry, I guess." He winced and was silent. Sorry for me? Well, yes. That I am not a layman? You could put it that way. That's a very interesting statement, Father, and one about which I want to know a good deal more after I've asked you some other questions. You see, I think I know what's the matter with you, and it's definitely curable. It is not curable. His voice had a flat finality, and his lips drew into a thin, firm line. Let me ask you the questions anyway, Father, I said. He gave no other sign. Have you ever looked through a microscope? At the little beasties? Yes, in college. Well, that's what I've just finished doing with a number of slivers of living tissue from your body. Do you know what I saw that would bring me up here? I might, he answered warily. What do you think? Cancer, maybe? No, cancer cells have their own pattern of behavior, which is very pretty and, of course, no longer at all deadly. You do not have cancer, but the cells of your kidneys, for instance, are doing something I've never seen live kidney cells doing. And what is that? He said, as if he really couldn't care less. Nothing in particular. This is unheard of indeed. Kidney cells are busy little widgets doing a tremendous job day and night. Like the individual muscle fibers of the heart, they work on year after year with no vacations, no coffee breaks, secure in the knowledge of their purpose. No pseudo-sermons, please, Father. Father Philip's voice was stern. You don't have to Peter Rabbit up biology for me. A scholar indeed to have heard of Peter Rabbit, I laughed, but he did not smile. Then I asked, do you want to see how real kidney cells, yours, are behaving? I have a projecting microscope in the basement. Do you want to see what's going on? Not particularly. If you think you can cure me, go ahead and try. Are you willing to pray for your own recovery? No. He spat out the word with a ferocity that seemed to surprise even himself. Then I am going to sermonize indeed, and you are going to listen, my dear little kidney cell. Oh, go ahead, but I warn you I know something that will cancel it all in advance. He had developed more force of personality than he had shown since I came in. Oh, now suppose you tell me about that. I always do better in rebuttal. And then he blurted it out. The whole story of the Phoenix Nebula expedition and its discovery of the memorials of that beautiful race which was destroyed utterly in the explosion of its star, the supernova which was our own Star of Bethlehem. So you see, he concluded, we found out that ultimate dreadful secret of the cosmos, that there is no plan, no purpose, no good God who watches the fall of the sparrows with tender concern. To whom could I pray for my recovery? To the random spin of electrons or planets? To a petty tribal totem? To nothing. We found out? You and the crew? I gave them what answers I could. They asked you, and for a fish you gave them a stone, is that it? Scold away, he said tonelessly. I would not lie to them. The poet Dante, I began. Spare me the poets, he said bitterly. The poet Dante, I repeated firmly, in his recounting of the vision of paradise, came at last to the outside. He had pressed on just as you of the expedition had pressed on, ever outwards, looking for the purpose. He was fortunate, of course, in not actually making his expedition physically, in spite of pretending that he did so, because space seems to be too big for man to make anything of while he's in the flesh. Anyhow, when Dante got outside, the whole universe did a strange flip-flop. If you can imagine a tennis ball really turning inside out and every other atom of the universe being compacted at the center and the atoms of the original ball rarefying outwards, you may have his Rosa Mystica. At any rate, you can understand that the further out you go, the more you look at the same thing, no matter in which direction you look, like every direction being south from the North Pole. So you might as well say that you are looking at a center when you have reached the periphery and look farther out. For the purposes of analogy, I suppose. He was still bitter. For the purposes of making it clear what I want you to do. I want you to turn inside out. I want you to be God, so to speak, for a few minutes. Indeed? Indeed. For those few minutes at least you have done with searching for him further and further out, where you must have thought he was, and he is, of course, or you'd probably have been a nuclear physicist or a cytologist like myself. Consider yourself then the deity of yourself, your body, of each personality-packed cell within it. Those cells respond more or less well to your purposes and your plans. You love them all and they love you, whether or not they know it very well. Now think back. How did you explain it to your baby incisor when it first felt the pushing of a second tooth underneath? That it was expendable? That it was no longer part of your purpose? I don't suppose I felt that I was accountable to my teeth, grumpily. But at any rate, your purposes had not changed, had they? I suppose not. Now listen closely, God. Suppose you actually told your teeth that you didn't need them anymore, and your heart cells that had been contracting along so bravely, and your marrow cells that had been making blood, and your stomach and your spleen, you told each and every cell that it was probably a good enough cell, but that really there was no purpose in their doing anything, as you yourself had no purpose, and probably didn't exist anyway. Then what? They go right on working. What a man tells his cells can't affect them. You know that, truculently, as if to say, you can't fool me. They would begin to quit right then and there. A man might not be able to tell his cells much, but remember, a God can. Now let's go a step further in. Let a cell be God, and let its individual molecules be its creatures. And this God tells his creatures that it's all over. No more purposes, no more action, because there's no reason for it. What then? The molecules break down, facetiously. Exactly, and the atoms disperse, and the electron shells fall away. And what happens after that? I'm hardly prepared to say. Hardly. Amusedly now. Now back to man as man, not God, for the next. While you and your eager predecessors were pushing outward to the stars, I and mine were exploring cells, and we found cells dying from simple lack of faith, or, you might say, from an excess of faith in purposes which had been abandoned. Our God said so-and-so, they insisted, long after their God had revised his plans to such and such. Changeable gods do not interest me, boredly. I'm glad to hear it, I told him. That's fairly important. The discovery part of this investigation, however, is that man does act as a god to his cells, can tell them things and know that they hear his still small voice, and among other things which man has to say to his cells is his promise of immortality to each and every one. That's going too far, I think, Father Philip objected seriously. The body dies. Man has a precedent, I said quietly. But, I added, you have just told me that it was a number of bodily deaths which destroyed your faith in all pattern and purpose. Is that comparable? Not only is it comparable, it is, you might say, one of the myriad identical petals of the mystic rose. And it is the one I know something important about. You see, I have witnessed the immortality of the cell. That's my contribution to the journals, if not to the instruction of the world which doesn't read them. Oh, I know. Every cell that's alive is merely a daughter cell of the original cell, so that cell is immortal. I don't mean that at all, even though that's true. You might say that I mean I have seen the souls of dead cells in heaven. Incredulously. Through the projecting microscope in the basement? No, you don't see them with eyes or hear them with ears, I assured him. I thought not. But that doesn't mean they're not there. The first time was in a placenta from a garbage can. We had been culturing polio viruses in human placentas. Very interesting personalities viruses are too. And I'd been sent a whole placenta more than I needed. What can a mother tell a placenta which has been doing its work and is still in excellent shape, just like that civilization in the Phoenix Nebula some 2.5 millennia ago? Does she say, "There's nothing more for you in time or space. The baby is born. I abandon you to utter nothingness"? Very rarely, and even then she doesn't mean it. But the life does go out of the cells and disperses to God, glorifying him in no uncertain terms. This is what I heard and saw with a God-given perception which is not in my eyes and ears. "You don't mean intuition, surely?" he objected disgustedly. Let me put it another way with another question. What ears do you hear the music of the spheres? "You are too much the poet. I don't follow you." He was puzzled. To be very prosaic, then, how do you sense the turnover or change in energy level of the lone electron of a hydrogen atom in interstellar space? By deduction from whatever type of recording is made from a radio telescope. You have no physical nerve endings to sense this directly? Of course not. But you are quite sure, nevertheless, that so gross a creature as man may be aware of so slight an emission of energy. Yes. And what that man can be aware of, God is also aware of. It follows, if God is aware at all. If there is a God, then, there wouldn't be much chance that he didn't know about such gross creatures as the men from the Phoenix? Excuse me, I've gone far afield. You said the radio telescope. Well, a few other doctors and I have been working on an instrument to measure cellular action currents in living cells, of course, and I had added an auxiliary component, which was supposed to find out what became of certain suspected possible energy emissions not accounted for or required by chemical processes in the cell. Where there's smoke, there's fire, you know, and where there's energy, there's apt to be more energy. And here was a nice piece of fresh dying tissue in beautiful condition. I put a tiny sliver into the infrascope, just as a young child will put anything that comes his way into his mouth for analysis, and I saw the scintillations on the plate, which I knew signaled the ascent of the souls of the cells, the binding energies, one flash for each dying cell body, calculated later, one quantum of binding energy, one soul. And so they were gone, done, dissipated by your machine, souls no longer. Father Philip's sigh was one of infinite disappointment. Binding energy to light, light to mass, maybe, and mass to energy again. Or is there anything but energy in the final analysis? You astronomers profess to know something of this. Why is it, then, that when you bump head-on into life you suppose it to be mysteriously something else? Something capable of complete extinction, of contradicting the laws of the universe? But I digress again. I am sorry. I have not said what you are waiting to hear. Father Philip drew in a long breath. In a frenzy of spirit, I worked for months to refine the instrument and to make more precise the registering and recording, daily trying various tissues in the original machine, getting reacquainted, too, with the personalities of various types of cells in the big projecting mic. Today I can show you, or any interested person, the endurance of personality in the energy quanta after the cell body is dead. Does this make a difference? Father Philip's sigh this time was a relaxation of his whole being. Somehow it does, he said, but I don't know why. You know, I assured him, that the crux of the Phoenix matter was the question of personal immortality. If the souls of the Phoenix folk are in the hand of God, what does it matter to you or to me where their bodies are? Suppose just before the end, God told them that he would bless their physical passing and set it for a sign to a younger people that their Savior was at hand. You have no way of knowing that he did not. You do know that he said, "Other sheep I have, which are not of this flock." And when your own body dies, you may even meet your beloved folk of the Phoenix Nebula, and there shall be one flock and one shepherd. Father Philip's hand reached out and I grasped it. He returned the pressure firmly. "Thank you, Father," he said gravely. "I have been in mortal danger of making a mistake. You have been sent to me, as you were sent to the crew of the expedition, and have not yet wholly failed them. How do you feel at this moment in your body?" His look became abstracted, and he seemed to be searching himself internally. Then he looked back at me with a shade of a grin. "My incision itches like fury," he said, "and I need the bedpan." "So you are healing already. Now try to tell me a man can say nothing to his cells." I drew back the sheet and observed the drying of the serum at the edges of the incision. "How soon can I get out of here?" he asked eagerly. "I must go to the other members of the crew at once." "First to confession," I reminded him, "and then, depending on God's will, it may be weeks or even days. I cannot predict the speed of a miracle." And it was well I did not try. It was scant 10 hours later that the figure of Father Philip Burt was wheeled in a chair to a waiting ambulance that was to take him to the first of the hospitals where a member of the crew lay in desolate quarantine. His body was still frail, but his smile was of radiant health. He waved to me. "One flock," he called, and was borne away. End of Rebuttal by Betsy Curtis.
Classified Object by John Victor Peterson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Quartertone. Classified Object by John Victor Peterson. There was a comic book in the alien ship, of a sort, but it wasn't meant for children. This, for the greater part, George Winthrop learned later. The harried controller observing the airport surveillance radar scope in the LaGuardia Airport Control Tower that sultry night at first ignored the uncommonly bright blip creeping in from the scope's periphery. Blips 30 miles out are of little significance. There are too many other airports within the radius with their own traffic problems. This return was coming from northwest of Teterboro, New Jersey. Let Teterboro Tower worry about it. The weather was worsening, and the Air Route Traffic Control Center already had traffic stacked up and holding. Traffic he could not ignore. But his tired eyes were repeatedly drawn to the fantastically registering blip as it traced some object's beeline path in from the northwest, progressively advancing across the electronic range marks and maintaining a constant course toward the airport, as charted by the indicator's reference bearing mark. Over New Hackensack now, moving across the scope's overlay map toward George Washington Bridge. The return's strength easily equaled that from a dirigible, and far exceeded that from a commercial ship. The blip was too bright, the trail behind it too long, too remarkably persistent. Possibly the Air Force had some super globemaster that might account for the blip. But in that case, a flight plan would have been filed on so huge a craft's trip into the metropolitan area. It was damnably puzzling. There was something inexorable about the steady, precise progress of the object which brought mounting, unaccountable alarm. He raised his head, his thin, tense face doubly shadowed by the amber light on the scope's filter and the radar tent's ultraviolet lighting. "Hey, Bill," he shouted. "I've either picked up something strictly unclassified or gone cockeyed." The chief controller crowded into the radar tent beside him. "Where?" Oh, I'm calling Mitchell Field. This is for the Air Force." 1. It was warm that night, with the breathless, enervating warmth before a summer storm. Too warm, certainly, to sit below in the apartment in idle discussion, knowing that his brother and sister-in-law would have resented missing the TV shows, which a modest purse made their sole entertainment. Earlier, George Winthrop had excused himself and gone to the apartment building's roof to watch the steady procession of planes coming in under the murky, threatening overcast over Jackson Heights. Planes which swept spectacularly low over Grand Central Parkway to the runway, their throttled engines coughing loudly in the closeness of the night. He leaned against the concrete and brick parapet, looking disinterestedly at the round eyes of the airport's approach light lane, staring unblinkingly at the threatening sky toward Brooklyn. He was chokingly filled with thoughts of yesterday's work, and of his planned tomorrow, impatient with the enforced vacation of today. His eyes wandered blindly toward the northern sky and cleared suddenly, focusing. Coming in over the airport at less than 400 feet altitude was an unilluminated cylinder, pointed at the nose, bulbous at the stern. It was descending almost imperceptibly, moving with unbelievable slowness for its apparent size and lack of airfoils. He knew at once that he beheld something the like of which no nation on earth had presumed to make, except as a mock-up on a picture lot. Spaceship, his mind registered. With mounting excitement, he saw the object slowly crossing through the beam of the ceiling light, pointing up from the airport's administration building. It moved without visible means of propulsion. Was it moving silently? He couldn't be sure, for several planes were noisily warming for takeoff between it and his vantage point. He'd watched aircraft, V-2s, and various missiles too long to miss the significance of the object's glide angle. Unless it lifted under power, it would surely descend in the flushing area. He turned, raced across the roof, and descended quickly to the street, his heart beating like a bass drum. 10 minutes later, as he swung his car toward Grand Central Parkway, he felt time's urgency, the beating pulse that had measured out minutes that so often could have been the last minutes, when he'd perched upon high towers, removing the connection plugs of fission bombs that had failed to detonate. Oh, God, not this stomach-wrenching nervousness again. His eyes flicked momentarily to the dashboard's vacant panel, which had held the clock he'd smashed that day when time's pressure had grown too great. Forget it, he told himself almost frantically. You're over that. You're well again. He sped past the airport, curved under the bridge where Northern Boulevard's eastbound lane crosses the parkway, and found the heavy late evening traffic out of Manhattan stalled, blocking all 3 lanes ahead. It must have landed in Flushing Meadow Park. On impulse, he swung right and up around to Northern Boulevard, crossing over the parkway. He cut left through a half-moon turnaround, the wrong way, and swung deftly through the westbound traffic into the boat basin, and then back under the boulevard on the undulating road to the park. Passing under the towering elevated structure and the railroad overpass, he discovered with a strange mixture of exultation and apprehension that his deduction had been correct. The cylinder lay in smothering folds of darkness on the gently rising slope near the City of New York building. He stopped, leaving his car's motor running, its headlights on high beam. Quickly, he took a Geiger counter from the glove compartment and, dismounting, approached the object. The counter failed to respond. There was not even heat radiation. To his cautious touch, the stern was neither warmer nor cooler than the night. He gazed fascinatedly at the object's expanse. 200 feet long, he guessed, increasing from its pointed bow to about a 30-foot diameter at its midpoint. The diameter was constant back to a point 30 feet forward of the stern, then became abruptly bulbous. It resembled a monstrous gourd, bearing what strange seeds? Undoubtedly, this silent, implacable thing came from far beyond man's ken, a misshapen nautilus fitted out to probe the void. Had it come deliberately, or had it blundered, a derelict, to Earth? The sultry night suddenly filled with sound. Awed and frightened motorists broke through the fence from Grand Central Parkway and streamed across the park until a voice cried out authoritatively, "Keep away! This is the Army! This is a restricted area!" Other figures raced from within the park. Anti-aircraft crews, Winthrop thought. The man who had shouted the orders was coming toward him. "What are you doing here?" "It isn't just idle curiosity, Lieutenant," Winthrop said quickly. "I'm a physicist, Los Alamos and other places. I'm afraid I'm damnably curious when something unclassified drops into our ordered world." "I see. All right, stick around. Maybe you can help us classify it." The lieutenant smiled and swung away. Winthrop stood there alone as the soldiers got rid of the other civilians and established guard posts, then as prime movers urgently and noisily brought up ack-ack guns, searchlights, and engine generators. There was a bawling of commands, a tense, noisy excitement. Under the encircling searchlight's glare, guards walked short posts, submachine guns ready. The noise subsided. Everything was in readiness, and, Winthrop thought, God grant that everything would be enough. Suddenly, lightning forked across the sky. With the crashing thunder came a teeming rain, which drove Winthrop hastily back to his car. The radiator coolant was boiling murmurously amid the rain's driving tumult. Winthrop shut off the lights and engine, sat staring through the steaming windshield at the smooth, enigmatic surface of the cylinder on the slope. There was a sleep-provoking magic in the downpour's prolonged pattern. "Oh, ship of space, the rains of earth will wash your surface clean." 2. He awoke at dawn, stiff from the unnatural position of his sleep, momentarily confused as to his whereabouts. Then he caught sight of the cylinder, and memories came sweeping back. Had something come out of it? Descending from the car, he approached a group of men standing near the object. A short, heavy-set major general, who appeared to be in command, turned sharp, suspicious eyes toward him. "What are you doing here?" Winthrop introduced himself. The general's suspicion vanished, and he clasped the younger man's hand warmly. "I'm Bert Hill, Winthrop. I heard of your work from Benton Allen. He's a close personal friend." "Of mine, too," Winthrop nodded. "Haven't seen him since Nevada." "He's flying up from Los Alamos," Hill said. "Many of your colleagues are coming, everyone who might conceivably be useful." "Any signs of life?" Winthrop asked, gesturing toward the cylinder. "No. There's a port amidships, and some small apertures forward, but it might as well be a coffin. Why don't you look it over? But perhaps you'd like to get comfortable and have breakfast first. We've set up a temporary mess kitchen in the city building." "Thanks, General Hill." "Call me Bert." When George Winthrop returned, he found that a sizable group of tired-looking civilians had joined the military. Most of them were men with whom he had been associated. Greetings were brief, detailed personal reminiscences sternly contraindicated. They examined the cylinder. With a great deal of effort, an engineer succeeded in unfastening the port lugs. Signal Corps movie cameras whirred as the port opened, but nothing emerged. "Carry on, George," General Hill said. "You've priority." "Hadn't we better wait?" the other protested. "Who knows what an alien might consider trespass?" "We've got to risk it," the general said. "Perhaps they need our help. Perhaps they're ill or injured." Hill and Winthrop peered into the interior. Vacuum tubes shone dully through an indistinct maze of ductwork, circuitry, relay banks. And directly before them, facing the port, "It's a fission bomb!" Bert's nervousness was suddenly wild within Winthrop. He fought it. "Amazingly like ours." He grasped the port tightly, fighting trembling unease with taut muscles. "I must look at it more closely," he went on. "It may not be fully armed, but I'd better disarm the detonating device if I can. If it's anything like ours, it wouldn't take much tinkering to set it off. There's probably enough explosive in the detonator alone to ruin the interior completely. We could be trapped inside and blown apart." He paused, then added courageously, "I'll need light to get the plugs out quickly." "That looks like a button switch," the general volunteered, reaching into the port. Winthrop slapped his hand away. "Don't be a fool. The slightest touch might detonate it." "I guess you're right," the general conceded, turning away. "Mortimer, run an extension over here." Winthrop crawled into the ship, arose, and stared in bitter indecision. He remembered a blockhouse at Bikini, another at Frenchman's Flat, voices harsh on loudspeakers, counting the seconds away to zero. He remembered armed bombs on ghastly, towering frameworks of steel, vibrating beneath his touch with the furious kiss of atomic death awaiting the slightest slipping of his fingers. Get on with it! He did. The plugs were out. He was faint, drenched with perspiration. The general was peering intently through the port. "It's okay now, Bert." Cautiously, the general entered, then turned back with an abrupt gesture. "Mortimer," he cried to the signal corps major, "the equipment in here is still energized. Take shots of everything. We mustn't chance accidentally disarranging a single circuit. We've perhaps acquired a means of conquering space. We mustn't ruin it through carelessness." Major Mortimer joined them with a camera. "The electronic boys will love this," Winthrop said, pointing sternward. Catwalks crisscrossed the complicated cluster of machinery. Everything was amazingly accessible, the ductwork transparent. "Strange, George," the general mused. "The science that constructed this must closely parallel ours. Can't you see the similarities?" Winthrop nodded. "I think so, not that I'm qualified to judge." Behind the bomb was a bulkhead shutting off the ship's forward position, in the middle of which was a great round door. Set securely in the door was a complicated instrument. The symbols on the dials and controls were utterly alien. Among the dials was what was apparently a timing device with 28 subdivisions, a slowly sweeping hand. It was silent, but Winthrop heard, whispering in his mind, the pounding time of the spinning planet of some other sun, and the urgency and great import of time returned to torment him. He had fought it while working on the bomb, and now he fought it again. "Bert," he said, "this part of the ship wasn't designed for entrance during spaceflight. In a pressure suit, maybe, yes. Otherwise, we can only assume that the crew doesn't require an atmosphere. Life may have evolved quite differently elsewhere." "I don't believe it. I doubt that there's a thinking being of our equal anywhere that isn't human or humanoid. Take your own comments about the machinery. And what about the books?" "Books?" Winthrop followed the general's gaze. Protruding from beneath the bomb's afterbody was a thick, finely bound volume lying upon a thinner, very tattered one. Picking both books up with trepidation, he examined the larger volume first. Its hardcovers were marked with alien characters similar to those on the bulkhead instrument. He skimmed the pages, finding sections of either printed language or mathematics, still others of detailed schematics and precise drawings. "The electronics engineers and linguists can work on this," he said. "Association of the schematics with the equipment and the equipment's physical measurements and functioning with the printing may allow us to crack both math and language." The other volume was more puzzling. "No cover," the general said. "Pages missing. Bert, it looks like a comic book." They thumbed through that second book, sickened by the abysmal thought that somewhere some alien artist had perverted an obviously great talent to please and amuse the immature. Their hasty perusal revealed an obviously imaginative tale of a pastoral world's invasion by the rapacious, plundering vanguard of a humanoid race with many-digited, strangely jointed hands. "The psych boys can have this," Winthrop said, apprehensively searching the shadows about them. They looked at the bulkhead door, then simultaneously at each other. "Do you think there may be something alive in there?" the general asked. "Perhaps. It's pointless to try to open the door now, though. The occupants may be in suspended animation. It might be tricky to bring them out of it without harming them. We've thought of suspended animation as one solution to survival in the big jump once we've found a means of propulsion plus suspended animation." "The propulsion's arrived, George. Maybe we'll find the other. We'll let the electronics men in here now. They should be able to shed some light on this equipment. As General Hill assembled the electronics men, Winthrop walked away. Associates addressed him curiously, but he merely nodded in absent-minded fashion. He was several yards from the ship when he suddenly became aware that someone was challenging him, the lieutenant he had met the night before. "Just walking," Winthrop explained. He saw a gnarled, forlorn apple tree just beyond the perimeter of the guard posts. Almost pleadingly, he said, "I'd like to go over there if you don't mind." "Hell, I don't mind," the lieutenant said, "but don't go any farther." Winthrop still clutched the picture book. A warning? A chill swept him. Was the ship indeed a coffin for the corpses of the survivors of a pastoral race who had sought to escape but whose knowledge of time and space had not been adequate? The lieutenant was surveying him quizzically. "Thanks," Winthrop said, and walked to the tree. He sat down and opened the book again. He thumbed through it repeatedly, the pictures creating a sickness in him. "Hello," a little girl's voice said. Winthrop looked up. 6? 7? He could only be sure that she was blonde and blue-eyed, and had apparently come from the direction of the botanical gardens. She clutched roller skates in her arms. "Hello," Winthrop said. "Where are you going?" "To the skating rinks." "Oh, you can't. They're closed." Her face grew solemn. "But Mommy and Daddy said I could." She was about to cry. He felt the bachelor's inadequacy. "Where are they?" he asked. "Over in the but, she struggled valiantly, and then said, "the flower gardens." She eyed the book eagerly. "May I see the comics?" "Comics? Oh, the book." He handed it to her wordlessly, saw her eyes show immediate, outright horror. He stared aghast as she threw it down and ran wildly away, her skates forgotten on the grass, her broken sobs and screams echoing back. He called after her uselessly. Stunned, he watched the little scurrying figure vanish along the broken road toward the botanical gardens, wishing that he could follow her and solace her, cursing himself for ever having thought of showing her the book. 3. Lunch was over, and General Hill had taken the floor. "Gentlemen, while we're awaiting the occupants' awakening, or until we decide we've waited long enough, we must learn all we can. If they wake and decide to leave, we'll at least have obtained specific knowledge of how one spaceship works. We've only a vague suspicion of how the propulsion mechanism operates, but fortunately we've found equipment very similar to ours. Simpler in some respects. Probably worked from transistors instead of to them. The electronics men may have a free hand except for the bulkhead instrument. We'd better not tinker there until we're reasonably sure we know what we're dealing with. It may spell life or death to the crew. Some may prefer to study the books which we've found," he added thoughtfully. "If so, speak up." "I would," Winthrop cut in. "I'd like Rabin and Norris to join me." "An electronics engineer should round out the group," General Hill said. "Okay, Lizio. Now, gentlemen, shall we go?" Rabin was a practicing psychologist with a strong background in semantics, linguistics, astronomy, and a half-dozen other curiously diversified sciences. Yet as Winthrop looked at him again, there was doubt, not as to Rabin's capability, but as to his dependability. Was it some sense of inward nervousness, something contained in himself which he could not tolerate in others? Rabin was studying the horrifyingly graphic pictures, as though each were a major work of art. Winthrop saw in the man's dark eyes something that had been in the little girl's eyes. He looked away. The other men he felt more sure of. Norris, a top physicist at White Sands, thoroughly familiar with man's attempts at spaceflight. Lizio, an electronics engineer, with an alert, intelligent face and excellent reputation. Reassured by their competence, he joined them as they bent over the larger volume. They found upon each drawing what certainly indicated a scale. Preceding the last persistently identical symbol was a tailless arrow pointing left. They quickly named the last symbol scale and the arrow equals. I'll do some measuring, Lizio said, and left. Winthrop and Norris began listing the various symbols, noting their frequency of appearance and relative positions. An hour later, Lizio returned and began comparing his measurements with symbols on the drawings. They're definitely drawn to different scales, he said. The symbols and measurements are not alike. That means different identifiable numbers. Lads, we can crack the math. They arrived at a unit, found that 196 units equaled slightly less than 1 meter, and from the precisely marked drawings managed to label the symbols from 1 to 14. The 15 symbol proved to be a 14 followed by a 1. They were interrupted then, as the book was taken to the Astoria Signal Center for photostating. They talked while General Hill telephonically cut red tape to have computers rushed to them. Suddenly Rabin cried, "I know the ship's position of origin!" He displayed the book's center spread, a beautiful skyscape from the plundered planet's surface. The stars and constellations seemed unfamiliar at first, but as Rubin remarked their luminosities and relative positions, Norris exclaimed, "Of course! Sirius!" Winthrop's troubled mind soared. Sirius! Over 2.5 parsecs, 8.5 light-years from the solar system. Small wonder the crew was in a big sleep. Knowledge of the ship's apparent point of origin kindled a deeper fire. The necessity to find out what they could while they could. Even if the ship's occupants proved friendly, they just might be firmly reticent. The computers came, and an intense Benton Allen and his associates, a young man who immediately buried his thin, bespectacled nose in the math and bent his thin frame to the instruments. The ship swarmed with technicians. Engineers examined the gyros and swore without hesitation that they could be duplicated. Others studied the electronics computer tied into the bulkhead instrument and its related schematics, or huddled excitedly with astronomers and spaciologists. One by one, they tied the schematics and drawings to the instruments and equipment, at length realizing that nothing in the volume related to the ship forward of the bulkhead. They'd been talking it over. "If you were in a spaceship," Winthrop said, "you'd certainly keep on hand the mechanics of what keeps your living quarters livable. There'll be another book up forward." And they left it at that. Winthrop realized that with men here to whom math was sustenance, the sought-after answers might well be attained more quickly if he did not try to help further. As he went out, his gaze swept Rabin. The man's face was still drawn and pale in silent, fascinated study of the picture book. The ship again. In the bright sunlight, Winthrop asked questions while study of the stern went on apace. The bow retained its mystery. The many electronics listening devices attached forward had not recorded 1 decibel of sound. In his mind, the thought raced again. Was there something lurking in the bow? Something the little girl and Rabin had sensed? Some unspeakable horror from the stars? He sought the general. "Bert, what about the bulkhead door?" he asked. "Are we going to open it?" "Not immediately," General Hill replied. "The occupants will, if alive, probably come out in their own way and time. If we try to break in prematurely, we may bring on their deaths." His face grew somber. "It's a problem. The ship drifted down, as if with a dead man's hand at the helm. It didn't come at that speed from origin. Someone or something cut its speed when it hit our atmosphere. Had it come in fast, the hull would have heated, and the occupants would have been roasted alive. Let's not force the issue. If alive, they'll come out eventually. Meanwhile, we're learning." "But can we wait?" Winthrop thought. "Are we sensible in waiting?" 4. Night. Benton Allen beckoned Winthrop to his side. "You're familiar with Einstein's math, George. What do you think of this?" Winthrop studied the recorded results with mounting trepidation. "Similar process. The end result will probably be E equals mc squared. Which explains the reactor and the fission bomb. We've cracked their math, George." Lizio came in at a half-run then, his eyes excited, proud with discovery. "Gentlemen," he said quickly, "we could duplicate everything electronic if the ship soared away this minute. I guess we all thought we'd come across a product of a vastly more intelligent race, but their science is not superior to ours except in application. It found anti-gravity, for one thing." He nodded, then went on quickly. "Something, however, puzzles us. There's either a draftsman's error or a technician's error. One circuit leading forward should be connected to a junction box on the main power dynamo. Instead, it's connected to one of the gyro assemblies. Its function was undoubtedly intended to transmit a pulse to activate some mechanism forward, probably to arouse the crew. It probably acted on the anti-gravity apparatus instead, slowing the ship practically to a standstill and letting it drift with the crew unawakened. The circuit's forward connections are in the bulkhead instrument, which is in part an autopilot computer. We found a punched tape, which we believe spelled Destination Earth, and should also have led to activation of the awakening apparatus. Alan can work on the related math. I've identified it with the schematics. Then perhaps we'll be convinced that we must correct the wiring and arouse the crew." General Hill snapped from the doorway. "Lizio, we can't be hasty. We must not only correlate everything you electronics men find and everything the computers reveal, but recheck our findings 10 times over. Incidentally, copies of the book and details of our findings have been flown to the Bureau of Standards. They're busy on it, too. If the crew is dead, delay won't matter. If they've been in suspended animation across 8+ light years, delay shouldn't matter either, to them or to us. We can't try to be rescuers and wind up murderers by mistake." 3 hours later, Benton Allen came again from the computers. "It's undoubtedly anti-gravity," he announced. "I've done considerable work on magnetic lines of force and theoretical work on possible creation of force fields for use as meteor screens. This math weaves in and out of mine like a pulse across a synchroscope. I'd been incredibly close to anti-gravity myself. That one blasted equation. Amazing. Lizio has been working with others on the autopilot computer. They suspected it was oriented off the galactic hub, and the math verifies it. Dr. Englander from Palomar plotted courses to various star systems with the hub as reference point, and Lizio had the instrument punching tape from Englander's data. The unit not only plots courses to any star system in the galaxy, but apparently to any planet of any system. How could the memory bank have been developed? Have they better equipment for probing and photographing distant space? Have they known space travel for millennia and explored and catalogued the galaxy? Now, gentlemen, I hate to provoke a heated discussion, but the computers back me up. The amount of anti-gravitational energy produced should drive the ship at over 20 times light speed." "Wait, Al," Winthrop said. "Certainly Einstein's whole theory of—" "You wait," Alan said, with tired exasperation. "This math doesn't parallel Einstein's as we first thought. The differences I haven't determined. The computers have done that. They do in minutes what it could take years for me to compute. Perhaps you're faster." General Hill said sharply, "No arguments, please. Standards will double-check. All the computers won't err if these do. Let's assume these haven't erred. What does that mean, then?" "That the ship came from Sirius in about half an Earth year," Winthrop said. "That it may have departed after they realized, from visually observing our first atomic blast, that there must be life here, probably a haven for them." Englander laughed. "So they fled the beasties. Don't take your comic so seriously, George." "Are you sure it's a comic?" Winthrop snapped back. "Ask Rabin what he thinks." And Rabin screamed. Shocked, the memory of the little girl's hysteria strong in him, Winthrop spun toward Rabin and found the man's dark face suddenly vacuous. Rabin's hands were spread out, clutching the table's edge. His eyes were blank, blind. "Rabin!" Winthrop yelled. He slapped the man's face stingingly. The dark head rocked, but the expression did not change. A doctor administered a sedative and took Rabin away, silent, stumbling in a trance provoked, it seemed, by concentrated study of pictures too vividly drawn in some extrasolar abyss of depravity. Bent and Allen returned to the computers. Winthrop followed. There was much in Winthrop's mind then that he had still to rationalize. At length he whispered, "Al," and it was urgent then. "There's more to the ship than we suspect, to these books too. I'm not sure about Rabin. He may have been on the verge of a breakdown. The book may have simply contributed. I don't know. It's hard to be sure. I'm just getting over a breakdown myself. I studied the book, and I haven't had a decent moment's rest since the ship came. But I haven't cracked. Be that as it may, there's something wrong in all this, Al. Whatever you find from this point on, let me know about it first. Please." Allen turned quickly from the computer, peering owlishly over his glasses. "Why, George?" He searched Winthrop's tense face. "A crazy hunch, Al. Just let me know." "I will," Allen promised. "But damn it, man, stop giving me the creeps." 5. It was nearly midnight, but no one moved toward his cot. Most of those who had witnessed Rabin's collapse could not sleep. Winthrop himself felt he would never sleep again. General Hill came from the telephone. "Rabin's resting comfortably," he said. "His personal physician confirms Dr. Vigdeman's suspicion that he'd been receiving psychiatric treatment. The casualty, then, is a normal one. It might have happened anywhere, any time. We can't attribute it to some baleful alien influence." "What about the little girl?" Winthrop was tempted to ask. Surely there was no imbalance there. "No," the general said, dismissing the tragedy of Rabin from his mind. "Let's sum up. We've progressed beautifully. We have anti-gravity here, and proof that the speed of light can be exceeded. Standards fully verifies Allen's findings. Tomorrow, those most eminently qualified should try to determine how the bulkhead door may be opened. The General Staff has just ordered that it must be opened within 48 hours. All precautions will, of course, be taken to obviate damage to the ship." "How about to us?" Winthrop asked sharply. The general ignored him. "Now let's call it a day. You all must be as tired as I am." "Stick with me, Al," Winthrop whispered urgently. Aloud, he said, "Dr. Allen and I would like to go over the data now. We believe we found a key to the door, and that—" The general laughed. "If you're that close, George, it can wait until morning." "I disagree," Winthrop cut him sharply. "Time may be of the essence. How do we know whether the occupants are of the pastoral race or the other race depicted in that ghastly comic book? If they've anti-gravity and fission bombs, what else may they have up forward?" "Let's not be pessimistic," General Hill said. "If they had come meaning harm, they'd have set their awakening apparatus properly. They'd not have erred if they'd come with evil intent. Let's not drag in a monstrous hint of invasion. If you wish to keep on, well and good. I'm for the cot. Good night, gentlemen." 6. "Why can't it wait, George?" Benton Allen asked tiredly. "You'd better let me ask the questions," Winthrop urged. "You said you understood that autopilot computer. Do you think we could send the ship back?" "Yes," Allen said. "The tape can be reversed. The computer would compensate for elapsed time and orbital factors. Will you help me?" Slowly, Allen removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "That would be the height of stupidity. We've a workable spaceship here. If we sent it back without awaiting the awakening of its occupants, we'd be acting like congenital idiots." "Put your glasses back on," Winthrop said irritably. His right forefinger stabbed at the schematics, drawings, translated math. "Add it up, Mr. Computer." For a long moment, Allen stared in silence. Then, suddenly, realization blanched his face. "The trees for the forest," he murmured. "Let's go, George." The sentry halted them at the ship's port, but passed them quickly when they told him their mission was urgent. But as they entered the ship, they heard him calling for the officer of the day. Allen attacked the autopilot computer, inserting the reversed tape carefully. Winthrop, with utmost care, rearranged the wiring in accordance with the construction chart and replaced everything as it had been on the ship's arrival. "Agreed?" Winthrop asked. "Agreed," said Benton Ellen. They left the ship hurriedly, fastening the port securely behind them. A moment later, their triumph came. It was not a triumph to the general. In stunned horror and desperation, he watched the gleaming ship lift silently, slowly into the cool night air over Flushing Meadow Park, a monstrous silver gourd stippled with starlight. "What have you done, man?" he cried. "We sent it back, Bert," Winthrop said with a calmness he had not felt in years. "But why? Why? What in God's name shall I tell the General Staff?" "The simple truth," Winthrop told him. "We reviewed the data and reached an inescapable conclusion. Bert, when it came, the disarranged circuitry cut into the anti-gravity mechanism and landed it safely, as we suspected. Had it been wired properly, something forward would have been awakened. I'm sure of that. The math explained the autopilot computer, the anti-gravity mechanism, the reactor, the fission bomb, and something sinister. The history book, not comic book, showed where the ship originated, and it also showed clearly who launched it. The math is based on 14 symbols. The invaders in the history book have 7-fingered hands. The pastoral folk have 5. Steadily, Winthrop returned the general's stare. "I shouldn't have said ship. It wasn't designed for passengers or crew. We thought the forward portion wasn't described, but it was, in the same equations that explained the reactor and the fission bomb. We use fission bombs to detonate fusion bombs. The missile's warhead contains a fusion bomb, which, the math proves, would have caused a spontaneous carbon chain reaction which would almost instantaneously have wiped out the Earth. Through a technician's error, it came to Earth a dud. Its launchers will never know that. It will be back where it belongs, 20 times quicker than the light now leaving Sol. And it's no longer a dud." They were all silent then. "You licked it," Winthrop told himself, "when you armed the greatest bomb." Verification of classification came almost 9 years later. Then a flare-up of near-nova intensity was noted in Sirius, the finest photographs being obtained by Englander in New Palomar Observatory on Pluto. End of Classified Object by John Victor Peterson.
Too Close to the Forest by Bryce Walton and Al Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Shoesmith. Too Close to the Forest by Bryce Walton and Al Reynolds. The dazzling difference between failure and success hung from a spidery thread and established a barrier no ESP could sever. We roll out the red carpet for Bryce Walton and Al Reynolds, new to us but not to you. Theirs is the delicate tale of a sensitive mind, the mind of Dr. Marston, who tried frantically to reach his colleagues, only to prove that over-familiarity with a subject, reiteration of detail, may obliterate the essential vital point to success of a great scientific experimentation. I won't forget that evening of the big experiment. If the truth is ever known about that evening, maybe the world will never forget it either. I got there first, and went into the hall they'd let Dr. Marston have for the evening on the Revere University campus. Dr. Marston was sitting there, alone, behind a table with a few papers in front of him. A single lamp burned that spotlighted his face like some old classic sculpture in a gallery. That's the way I remember him. Small, with delicate yet lined features, and his hair still dark and his eyes bright and even darker, from peering beyond the frontiers of the human mind. I never saw him again after that night, not in any way I want to remember. He offered his hand. It was hot and damp and shaking a little. Tension had drawn his mouth tight, even when he managed to smile at me and indicate a chair. I sat down. "I'm so glad you're here, Max," he said. "It is right that you share in this triumph." I could feel the tension behind his words. It was the climax of his life. He would either vindicate himself or go, disgraced, into oblivion. He didn't have to explain any of this to me. I guess I was closer to Dr. Marston than anyone had ever been, except his wife, of course. She had died 10 years before. From that time on, he lived for his work in experimental psychology, until finally, much to everyone's shock and disbelief, he turned to parapsychology. And I worked with him against the heartbreakingly rigid demands of the scientific method. I was only a graduate student working for my doctor's degree at the time. A term paper I had done had impressed Marston, and he had gotten me a scholarship. During the 4 years after that, I was his assistant and confidant. That is, I was, until he got completely wrapped up in parapsychology, extrasensory perception. At that point, he abruptly dismissed me. I knew why. I argued about it, but he was adamant. He knew what experiments in a field tinged with mysticism and the supernatural might do to my scientific professional career, as it finally did to his. He didn't want to involve me. He was ostracized, dismissed from the university as a faculty member. The scientific world depends on its open mind within the bounds of its own techniques, but the unknown worlds of the human mind are sometimes very hard to fit into the rigid scientific disciplines and methodologies. Ryan's experiments satisfy those who want, desperately, many of them for highly personal reasons and needs, to believe in extrasensory perception. It doesn't satisfy the scientific mind. Its scientific validity, based on averages greater than those of chance, are not adequate for the scientific method. Too many variables. But Marston had told me he had gone much further than Ryan or his disciples, and now he'd asked me to be here for the culmination of his 10 years of work. My theories will now be proven, he'd written me. I want you to see the proof I shall offer on the opening of new worlds of the human mind. He'd published books on the subject, but the world of science labeled them pseudoscience, stuff for the psychic research societies and those who take photographs of ectoplasm. I believed in Marston, to an extent, but at the same time I doubted that he could prove his contentions. I knew he was staking everything on his faith in himself tonight. The biggest men in science, men who had respected Marston as a scientific mind until he went off the deep end, they thought, were going to appear, allow him to use them in his experiment to prove his theories. They were big men in heart as well as reputation. But Marston had done some remarkable work in experimental psychology in the past, and I guess no one, outside myself, wanted to see him regain his professional respect and reputation as much as did those men. Davaka, professor of English literature; H. Morrison, professor of biology; M. Borinsky, professor of history and specialist in the history of Russia; Billingsley, professor of theosophy; Marion Adler, psychology professor who happened to have the same surname as Freud's disciple, and there were others. They had all agreed to Marston's request to be part of his final experiment to prove the existence of mental telepathy. "I'll prove mental telepathy tonight so they'll have to believe it," Marston said softly. "And think what that will mean. New fields of research will open the gates to human freedom and escape from man's sad mental limitations. It will bring official, legalized, scientific research into the mind that will end the ills of mankind." He leaned forward and gripped my wrist. His forehead was wet. His voice was hoarse. "It'll work tonight, Max." "And if it doesn't?" I asked. He sat back, shook his head. "It will," he said. I know it, because I've proven it to myself. But if it doesn't," he shrugged, "I'm through. It will be the end of the road for me." The way he said it, more than the words, frightened me. I knew how intense he was, how much his work meant to him. And when he spoke like that, I feared that Marston had become emotionally unbalanced. "That's ridiculous," I said. "You can go ahead with your work regardless. Some of the greatest scientific advances have been made against the popular grain. In fact, most scientific work. Remember Galileo, Newton." He shrugged. "Matter of temperament. I know my own limitations, my weaknesses, but I know this experiment tonight will work. Listen, Max, I don't care about publicity. I've invited no reporters. I want only these scientists to know, that's all. They're the ones who have to be convinced. To give the field of parapsychology respectability so that the vast resources and brains of science can be turned loose on it. That's all I want." He looked at me, intense, earnest. "Max," he whispered, "the rumors that are circulating about me, I have heard about them. They think I'm unbalanced mentally. You've heard that?" I was embarrassed. I had heard. Everyone had. I said, "You're as respected as an honest and scholarly man, a genius in the field of psychology. These men, if they speculate at all along that line, think you've deluded yourself by the will to believe in your own experiments. Wishful thinking, some call it. I don't believe anyone thinks your capabilities in normal psychological work have been diminished. If anything, they're probably stronger." He managed a thin laugh. "Well," he said, "tonight will prove something anyway." I remember the greetings when the other scientists arrived, the slightly embarrassed attempts at conviviality. Within half an hour, all of the 9 men arrived and were seated before Marston's table. All his former co-professors at the university where Marston no longer taught. I could see that Marston was obsessed almost as much with proving that these men's lack of faith in him was wrong as he was in proving his own theories right. I felt apprehensive as Marston started to talk. But as his self-confidence, his obvious faith in himself began to show, I felt better. His enthusiasm and confidence was so contagious that it even affected the 9 scientists, so that they too became more interested than embarrassed. "Gentlemen," Marston was saying, "you know from my letters why you've been asked here. Needless to say, I'm grateful beyond words that you came to be shown proof of what you've refused so far to believe, and with good cause. Tonight, I shall demonstrate scientifically the existence of mental telepathy. I shall prove to all of you in an interrelated and undeniable way so that there will be no doubt concerning my facts, no doubt whatsoever." No one else said anything. Feet shuffled and there was a cough or two. All of them knew what this would mean if Marston could prove his theories, what it would mean to him if he failed. Marston went on. "If I can show that you can read my mind, that should prove my theories to your satisfaction. I shall do this without any hypnotic suggestion. I have not told anyone of the techniques which I have worked out over a period of years, not even Max Reinach here. This will be my first group demonstration of my theories. Until I was ready to give conclusive scientific proof, I did not confide fully to anyone, even to Max, my closest associate. He had told me a little, that is true. So little, in fact, that I knew not much more about his theories than the rest of the scientists gathered here tonight. And so, gentlemen, I shall get the experiment over with as quickly as possible. There are 2 rooms, as you see, one at each end of the hall. I shall go into one room and lock the door. It is impossible for me to see or hear anything that goes on outside that room. Before the experiment starts, I shall ask you to examine that room yourselves, in any way you like." Devaka and Dr. Morrison went into the room, examined it thoroughly. Then one of them stayed inside while the other came out, closed the door, tested for sound. Finally, Morrison said, "We agree. It is a soundproof room. It's bare inside. There is no opening other than this door." "Thank you," Marston said. "Max, will you hand each of these gentlemen one of these cards and a pencil?" I took the cards and pencils from his table and handed them out. "Now," Marston said, "one by one you will go in any sequence you desire into that other room and lock the door. I will be locked in this room that you checked. A bell in the room you are in will ring. That will be the signal for you to leave the room and for someone else to go in. During the time each of you is in that room, please keep your minds open, receptive for a thought impression you will receive from me. That's all there is to the experiment, excepting this." He lifted a sealed envelope from the table. "This contains proof which will verify the success of this experiment. I leave it here. You will, as a committee, lock it in the safe upstairs in the business office. Take it from the safe only after the experiment is over." So the experiment started. I sat over by the wall, watching their faces. I observed the way each man, in his own highly personalized way, got up and played his part in an experiment which he believed to be ridiculous. I remember how each of them looked and acted as they one by one went into that room, locked the door, and came out later when the bell rang. I studied closely their faces as each came out. They went, in embarrassed silence, back to their chairs and sat down, each holding a card upon which they had written the thoughts supposedly received from Marston. I felt the terrific tension. The room seemed hot and stifling as Marston came out of his room finally and went over to the table. His face was pale and moist. His hair was wet and stringy around his ears and over his forehead. The ticking of the clock suddenly sounded louder and louder. The breathing of the 9 men seated there got louder. I could hear my own heart going like a turbine in my chest. Now we waited for Marston to speak. He glanced at me, motioned to me. I got up and went over to the table. His eyes were dark and bright. "Collect the cards, will you please, Max, and give them to me?" I did that. I didn't want to give them to him. I had a crazy idea of running out of there with the cards. Then it would be my fault that Marston had failed. I didn't believe in Marston then. I wanted to. I'd worked with him, knew his greatness, his integrity and sincerity. I knew he might be emotionally unstable. I wanted to believe, but I wasn't convinced at all. Man is ever credulous in the wrong place, at the wrong time, about the wrong things. We swallow the emotional screamings of demagogues, reject the quiet discoveries of great men who only do not know the techniques of salesmanship, propaganda. But I put the cards on the table, besides Marston. Then, as he picked them up, I began to feel differently. I don't know why. Perhaps his bravery, his courage and tenacity, his faith in his own beliefs, overwhelmed me suddenly. I was with him then. Somehow, all at once, I knew he was right. Suddenly, I had all the old confidence and trust in his genius that I had had years before when I'd worked with him so closely. Silence in the room then was paralyzing, a thick, binding tension. The 9 professors stood up as if sitting down now was untenable. Professors of English, literature, biology, astronomy, music, medicine, psychiatry, history, physical education, and religion. They stood there waiting for Marston to check their written thoughts on the cards. Marston spread them out like a hand of bridge and looked at them. His muscles jerked once, as from a galvanic reflex, like a man suddenly touched with a high-tension wire. He cried out as from deep and racking mental pain. The sound hit into the room's silence like metal into flesh. He dropped the cards abruptly and they spilled over the table. He stared at the floor between the table and the 9 men facing him. His voice sounded far away, muffled. "Gentlemen, I've failed miserably." He swayed. I ran around the table and caught him to stop his falling. His muscles quivered under my hands. He pushed me away. His eyes were hot and a little wild. Then he stood up straight like an old soldier at bay. "I'm sorry you have had your valuable time imposed upon so inexcusably. No need now, I assure you, even to open the sealed envelope. I missed in every case except that of Professor Adler. My success with him I attribute entirely to chance." He took a step backward and whispered, "Good night, gentlemen. Good night and goodbye." I called out, but he went on out the door. I ran after him into the hall, but he had ducked out a side door. I followed him across the darkening campus, but his car roared away before I could reach him. I did not have a car, so I could not follow. I didn't talk to the others. I went home, and I began to phone, trying to locate Marston. I called every few minutes, and I called the police and everyone who knew him. The police said they would put out a dragnet if he didn't show up within the next 24 hours. I had explained he was in great distress, that I was afraid of what he might do. I didn't sleep well that night. There was no word about Marston's whereabouts in the morning. I began to think that perhaps suicide was the only way out for him now. I doubted that he would be able to face the failure of that experiment he had planned for so long, and on which he had staked all of what remained of his reputation. I managed to get 3 of the 9 scientists to be with me when I went to the office at the university and opened the safe and took out that sealed envelope next morning. Devaka, a small nervous man with constant flighty gestures, Morrison, biology professor, a solemn, bald little man, and Billingsley, who had a jaw like a prizefighter and was big and gruff, but brilliant. They too were worried about Marston's disappearance, considering his state of mind. Now we all wanted to know what that envelope contained. Maybe its contents would assist us in helping Marston, if we found him. After examining the contents of the sealed envelope, we sat around the table, and no one said anything for what seemed like a long time. Finally, Devaka said, "He failed all right, but it was a wonderful plan, and certainly we could no longer deny the existence of mental telepathy had this idea worked out as he planned it." Morrison said, "But we must find Marston before he kills himself. He should be institutionalized now, his mental unbalance treated." The others agreed. They began to discuss where to begin the search for Marston. I thought about what we had found in that sealed envelope. Marston had had a great idea, all right. Although the professors had selected their own order of going into the testing room, Professor Marston had arbitrarily numbered each of them from 1 to 9. Using the subjects which they taught instead of their names, he expected to prove mental telepathy. In the envelope he had left this list: 1. Thackeray, Professor of English Literature. 2. Evolution, Professor of Biology. 3. Lungs, Professor of Anatomy. 4. Elgar, Professor of Music. 5. Phenobarbital, Professor of Medicine. 6. Adler, Professor of Psychology. 7. Trotsky, Professor of Russian History. 8. Hockey, Professor in Physical Education. 9. Yuletide, Professor in Theology. Each participant was to have received a specific word or name which was directly connected with his field of teaching. The first letter of each word formed an acrostic, reading down, which spelled out telepathy, telepathy. The cards the professors had handed in were also there beside us on the table. I went through those cards again, slowly, while Devaka and Morrison and Billingsley debated as to the best way of locating Marston. I wanted to do more than just find Marston. I wanted to be able to help him when he was found. The cards the professors had handed in listed what they thought they had received from Marston via mental telepathy. This is what they had written: 1. Shakespeare, Professor of English Literature. 2. Darwin, Professor of Biology. 3. Kidney, Professor of Anatomy. 4. Debussy, Professor of Music. 5. Opiate, Professor of Medicine. 6. Adler, Professor of Psychology. 7. Stalin, Professor in Russian History. 8. Golf, Professor in Physical Education. 9. Xmas, Professor in Theosophy. Each professor had written something similar in meaning to what Marston had tried through mental telepathy to put into their minds, except in the case of the Professor of Psychology. And in that one case there was a direct hit, as Marston had said. Oddly enough, Marion Adler had the same surname as the great psychoanalyst Alfred Adler, whom Marston had chosen for one of his projected thoughts. To me, the results didn't seem the complete failure Marston thought them, but of course Marston had wanted to hit it 100%. Nothing less would have satisfied a scientific mind like his in such an experiment. The acrostic SDKDOASGX, formed by the words apparently received by the professors in that locked room, was merely a jumble of letters, spelling out nothing of any meaning. Finally, we parted to go our separate ways. I took the envelope and cards and went home. The others, with cars, would search for Marston. I'd forgotten my work, my thesis, everything. I wanted to figure out something, but I didn't even know what it was. I had a most unscientific idea, a hunch. All day I thought and sweated over that envelope's contents, the cards, the 2 acrostics, telepathy and SDKDOASGX. I worked all that day and through the night, but I could make no connection between the 2 acrostics. Meanwhile, the search continued for Marston, but there was no sign of him or his car. I sweated it out, trying to convince myself that he wasn't already dead, that when he was found, I, meanwhile, would have found something in the remains of that experiment to give him new zest, new hope. But I didn't know the technique he had used. I kept thinking of that one successful hit in the case of Dr. Adler. Here, I thought desperately, might be the clue to his technique. I stayed up and worked at it another day and into another night. If I could only prove that the experiment hadn't failed completely, then that information could be broadcast, televised, and maybe Marston would see or hear, if he still lived, and then would want to keep on living. It was odd how positive I was that there was something there that would prove Marston right. Maybe we're all aware of much more than we think we are, and could have greater awareness if we could only raise a few mental curtains. I pounded my brains out on that Adler angle. She was the only woman in the group. Maybe that had meaning. I went through some of Marston's notes, but there weren't enough of them, and they weren't the basic ones. I skimmed through books on extrasensory perception, but I didn't get anywhere. And then the phone rang. I answered it. It was Police Lieutenant Walters at the local precinct station. He had promised to let me know at once if they found any trace of Marston. "We found him," Walters said tersely. "He's on a ledge outside a window of the Loeb building at 5th and Pinehurst." I said, "My God!" Then, "Will you pick me up?" He said, "Yes, maybe you can talk him out of it. You were close to him. We've sent the emergency squads over. Never know when they'll jump when they're like that. One move at the wrong time and that makes them jump. I'll be there in 5 minutes." I felt sick with panic and hopelessness. Then, in that moment, out of nowhere, came the flash, the key. It shone there before me all at once, the answer I'd been looking for. I knew it had been there all along, and my mind had gone around it time and again, and suddenly it was there, conscious and clear. I arranged it all in my mind as we rode over to 5th and Pinehurst, the police lieutenant intent on driving speedily through the heavy traffic. If I could get to Marston in time, I could save him. I'd had the explanation all along. I'd read it in a scientific journal, in reports I'd skimmed through on ESP. Marston would understand, if I could get to him in time. He hadn't been wrong, and I could give him proof. A big crowd was gathered in the early dawn, standing silently in the street, staring upward at the small figure on the ledge. The wind was cold and steady, and in the early morning grayness I saw Marston, 30 stories up, hunched against the side of the building. He wasn't a man to exhibit himself for melodramatic recognition, therefore I knew he must be very far out of his normal mind. I'm sure he went up there to jump immediately. But he'd been there an hour now. Perhaps, I thought, he was trying to figure, in a last desperate moment, where his experiment had failed, trying to find, in the mysterious, senseless chaos of embryonic human thought, a reason why he should not die. The police got me through the crowd, inside the building, and into an elevator. I ran down the hall of the 30th floor to the room where policemen were working with ropes and steel hooks. I heard one of them say, "We can't reach him. It's no use." I stuck my head out the window, called Marston's name. But the wind tore the words away, sent them in the opposite direction. He didn't turn his head. I could barely make out his features, dead white and void of expression. "Don't jump, for God's sake," I called over and over. "Professor, you were right. The experiment was a success. Listen to me. It was a success." I could see the uplifted faces down below. A blanket, a net they had stretched down there, both looking no bigger than a checker square. Marston didn't seem to hear me, but I kept yelling, trying to make him hear. I fought the wind and whatever barrier there was between Marston and myself. But he didn't turn, didn't seem to hear me, seemed unaware of me, of anything that went on around him. I shouted the explanation to him of what I had suddenly realized. In these ESP tests, the receiving impressions are the symbols on the various cards in a deck. Basically, the tests in ESP experiments all come down to one thing. The participants try, without seeing the cards, to identify the symbols on each card in a deck as they draw them from the pack. In reviewing the results of these tests, it often happens that participants, extraordinarily gifted with what is called psychic ability, have long runs of picking exact cards. But these runs are sometimes on the cards before the one that is being turned, or on the one after the one turned. In other words, if cards A, B, C, D, E, F, G have been turned, many times the participant will call B when C is turned, C when D is turned, E when F is turned, and so forth. There are various theories for the cause of this factor. It's a factor that comes up time and again. Marston knew that. but in that intense moment he must have overlooked it. It hadn't occurred to any of the others there either. We were all too close to the forest to see the trees. And I screamed at the professor against the wind and the morning. SDKDOAASGX form an acrostic, and they're all one letter in the alphabet before the letters that spell out TELEPATHY, except in the letter A for Adler. There couldn't be a letter before A in the alphabet, so there was no displacement factor on Adler's card. Marston, listen to me. Can you hear? Can't you understand? The displacement factor, Marston. The displacement factor. He never saw me, never heard me, of that I'm certain. Everything seemed too late for Marston. I saw him lean forward, drop off the ledge. My words followed him crazily down as he fell. The displacement factor. Maybe, before he struck the concrete down there, he realized that he'd been right, that the experiment had not failed. I hope so. But I think, in view of his tragic death, that Professor Marston deserves this explanation, this proof that his work was not in vain, and because of what his hypothesis may mean to scientists of the future. It isn't conclusive enough for the strictly disciplined scientific method, but though others may think his experiment inconclusive, I know that Professor Marston proved the existence of mental telepathy. So I'm going to take up where Marston ended his experiment and his life, and I'm going to do it even though it may mean the end of my career in orthodox science. And maybe, if I keep working at it, and thinking about it long enough and steadily enough, Marston will receive my thought. Then, wherever he is now, if he doesn't already know, maybe I'll be able to tell him that he didn't fail. End of Too Close to the Forest.
When the Moon Fell by Morrison Colliday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. When the Moon Fell by Morrison Colliday. Chapter 1. A Changed World. Now that we who have survived reconstructed a civilization on a rational basis, we want to preserve for future generations as many accounts as possible by the actual witnesses to the catastrophe that overtook the world. In 1929, certain curious aberrations in the motion of the moon were noticed by astronomers, and attempts to explain them were made by suggesting that the solar system had been invaded by an unknown visitor, which had not yet been discovered. It is still believed that this is the most likely explanation for what occurred. When this invader approached the Earth, it probably passed between it and the moon. Its velocity must have been so great that it continued on its course, in spite of the attraction of the Earth. However, it disturbed the balance of the forces sufficient to draw the moon from its orbit and start its headlong progress toward us. I was away in Labrador when all this occurred, and it is due to that fact that I am alive today. The things that happened in the densely inhabited portions of the globe will be recounted by survivors who were eyewitnesses. It is sufficient to say that when the news of the impending catastrophe became known, a universal apathy seemed to settle over humanity. It was apparently overwhelmed by the hopelessness of any effort to escape. The religious people of the period regarded the coming event as the fulfillment of a prophecy of the destruction of the world in the last day. People who had never been religious became so in an hour. First intimations. It is well that I begin on my personal experiences. As I have said before, I was in Labrador when the moon first showed an aberration in its motion. It will be remembered that in April 1928, 3 aviators, 2 Germans and 1 Irish, started a flight across the ocean from Ballycombe, Ireland to New York. They succeeded in crossing the ocean from east to west, a feat which had not been accomplished before, but owing to fog and storms, they lost their way and landed on a little island off the coast of Labrador. The locality was absolutely inaccessible, except by air. The aviators had damaged their plane in landing, and it was necessary to get to them with spare parts. Associated Press, as well as some of the larger dailies, thought it was equally important that their stories should reach the world. There was a wireless station on the mainland 15 miles away, but for some reason the operator did not get the sort of news the papers wanted. The Canadian government started a steamer toward the island, but it was soon caught fast in the ice. I had been flying during the war and continued to fly a plane for the pleasure it gave me. In that world which now seems so distant, I had some reputation as a writer. The Associated Press suggested that I fly to Greenlee Island and get the stories of the marooned aviators. Perhaps I am spending more time on this episode than it deserves. It is sufficient to say that I got the stories and got them back to New York. If that had been all there was to the adventure, there is a strong probability that I would have perished some months later with most of the other inhabitants of the United States. It happened, however, that there were other flyers planning east to west hops. It occurred to the powers who decide such things that it might be a good idea to have me fly back to Labrador and make it my headquarters, and establish an observation post while transatlantic flights were being attempted. Accordingly, I flew back to Labrador whenever a transatlantic flight was rumored, and made my headquarters at Point Armour on the mainland. The wireless station was there, and about 100 people. Little Greenlee Island was some 15 miles across the Bell Island Strait. I was getting rather bored waiting for something to happen, when one night Jim Bailey, the wireless operator, came running to the cottage where I stayed, too excited to wait until 9 o'clock, when I always strolled over to the wireless station for a game of chess. I stared at him in astonishment. "What's all the excitement about?" I inquired. He had been running so fast that for a moment he could not get his breath to talk. "You wait until you hear," he gasped. "I bet you'll be as excited as I am. The world's coming to an end next week." I laughed. "No, I mean it," he said. "It's not a joke. There's a bulletin issued by the Smithsonian. I copied it as it came in." He handed me a sheet of paper. The news comes out. As far as I know, this bulletin was the first intimation of the coming catastrophe sent out over the radio. I assumed that every effort was made to keep the matter quiet, until it became evident that no escape was possible. Consequently, up there in Labrador, we had heard none of the rumors that had spread over the civilized world, and had seen no references to the strange lunar phenomenon, which, in a sense, had prepared most people for the announcement of some unusual event. At this time, there had been no change in the moon's course or size visible to the naked eye. In the parts of the world where newspapers were printed and read, there had been the usual few lines on the back page that were given to any astronomical phenomenon, such as the birth of a nova or the discovery of a telescopic comet. Some days before, astronomers in Colorado and South Africa had simultaneously announced the aberration in the moon's motion. There were occasional facetious references to the moon's skittishness, emanating from the pens of bored columnists. The next day, there was nothing new about the astronomers. But on the third day, there was an announcement that caused faint stirrings of anxiety among those who read between the lines. It was on the fourth day that the announcements were made in England and America, on the joint authority of the Smithsonian Institution and the British Royal Society, that some unknown force had displaced the moon from its orbit, and that it was feared, though calculations were not yet complete, that it would collide with, or at least brush the Earth, resulting in a disaster of the first magnitude. The formal announcement of the two scientific societies was broadcast that night, and I was reading the part of it that Jim had written down. I still have that piece of paper. Even as I look at it to copy it here, I get again the thrill of horror that for a moment paralyzed me that night. Official Bulletin, issued by the Smithsonian Institution of Washington, D.C. and the British Royal Society. Broadcast by all means possible. Recent aberrations of the motion of the moon have been caused by its being thrown from its orbit by some unknown force. Incomplete calculations indicate that it will collide with Earth somewhere in the central Pacific region on Thursday between 11 and 12 at night. It is believed that the disaster will be complete and there is no possible way of escape. Further bulletins will be issued every few hours and will be broadcast immediately. There is always the possibility that some force similar to the one that threw the moon from its orbit may again change its course. It is urged that all persons meet the crisis as calmly as possible. "Well?" asked Jim eagerly, when I had finished reading it. "If it's not a hoax, I guess it means we're done for," I said slowly. "Suppose we go over to the station and see what more comes in." When we left the house, I looked up at the moon, hanging full in the sky, and Jim's apprehensive glance followed mine. I imagined that it was distinctly larger than usual, and that it shone with a sinister orange-colored glow, instead of its usual silvery light. It was probably not imagination, for people all over the world reported the same thing that night. We entered the wireless house, and Jim sat down with the receivers clamped to his ears. He began to take down a message which was coming in, and when he finished, handed it to me. Bulletin. Tidal wave in the Pacific overwhelmed many low-lying islands with great loss of life. All communications with Hawaii cut off. Smithsonian announces that tidal waves following the course of the moon will, within the next 24 hours, sweep far inland. Jim was taking down another message. I read it over his shoulder. Bulletin. There is possibility that life near the poles may survive. It will probably be possible to use airplanes for the next 24 hours. After that, consistently increasing gales reaching hitherto unheard of force will make travel of any kind impossible. Any survivors of the catastrophe should endeavor to preserve a record of the phenomenon that occurred immediately before the impact of the moon and immediately thereafter. Chapter 2. A Start for Safety. Everyone knows now how a group of scientists scattered over the world, knowing there was no escape for them, calmly continued their observations and calculations, and announced them over the radio. They were undoubtedly the real heroes of the catastrophe. Our new world honors their memories as scientists were never honored in those days. Jim watched me as I read the last bulletin. When I had finished, he said, "Well, what do we do? Stay here and take what's coming, or make a try for the north?" I thought for a few minutes. "In the first place, I don't believe that it's worthwhile alarming the natives," I said. "They can't do anything for themselves, and we can't do anything for them. As for us, I think we'd better load as much gasoline and food in the plane as she will carry and make for the interior. Not go further north? We might be safer on the ice than on the land. How long do you suppose the ice will last? Even if we survive the collision, the heat generated will melt all the ice, even up here. Jim looked at me a little helplessly. Don't forget that Labrador has water on 3 sides. If we go into the interior, I don't believe we'll escape the tidal waves they're predicting. Probably not, I rejoined cheerfully, but the chances are 1,000 to 1 we'll be snuffed out one way or another before the collision occurs. So what difference does it make? There was another message coming in, and Jim turned to take it. Don't waste time on that, I said. Hear that wind rising now? Let's load up and start. Doing that was quite simple. The hangar contained all the fuel we could carry. When we rolled the machine out, I looked over the little village, rather conscience-stricken for a moment at leaving them in ignorance of what was coming. They couldn't reach the interior in time, I reflected, even if we did help them, and they might as well remain happy as long as they could. Where are we headed for? Asked Jim. I pointed to the Laurentian Mountains, which extend along the Labrador coast. Anywhere the other side of those. Jim whirled the propeller and kicked the blocks from under the front wheels. Then he climbed on board. We should have had skids on the undercarriage instead of wheels, to land in the snow, but we would have to do the best we could with what we had. The roar of the motors brought some of the inhabitants out of doors, and they watched us, wondering, as we took off into the night, with the sinister orange moon gazing down at us. The mountains were not high, and we crossed them without difficulty. Presently the sky became gray in the east, and the moon, still in the sky, looked menacing. By the time the sun rose over the horizon, we were almost cheerful. I had been looking for a place to land, and decided to take a chance on a broad plateau at the top of the northern end of the mountain chain. Here the rocks were not old Laurentian, but sandstone. The place we came down on was as flat as a tabletop, and had been blown clear of snow by the wind, which had become high enough to make landing difficult. There was no shelter on the plateau, and we had to hang on to the wings of the plane to steady it. Finally, we reached a little rocky valley. It was really only a depression in the surface of the mountain, but it was deep enough to shelter the plane, and us, from the increasing fury of the wind. We anchored the plane as best we could, and then made a breakfast on canned beans. "What next?" asked Jim when we finished. "Maybe you'd better take some sleep while I watch." I shook my head. "We'll both try to sleep now. There's nothing to watch for, and tonight we'll probably both want to be awake." We crawled into our sleeping bag, and the last thing I remember was the thought that the increasing shrill screeching of the wind was an improvement on the noise made by the sirens of the New York Fire Department. I do not know what awakened me. I instinctively looked at my watch and saw it was 3 o'clock. At first I was not sure whether I was awake or whether I was in the middle of one of those half-waking nightmares we sometimes have. Lying in the depression in the mountain, I could see neither horizon, but only the sky overhead. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. Nearer and nearer. Instead of the usual blue, the sky was a burnished copper. The wind was blowing a hurricane with a steady intensity from east to west. All aviators are able to judge wind velocity pretty accurately, but this was something entirely beyond my experience. I had felt a 150-mile-an-hour gale during the Miami hurricane, but this was vastly greater. I could see flickering shadows overhead, and it took me some time to realize that they were solid objects carried by the wind. In addition to shrieking wind, like an enormous siren, there was now a steady roar like thunder in the mountains. I crawled out of my sleeping bag and shivered to the intense cold. When we went to sleep, the thermometer, I judged, was about 20 above. Now I knew it must be away below zero. Jim was still sleeping when I bent over and shook his shoulder. He slowly opened his eyes. I put my mouth close to his ear to make him hear in the uproar of the wind. "Better get up," I said. "Something's happening." He glanced at the copper sky and scrambled out of his sleeping bag. "Brr, it's cold," he said, shivering. "What does it all mean?" "I imagine it means the moon is rising over the horizon and is pretty close to us. How are we going to keep from freezing?" "Get into the cabin, I guess. If the wind doesn't reach the plane, we'll be just as safe as we are here, and if it does, it will tear us to pieces wherever we are." We had worked the plane into the deepest part of the depression between the sandstone ridges, and it looked safe enough, unless the mountain itself should be demolished. We gathered up our sleeping bags and scrambled through the little door. It was soon after we got inside that the moon appeared overhead. Jim and I have never been able to agree as to how big it actually looked that second night. I suppose we thought it was bigger than it really was, because it had increased so much in size since the previous night. It came over the sandstone ridge, a great scarlet globe mottled with black. "Gad, it's right on top of us!" exclaimed Jim. "No, it isn't," I replied, "but it probably will be tomorrow." "Do you suppose we'll be alive then?" asked Jim, gazing in awe at the great sphere, with its mountains and valleys now floating almost above our heads. "It doesn't look like it now," I replied, "but still, you never can tell." It was that night that the headlong plunge toward the earth was arrested, and the next day saw the scarlet sphere no larger than what it appeared. We immediately became hopeful that we might escape. We had grown used to the sound of the wind, and we had slept under the plane. We had the cabin so full of gasoline cans and food that there was no room for us to stretch out. The sky had retained its burnished copper hue, but after the moon had passed over the western ridge, the wind and changed sky were the only things to remind us of what was happening. Then, as I said, when we found the next morning that the moon was no larger, we were distinctly encouraged. It only took 15 hours to encircle the earth that time. "I believe I can calculate how near it is to us," I said. I figured for a few minutes on a scrap of paper and decided that the moon and the earth were, at that moment, 90,000 miles apart. It seems that I was 10,000 miles out of the way, but as my result was based purely on mathematical calculation, without any help from observation other than the moon's time of revolution around the earth, my error was excusable. Waiting for the end. There was no slackening of the wind after the moon had disappeared beneath the western cliff, which was our horizon. It was then 11 o'clock in the morning. The sky kept its burnished copper tint, and the sun was not visible. In fact, we did not see the sun during this entire period. Day was a little brighter than night, but there was nothing that corresponded to ordinary daylight. "Now, if the moon doesn't come up for 15 hours, I said to Jim, we'll know that the worst is not going to happen." "Why?" "It will mean that the force that flung it in the direction of Earth has been neutralized in some way, and that it will continue to revolve around the Earth about 90,000 miles away instead of 240. Jim looked cheerful for the first time in 2 days. "We'll know by 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, then?" If the news is bad, we'll know before that. There was no possibility of our venturing out of the depression between the two sandstone cliffs where we were sheltered from the wind. There was nothing to do except wait. As the half-light that we called day faded, Jim and I began to watch the eastern cliff. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock passed. Jim turned to me with a half grin. It seems funny to be watching for the moon and frightened to death for fear we'll see it. Well, I guess we're safe if we don't see it for the next 6 hours. I climbed into the cabin of the plane and began going over the engine. Suddenly, I heard a shout from Jim. I jumped out of the door to the ground and saw him pointing to the eastern cliff. There was a line of molten gold above it, too dazzling to look at. It was at that moment that we had our first earthquake. There had been many earlier ones in other parts of the world. I was thrown violently to the ground, and the sideways motion was so strong that I tried to find something on the bare rocky surface to hang on to. By the time I was able to raise myself to a sitting posture, the great blinding segment of sphere had appeared in the sky. Of course, I realized immediately that it was the moon, which must now be approaching the earth at a terrific velocity. Why the reflected light from it was so dazzling, I have never been able to determine. As far as I know, in other parts of the world, persons advantageously placed were able to observe it without difficulty, almost to the moment of impact. The only possible explanation seemed to be that there was a vast amount of light reflected from the snow-covered surface of the ground, and even that explanation is not quite satisfactory. The fact remains that neither Jim nor I was able to observe the surface of the moon as it passed above us. It would have been as easy to look at the sun. From the moment of the first earthquake, time in the ordinary sense of the word had no meaning for us. We stayed as close to each other and the plane as we could. There was now no distinction between night and day. The sky was a burnished copper color when it was not being traversed by the brilliantly blazing moon, and each time the moon appeared over our rocky horizon, it nearly filled the heavens. I think we ate from time to time. I know we became extraordinarily thirsty and were continually drinking. I assume that the wind exhausted all the moisture in the air around us, and the air exhausted it from our bodies. I do not even know whether that is a possible explanation, but I give it for what it is worth. I am not quite sure what we would have done for water if it had not been for the abundance of snow in our rocky valley. We knew enough not to try to eat it, but we melted it over our little Primus stove. We could tell when the moon was going to appear by the increasing intensity of the earthquakes. They became nearly continuous, and we adjusted ourselves to them as people do to the motion of a ship. We would not have been able to accept them so philosophically if we had not been on top of a mountain, where there was nothing to fall on us. The intervals between the moon's appearance became shorter and shorter. Chapter 3. The Moon Falls. There came, finally, the thing I had been dreading, and if we had been even a few feet nearer the sea level, we should have perished. The moon filled the sky above us, and we felt moisture falling on us. "Rain!" exclaimed Jim. "No, it can't be. It's salt." "Tidal wave," I said, "and it's reaching almost to the tops of the mountains. We'll get even more of it the next time the moon comes round." A few hours later, there was a second sound added to the roaring and screeching of the wind. We looked at each other. "It's coming," I said. "Let's get inside the cabin. We'll be as safe there as anywhere." We had barely scrambled in and closed the door when, simultaneously with the first golden line of the moon above our eastern horizon, there appeared a white wall of turbulent water. It seemed higher because we were looking up at it, but I believe now that it was not more than 6 feet. It poured down toward us while we wondered what it would do to us. As it happened, it did nothing of consequence. It swept around the lower part of the plane and came up over the cabin floor. Then it swept on, following the rapidly moving moon toward the west. "Next time it's going to get us," I remarked to Jim. But there was no next time. We had seen the moon for the last time, though of course we did not then know it. It was about 4 hours later that the moon and the earth collided. Fortunately for us, we were lying flat on the rocks in our sleeping bags. It was our only way of keeping warm, and beside, we had thought it better to get what rest we could before the moon appeared again with its accompanying tidal wave. As I said, we had got so used to the earthquakes that we did not notice them. Then it happened. When I recovered consciousness at first, I could not think where I was. I looked around in bewilderment, and at the same moment realized that a warm rain was drenching me. My bones ached terribly. A few feet away, Jim was lying as if he were dead. I crawled out of my sleeping bag and went over and shook him. He opened his eyes and looked at me blankly for a moment. Then he groaned and tried to grin. "So we're not dead after all? We'll be drowned if we stay here," I said wearily. "Let's try to get inside the cabin. My, it's hot." "Hot?" questioned Jim, trying to rise. "So it is. I think all my bones are broken." After half rising and half crawling, we made our way to the plain. There was not a trace of ice or snow. The sky was covered with heavy, low-lying clouds, from which the rain was pouring, but the burnished copper glow had entirely disappeared. It was a perfectly normal sky, or would have been in the tropics. It was daylight, but there was no sun to be seen. We had neither of us any clothes except those we wore. We stripped off our dripping outer things and let them lie where they fell. There was nothing else to do with them until the rain stopped. We found that heavy woolen underclothing was not much more comfortable than the furs in that temperature. I settled down in the cabin and proceeded to make the best of things, quite content to be alive. It was evident that the moon and the earth had met, and that the earth had come out of the encounter with less damage than anyone anticipated. The rise in temperature had been expected. Undoubtedly, it was much greater elsewhere in the Arctic. 2 survivors. Jim and I compared notes as to our actual experiences at the moment of collision. We both remembered the terrible shock, and then had known nothing further. We agreed that except for the shaking up, we felt no bad effects from the spell of unconsciousness. Scientists have since assumed that in addition to the shock, there was the result of the sudden displacement of the fluids in the inner ear, which established equilibrium. There is no reason to suppose that the experience was not universal among those who survived. Sitting in our monoplane cabin on the top of the Labrador Mountains, wiping the perspiration from our faces and waiting for the rain to cease, we had no knowledge of the fearful destruction which almost wiped out all human and animal life. Others have told of the tidal waves of boiling water, of the mountains that melted, and the great craters which opened in the earth, belching forth molten lava. We knew nothing of this. The first thing beside the temperature which told us we were in a different world was that night did not come. We had let our watches run down, but as the hours passed and the daylight remained with us, we began to wonder. Later in the year we would have expected short nights in this latitude, but now there should be 6 hours of darkness out of the 24. However, it did not grow dark, and it continued to rain. The idea of what had actually occurred dawned on me even before we got our first glimpse of the sun. That the revolution of the planet on its axis should correspond with the period of its revolution around the sun was quite easily understandable as a theoretical proposition. Its actual effect, the axial rotation of the Earth becoming 365 days, could hardly have been predicted. While the rain continued, Jim and I made no effort to leave our mountaintop. I think it was several hours after we had returned to consciousness that we noticed the wind was no longer blowing. We had got used to its sound that we rather took it for granted, I suppose, and paid no attention to it. We were sitting in the cabin listening to the beating rain when Jim suddenly exclaimed, "Where's that wind?" "What?" I began, and then paused. There was a dead silence outside. "It stopped, apparently," I said after a moment. "I suppose that means we can see what's happening without being blown to pieces. Come on." I jumped out of the cabin and raced through the pelting rain up the slope of the depression in which we sheltered. I am not certain what I expected to see when I looked eastward, but it was certainly not that which lay before me. The ocean had swept over all the land east of the mountains. It had risen at least 3,000 feet, and angry waves were tossing 50 feet below the surface of our mountain. They were beaten down by the rain, or the spray would have warned us of the ocean's nearness before we saw it. The rain made it difficult to see for any distance, but it was evident that desolation lay before us. Still, we were prepared for that and not discouraged. The steaming water was an evidence that the water's temperature was higher than that of the air. We had no way of determining what the exact temperature was, but I am sure it did not become high enough in that region to destroy marine life. We stood for some time looking out over the ocean in silence. "It's sure dreary looking," said Jim presently. "I suppose they were all drowned." He swept his hands in the direction of the settlements we had left. "I'd got to know 'em well enough, so I liked 'em all," he continued rather sadly. "No use thinking about it," I answered. "They at least had a gorgeous funeral. It isn't at all certain yet that we are much better off." "Why? We're alive." I had been looking west over the valleys and hills steaming like the ocean. I pointed in that direction. "We don't know if there is anything left except ocean and some land like that. I doubt whether we could subsist very long here. There must be animals of some sort we could hunt. How long will they live, do you suppose? As soon as these clouds clear away, the temperature will go up by an enormous figure, with the sun beating down continuously and no night." "How hot do you suppose it will get?" "You can guess about as well as I can. 150 degrees, maybe higher. Certainly hot enough to kill all the animal and vegetable life." Off to a new land. The tragedy seemed so overwhelming as I stood on the sandstone cliff and looked out over the water which had buried Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, and, as far as I knew, the whole civilized world, that it hardly seemed worthwhile for Jim and me to make the effort to survive. He looked at me curiously. "Buck up, old boy. Things can't be any worse than they seem, and they may be better. We can die fighting anyway." "I suppose we'll have to do that, but it hardly seems worth the effort." I thought over the situation for a moment. "I guess the first thing to do is to get the plane in condition to take off as soon as it stops raining. We'll fly toward the pole." "Maybe we'll find some other people who escaped," he suggested. "Probably," I replied as we started back to the plane. I taxied up the gently sloping top of the mountain to a position where we would have room for the takeoff. Then we went over it inch by inch, without finding anything wrong. I tuned up the engine, and it ran as smoothly as a tabby cat purring. We had food enough for several weeks, and fuel to carry us about 1,500 miles. When we had satisfied ourselves that we could leave when we wanted to, Jim and I sat back on the rocks and ignited our pipes. We had become skillful in doing that in the driving rain, even when the tobacco was damp. There had been no opportunity to dry clothes, and we did not care to wear wet ones, even in that steaming temperature. Sickness was one thing we could not afford to risk. Deprived of his normal senses, it does not take long for a man to revert to savagery. As it happened, after the first feeling of strangeness, going without clothes seemed a perfectly natural and sensible thing to do. Other inhibitions carried over from the destroyed world were harder to get rid of, as our conscious lawmakers found out later, when they began to reconstruct a civilization based on reason alone. However, such considerations were far enough from the thoughts of Jim and me as we sat there, looking at the sky, where the clouds were beginning to break away. "The rain's stopping," I said. "We won't be able to stay here much longer." Even as I spoke, there was a gleam of sunshine. "That means we've got to decide exactly what we better do," said Jim. "Yes, we can't afford to make a mistake. If we had enough fuel, I might try for Norway. Extreme northern Europe had a better chance of surviving than the rest of the world. No use talking about that, though." Jim was silent for a minute. "You'll have to decide what's best for yourself. Whatever it is will be all right with me." It seemed likely that if any concerted effort to escape had been made by persons who had access to airplanes and dirigibles, and I had no doubt there had been such an effort, they would have laid a course for Greenland. Settlements on the coast of the Great Isle had doubtless been destroyed by the tidal waves, but the interior would have been a refuge for anyone able to reach it. As far as I could remember, there was not much known of the interior, except that it was mountainous and permanently covered with glaciers. Even an ice covering like that could not long survive the temperatures we were now experiencing. It was possible that it would now be entirely habitable, and that there we might find refugees from the United States. The nearest settlement on Greenland to our present location was Frederiksdal, at the southern point of the island. I had not much hope that it had escaped destruction, and I decided to set a course that would bring us to one of the northern settlements. I outlined my plans to Jim, and he agreed that there was nothing to be done that seemed more promising. I remember that I had a feeling almost of panic as the plane arose and sailed over the strange, turbulent, steaming ocean. I felt as if we had been carried back to the early days of the world, before continents were formed and life emerged from chaos. That feeling lasted only a few minutes. The plane rose higher, and the ocean began to look as oceans always had looked. The clouds were scattered, and the sun was shining down on us. Chapter 4. Fears and Hopes. I turned in my seat and grinned at Jim, and he grinned back. This was the first time I had felt that life might still be worth living. We were so near the North Magnetic Pole that a compass was almost useless. I found myself thinking that I would be guided by the sun as long as daylight lasted, then suddenly realized that now the sun was stationary in the heavens. I knew there was not much chance of missing an island 1,400 miles long if I flew anywhere in its general direction. I set the course for north-northeast, with the idea of striking land somewhere about the settlement of Ubernabik. I decided that it would be less likely to have been affected by the catastrophe than Godhaven, the capital of North Greenland. Godhaven was the largest town, but it was located on a small island off the coast, and I thought it might have been swept away by tidal waves. We found out later that every settlement on the coast had disappeared, except Upernavik. It must be remembered that Greenland of those days was very different from the present flourishing center of the world's government and civilization. 86% of its 826,000 square miles was covered by an ice cap, which in some places was 2,000 feet thick. There were frowning cliffs coming down to the ocean's edge, and the center of the island was a high plateau. That is really all most people knew about it. It was entirely by accident that I knew a little more. I had once a Danish mechanic working for me who had traveled from Iceland to Greenland before he finally landed in New York looking for a job. There was a mineral called cryolite, which is used in making a certain kind of porcelain and is found only in Greenland. A Pennsylvania concern held the mining concession and shipped the ore to Philadelphia. Jens Jensen came down on one of their steamers and hired out as a mechanic with the idea of getting a plane to fly back. It seemed he had discovered deposits of copper. He tried to interest me in developing them, and he told me about Greenland. At first I did not believe him when he told of great stretches of country covered by shrubs and flowering plants and dwarf trees. When he said there were 400 varieties of plants and over 100 types of birds, I was so openly skeptical that he gazed at me reproachfully and then left the room. In a few minutes he came back with a volume of an encyclopedia open at the article on Greenland. So Jensen was responsible for my knowing more about Greenland than most people did. I knew that there were about 500 white people on the island, as well as 15,000 natives. With radio warnings of what was about to happen, there was no reason why most of them should not have retreated to the central plateau and have escaped destruction. As we flew, hour after hour, without sight of land, I began to get worried. The gasoline supply was getting low, and there was nothing in sight but the tumbling ocean. It finally dawned on me that I must have set a course far south of the one I intended, unless Greenland had disappeared beneath the waves. I wrote a note and passed it to Jim, telling him that I had probably made a mistake in direction, and that I intended to turn at right angles to our present course, and fly directly north. He nodded his head in approval after he read the note, and I swept around in a wide curve of final desperate effort to reach land. I'm not sure what the result would have been if we had not got help. I was staring steadily ahead when I felt a touch on my shoulder. I glanced back and saw Jim pointing at an object in the sky a few miles away, but approaching rapidly. For a moment I thought it was a bird. Then I saw it was a gigantic Fokker monoplane. It circled above us, and I saw a man lean out of the cabin window, making motions to us. Jim handed me a piece of paper on which he had written, "I think he wants us to follow them." I silently nodded my head and started in their direction. As soon as the observer noticed this, he drew his head back into the cabin, and the last stage of our journey began. Following the big Fokker was a simple matter, as long as our gas held out. When an hour passed, and then a second hour without sight of land, I began to get nervous. If we dropped into the sea, there was not much chance of our being rescued. When a blue haze appeared on the horizon and rapidly grew into a land of great frowning mountains, I breathed a sigh of relief. Greenland rose out of the ocean, with precipitous cliffs hundreds of feet high, against which we could see immense breakers dashing themselves into spray. We start a settlement. We continued to follow the Fokker, rising over range after range of mountains. Some of the peaks must have been around 11,000 feet above the former sea level, and stood out now bare and bleak, with no covering mantle of trees and vegetation. From the earliest history of the world, they had been covered by the ice cap, which had now melted. There were great rivers and waterfalls in the valleys, and in sheltered spots we could see masses of green, which might be vegetation, though we were too high in the air to distinguish details. Suddenly, Jim touched me on the arm and pointed ahead to a spot where he had been watching through field glasses. At first I could not see what had attracted his attention in the wide valley down which a river flowed. Then, a moment later, I saw houses. The Fokker began to descend. We were passing over a fairly large settlement and making for what was certainly a landing field. There were hangars and dozens of planes in the open. Men began running toward us as presently we taxied down the field. They paid no attention to the big Fokker, which made a good landing 100 yards away, but raced toward us. Almost before we had stopped, I threw open the cabin door, and Jim and I climbed out. We had felt for some time the possibility that we were the only men left alive in the world. Now the mere sight of other men had become a wildly exciting adventure. There was something familiar about the man nearest to us when we landed. I looked at him again. "Billy Matthews!" I shouted. "How did you get here?" I had gone to college with Billy, and we had been in the same company in France. He had been connected with the government airmail service during the past few years. He threw his arms around my shoulder. "I was afraid you'd gone like most of the boys, young fellow." He stood off and looked me over. "You look pretty fit," he said. "Oh, I'm all right," I said impatiently. "I want to know what happened. I've been stuck up in Labrador and don't know anything. This is Jimmy Nelson, by the way. He was wireless operator where I was stationed." The two men shook hands. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered around us. "There's no time to talk about that now. You come with me and get a little sleep, and then we'll have to put you to work." I laughed. "All right. What kind of work?" "Finding people who escaped the catastrophe and are now starving to death. No, not here, of course. We have plenty of supplies and are getting more all the time. This settlement is practically part of Ubernavik. The town proper was too near the coast to be quite safe. All of us who could get away from the United States made for this point. The scientists agree that there would be more chance of escaping here than any place else we could reach." "How many got away?" He shook his head. "No way of telling. People started in everything that could fly and came down all over. Most of them are done for. Those who succeeded in landing in out-of-the-way places are the ones we're trying to rescue now." "How many reached here?" "About 3,000. Everybody else in the United States dead?" "Most of them. I'm afraid, though, that we don't know definitely yet. There are 600 planes here, and we're using them to locate any people still living. That is, we are using about half of them for that. The others we have to use to get fuel and supplies. Iceland and Spitzenberg. Neither island was seriously hurt. Of course, there's no danger of our starving, even if we hadn't been able to get anything from outside. Greenland had a population of about 20,000 people. They could easily take care of us." "What's happened to Europe? I suppose it wasn't hurt as badly as the United States?" Billy shook his head gravely. "We're not absolutely certain yet, of course, but we think it's all gone except northern Norway, Sweden, and northern Russia." By this time we had reached a house that had apparently not been damaged by the earthquakes. It was curious to see furniture again, and a bed with mattresses and sheets. I wanted to hear more, but Billy insisted we must get some sleep before we did anything else. I was inclined to rebel. but it did no good. A new danger. There's something I didn't intend to tell you until tomorrow. We have a few astronomers and scientists here, and they brought some of their instruments. The seismographs have been acting funny for the past 48 hours. Well, what about it? What's another earthquake after all we've been through? I said flippantly. Billy remained grave. It's something more than that, but what we don't know. 2 days ago, the seismographs began to record a steady vibration, which has been increasing in intensity hour by hour. We're probably all right for the next 12 hours. After that, he paused significantly. Anyhow, I want you fellows to get 3 hours sleep. You'll need to be in good shape. I'll call you if things get worse. I did not realize how tired I was until I threw myself on the bed. I had a vivid dream of hunting lions in Africa and wounding one. The lion was not killed, and springing at me, caught my shoulder in his jaws. He was shaking me to and fro when I awoke and found Billy standing over me. I thought I'd never get you awake. Get up and come to the flying field. I was suddenly conscious of the trembling beneath me, as if I were on the deck of a boat near the engine. Jim was already up, and we both looked questioningly at Billy's grave face. What is it? I asked. Possibly a new cataclysm that will wipe all surviving human beings from the face of the earth. You know about as much as any of us. By this time I was wide awake. What are we to do when we get to the flying field? There is a dispute among the flyers as to whether it would be better to take to the air in the machines with as many passengers as they will carry, or to await developments here with the planes sheltered as much as possible. They want your advice. A few minutes later, we were making our way to the center of a gesticulating crowd of men. The majority seemed to think that the best thing to do was to take to the air and trust to luck that there would be no windstorms, as there had been during the previous calamity. I had done considerable writing on aerodynamics and had a certain reputation as an expert. Both parties had agreed that my decision as to the best course of action would be accepted by all concerned. I stood there, bracing my feet firmly as the trembling of the earth increased and the rumbling became louder. I looked at the sky, which had become overcast with fast hurrying clouds. If any sky ever indicated wind, that one did. I made my decision. Get the planes to sheltered valleys immediately. We won't be safe on land, but we'll be safer than we would in the air with the wind that's coming. Quick, there's no time to waste. The crowd scattered, some of them joyously, and more with sullen resentment expressed in their gloomy faces. Jim and I hurried over to our place. The wind was rapidly rising as I started the motor, but it was a relief to get in the air away from the swaying earth. We flew over the town and followed a number of other planes to make a rather hazardous landing in a narrow transverse valley, which was almost like a ravine. The precipitous sides rose perpendicularly, and it would have been a bad place to be in a cloudburst, but it afforded almost perfect shelter from the wind. There was a chance that the rocky walls might precipitate themselves on us if the earth tremblings became much more violent. The other aviators gathered around, and we consulted as to the next thing to do. The planes were as safe as they could be anywhere, but none of us liked the idea of staying in the valley ourselves. Finally, after considerable discussion, one of the men who had his wife and a 10-year-old youngster with him announced, "You fellas can go do what you want, but it looks to me as if hell is going to break loose any minute now. If I get killed, it's going to be on the top of this mountain instead of underneath it." "There's nothing more we can do here now," I answered. "I guess we better all try to reach the top before things get any worse." It was a bad climb, especially for the women, most of whom were pretty badly frightened. Both men and women were a selected lot, but all had been through so much recently that nerves had gone back on them. Besides, it was a very terrifying situation. A new world arises. We had got used to the constant light and heat of the sun. It was now covered by heavy clouds, which were scurrying across the sky at hurricane speed. They had become so heavy and dark that we could hardly see one another a few feet apart. All heat from the sun seemed to have been shut off, and the temperature had fallen so rapidly that we were suffering from the cold. The roaring of the wind was now so loud that we could not hear each other's voices unless we shouted. The trembling and swaying of the earth had become more pronounced every minute, and some of the people actually became seasick. Jim and I lay flat on our faces on the highest point we could reach. The swaying of the earth had made even my stomach feel a little uneasy. My scientific ardor was momentarily dampened by my physical discomfort. Therefore, Jim got the first glimpse of what was happening. "Good Lord, look!" he suddenly exclaimed in an awed voice. I raised my head then and rubbed my eyes. The whole central Greenland plateau seemed to be rapidly sinking, and all around the horizon great mountain ranges were lifting themselves toward the sky. We were lying on a rock, two infinitely small insects, watching a new continent being born. As far as scientists have since been able to determine, the central Greenland plateau was not lowered, but the effect was caused by the entire surrounding region being forced out of the ocean high into the air. Then we did not know what was happening. It was at least a week later before the first trip in a plane showed us that the entire ocean floor, extending from Labrador to Norway and northward to the pole, had been elevated to an average height of 10,000 feet above sea level. The continent thus formed was the seat of present-day civilization. The swaying of the earth gradually ceased, and all went back to town. Again we took hope that the worst was over, and we were going to survive. This time our faith seemed to have been justified. The final upheaval was a successful effort of the mass of the earth to attain a position of equilibrium. 5 years have passed, and there have been no evidences of further convulsions. We have organized our life on the assumption that terrestrial conditions are now reasonably stable. Our country is a great island, extending from the region of the former Ural Mountains to the former Hudson Bay. It includes northern Russia, Finland, northern Norway and Sweden, Iceland and Greenland, and part of Canada. It extends northward to the pole, and it is bounded on all sides by the great mountain ranges which rose from the sea. Our civilization is largely English-speaking, and the seat of government is Upernavik in Greenland. Our population is small, considering the geographical extent of the country, and we are encouraging in every way the production of large families. The catastrophe which destroyed our old world was so overwhelming that it is impossible to grieve over the small things that we have lost. We are all working carefully to build a better world. The world we are living in is a very interesting one. Even the most adventurous among us have learned little about it as yet. The entire Pacific region has never been visited since the moon crashed. Jim and I often speculate about the conditions on the other side of the Earth. We are having a huge metallic dirigible constructed, and when it is completed, we intend to go on an exploring expedition. we expect to be the first to look upon the destroyed world. Of course, no one can tell what dangers we may encounter, or even whether we will survive. It is for that reason I have related our experiences at the time of the great catastrophe, so that they may be preserved in case neither Jim nor I return. The end of When the Moon Fell by Morrison Colliday.
Alien Offer by Al Sevcik. You are General James Rothwell? Rothwell sighed. Yes, Commander Aku. We have met several times. Yes, I recognize your insignia. Humans are so alike. The alien strode importantly across the office, the resilient pads of his broad feet making little plopping sounds on the rug, and seated himself abruptly in the visitor's chair beside Rothwell's desk. He gave a sharp cry, and another alien, shorter, but sporting similar golden fur, stepped into the office and closed the door. Both wore simple brown uniforms without ornamentation. I am here, Aku said, to tell you something. He stared impassively at Rothwell for a minute, his fur-covered, almost human face completely expressionless. Then his gaze shifted to the window, to the hot runways of New York International Airport, and to the immense gray spaceship that, even from the center of the field, loomed above the hangars and passenger buildings. For an instant, a quick, unguessable emotion clouded the wide black eyes and tightened the thin lips. Then it was gone. Rothwell waited. General, Earth's children must all be aboard my ships within 1 week. We will start to load on the 6th day, next Thursday. He stood. Rothwell locked eyes with the alien and leaned forward, grinding his knuckles into the desktop. You know that's impossible. We can't select 100,000 children from every country and assemble them in only 6 days. You will do it. The alien turned to leave. Commander Aku, let me remind you. Aku spun around, eyes flashing. General Rothwell, let me remind you that 2 weeks ago I didn't even know Earth existed, and since accidentally happening across your sun system and learning of your trouble, I have had my entire trading fleet of 100 ships in orbit about this planet, while all your multitudinous political subdivisions have filled the air with talk and wrangle. I'm sorry for Earth, but my allegiance is to my fleet, and I cannot remain longer than 7 more days and risk being caught up in your destruction. Now either you accept my offer to evacuate as many humans as my ships will carry, or you don't. He paused. You are the planet's evacuation coordinator. You will give me an answer. Rothwell's arms sagged. He sunk back down into his chair, all pretense gone. Slowly he swung around to face the window and the gray ship, standing like a gargantuan sundial counting the last days of Earth. He almost whispered, We're choosing the children. They will be ready in 6 days. He heard the door open and close. He was alone. 5 years ago, he thought, we cracked the secret of faster-than-light travel, and since then we've built about 3 dozen exploration ships and sent them out among the stars to see what they could see. He stared blankly at the palms of his hand. I wonder what it was we expected to find. We found that the galaxy was big, that there were a lot of stars, not so many planets, and practically no other life, at least no intelligence to compare with ours. And then, he jabbed a button on his intercom. Ed Phillips here. What is it, Jim? Doc, are you sure your boys have hypoed, couched, and hypnoed the Leo crew with everything you got? The voice on the intercom sighed. Jim, those guys haven't got a memory of their own. We know everything about each one of them, from the hurts he got falling off tricycles to the feel of the first girl he kissed. Those men aren't lying, Jim. I never thought they were lying, Doc. Rothwell paused for a minute and studied the long yellow hairs that grew sparsely across the back of his hand. thickened to a dense grove at his wrist and vanished under the sleeve of his uniform. He looked back at the intercom. "Doc, all I know is that 3 perfectly normal guys got on board that ship, and when it came back we found a lot of jammed instruments and 3 men terrified almost to the point of insanity." "Jim, if you'd seen—" Rothwell interrupted. "I know. 5 radioactive planets, with the fresh scars of cobalt bombs and the remains of civilizations. Then radar screens erupting crazily with signals from a multi-thousand-ship space fleet. Vector computers hurriedly plotting and replotting the fast-moving trajectory, submitting each time an unvarying answer for the fleet's destination, our own solar system." He slapped his hand flat against the desk. "The point is, Doc, it's not much to go on, and we don't dare send another ship to check for fear of attracting attention to ourselves. If we could only be sure." "Jim," over the intercom, Philip's voice seemed to waver slightly, "those men honestly saw what they say. I'd stake my life on it." "All of us are, Doc." He flipped the off button. Just 30 days now since the scout ship Leo's discovery and the panicked dash for home with the warning. Not that the warning was worth much, he reflected. Earth had no space battle fleet. There'd never been any reason to build one. Then, 2 weeks ago, Aku's trading fleet had descended from nowhere, having blundered, he said, across Earth's orbit, while on a new route between 2 distant star clusters. When told of the impending attack, Aku immediately offered to cancel his trip and evacuate as many humans as his ships could hold, so that humanity would at least survive somewhere in the galaxy. Earth chose to accept his offer. "Hobson's choice," Rothwell growled to himself. "No choice at all." After years of handling hot and cold local wars and crises of every description, his military mind had become conditioned to a complete disbelief in fortuitous coincidence, and he gagged at the thought of Aku just happening by. Still frowning, he punched a yellow button on his desk and reviewed in his mind the things he wanted to say. "Jim, isn't everything all right?" Chagrined, Rothwell scrambled to his feet. The president had never answered so quickly before. He faced the screen on the wall to his right and saluted, amazed once again at how old the man looked. Sparse white hair crisscrossed haphazardly over the president's head. His face was lined with deep trenches that not even the most charitable could call wrinkles, and the faded eyes that stared from deep caverns no longer radiated the flaming vitality that had inspired victorious armies in the African War. "Commander Aku was just here, sir. He demands that the children be ready for evacuation next Thursday. I told him it would be damned difficult." The face on the screen paled perceptibly. "I hope you didn't anger the commander." Rothwell ground his teeth. "I told him we'd deliver the goods on Thursday." Presidential lips tightened. "I don't care for the way you said that, General." Rothwell straightened. "I apologize, sir. It's just that this whole lousy setup has me worried silly. I don't like Aku making like a guardian angel, and us having no choice but to dance to his harp." His fingers clenched. "God knows we need his help, and I guess it's wrong to ask too many questions, but how come he's only landed one of his ships? And why is it that he and his lieutenant are the only aliens to leave that ship? The only aliens we've ever even seen? It just doesn't figure out." There, he thought, I've said it. The president looked at him quietly for a minute, then answered softly, "I know, Jim, but what else can we do?" Rothwell winced at the shake in the old man's voice. "I don't know," he said, "but Aku's got us in a hell of a spot." "Jim, you haven't said this in public, have you?" Rothwell snorted. "No, sir, I don't care for a panic." There, Jim," the president smiled weakly. "We can't expect the aliens to act like we do, can we?" He began to adopt the preacher tone he used so effectively in his campaign speeches. We must be thankful for the chance breeze that wafted Commander Aku to these shores, and for his help. Maybe the war fleet won't arrive after all, and everything will turn out all right. You're doing a fine job, Jim." The screen went blank. Rothwell felt sick. He felt sorry for the president, but sorrier for the Western Democratic Union to be captained by such a feeble thing. Leaning back in his chair, he glared at the empty screen. "You can't solve problems by wishing them away. You knew that once." His mind wandered, and for a minute he thought he could actually feel the growing pressure of 3 billion people waiting for the computers of Moscow Central to make their impartial choice from the world's children. Trained mathematicians, the best that could be mustered from every major country, monitored each phase of the project to ensure its absolute honesty. 100,000 children were to be picked completely at random. Brown, yellow, black, white, red, sick or well, genius or moron, every child had an equal chance. This fact alone, gave every parent hope and possibly prevented worldwide rioting. But with the destruction of the planet an almost certainty, the collective nervous system was just 1 micron away from explosion. There was nothing else to think about or talk about, and no one tried to pretend any different. Rothwell's eyes moved involuntarily to the little spherical triphoto on his desk, just an informal shot he'd snapped a few months back, of Martha and her proudest possessions, their rambunctious, priceless offspring, Jim Jr. in his Space Scout's uniform, and Mary Ellen with that crazy hairdo she was so proud of then, but had already forgotten. "Damn," he said aloud. "Damn it to hell." In one quick movement, he spun his chair around and jabbed at the intercom. "Get the heli!" His voice crackled. Grabbing his hat, he yanked open the door and strode into the sudden quiet of the small office. He turned right and went out through a side entrance to a small landing ramp, arriving just as his personal heli touched down. He climbed in. "To the ship." As he settled back in the hard seat, Rothwell offered a silent thanks. Then instead of asking which ship, Sergeant Johnson promptly lifted and headed for the gray space vessel that dominated the field. A few hundred yards from the craft, he said, "You better set her down here, Sarge, and let me walk in. Our friends might get nervous about something flying in at them." He jumped out, squinting against the hot glare off the concrete, and then, with a slight uneasiness, stepped into the dark shadow that pointed 1,000 feet along the runway, away from the setting sun. He walked towards the ship. A few seconds later, his eye caught a small, unexplained flash, and he threw himself flat, just as a section of pavement exploded 12 feet ahead. Cursing, Rothwell picked himself off the ground, brushed the dust off his uniform, and stood quietly. He didn't have long to wait. A small cubicle jutted out from the ship and lowered itself along a monorail running down to the ground. The side nearest him opened, revealing, as Rothwell expected, Commander Aku and his lieutenant, who both hurried over to where he was standing, as if to keep him from coming forward to meet them, and in so doing, coming nearer the ship. As the commander trotted rapidly towards him, Rothwell noted that he was still buttoning his jacket and that the shirt underneath looked suspiciously as if it hadn't been buttoned at all. Funny, he thought, that my presence should cause such a panic. "General, what a pleasure." The commander's disconcerted look belied his words, but even as he spoke he began to regain his composure and assume the poker face that Rothwell had come to expect. "I do hope," said Rothwell, "that my visit hasn't inconvenienced you." Aku and his lieutenant traded swift glances. Neither said anything. "Well," Rothwell began again, "I am here to convey to you the good wishes of the President of our country, and to submit a request from him and from the other governments of the earth." Aku straightened. "Though merely the commander of a poor trading fleet, I feel sure I speak for my empire when I wish your president good health. The request?" Rothwell spoke evenly, trying to keep the bitterness out of his voice. "Commander, When the attack comes, we expect that Earth with all its life will be annihilated. But your offer to transport 100,000 children to your own home worlds has prevented despair, and has at least given us hope that if we will not see the future, our children will. Aku nodded slightly, avoiding his eyes. You take it well. But it takes more than hope, Commander. We need some assurance, also, that our children will be all right. He took an involuntary step nearer the alien, whose facial muscles never moved, and who turned away slightly, refusing to meet Rothwell's eyes. Commander, you and your lieutenant are the only members of your race we've ever seen, and then only on official business. We'd like very much to meet the others. Why don't you land your ships and give the crews liberty, so that we can meet them informally and they can get to know us also? That way it won't seem as if we're giving our kids over to complete strangers. Without turning his head, Aku said flatly, That is impossible. Do you want reasons? No, Rothwell said quietly. If you don't want to do something, it's easy enough to think up reasons. He ached to reach out and grab the alien neck, to shake some expression into that frozen face. Look, Commander, surely the friendship of a doomed race can't bring any harm to your crew. Aku faced him now. What you ask is impossible. Ashamed of the desperate note that crept inadvertently into his voice, Rothwell said, Commander, will you let me alone briefly enter your ship, so that I can tell my people what it's like? Aku and the lieutenant traded a long, silent look. Then the lieutenant almost imperceptibly shrugged his shoulders. Without moving, turned partly away from Rothwell, Aku said simply, No. The two started to walk back to the ship. Commander! They stopped, but didn't turn. Commander Aku, if you have any sort of god in your empire, or any sort of honor that your race swears by, please tell me one thing. Tell me that our children will be safe. I won't ask you anything else. The two aliens stood still, facing away from him towards their ship. Minutes passed. Rothwell stood quietly, looking at their backs, human appearing but hiding unguessable thoughts. Neither of them moved or said a word. Finally he turned and walked away, back towards his heli. He leaned back in the little heli's bucket seat and ran a large hand through unruly yellow hair that was already flecked with white. The first evening lights of Brooklyn and Queens, and off to the left, Manhattan, moved unseen beneath him as the craft headed towards his home. Damn it, he thought. Is it that Aku just doesn't care what we think, or that he cares very much what we would think if we knew whatever it is he's hiding? He banged his fists together in frustration. How the hell can anyone guess what goes on in an alien mind? His whole damn brain is probably completely different. Maybe to him a poker face is friendly. Maybe he's honestly not hiding anything at all. He looked out as the heli slowly started its descent. No evidence, he thought, not a shred, except a suspicious mind and, he glanced at the dirt on his trousers, and a shell exploding in my face. He slapped his hat back on and whirled to the surprised pilot. Damn it, I don't make the decisions. I'm just in charge of loading. And if the president says it's okay, then it's okay with me. He stepped out onto the grass of his yard and quashed a little shriek of conscience somewhere in the back of his mind. Blinding lights pinned him in mid-stride. A familiar voice sprang out of the glare. Here he is now, viewers. General James Rothwell, commander of the Western Armies and head of the Earth Evacuation Project. General, international TV cameras have been waiting secretly in your yard for hours for your return. As his eyes adjusted, Rothwell distinguished a camera crew, their small portable instrument, and a young, smooth-talking announcer that he had seen several times on television. He forced the annoyance out of his eyes. This, he thought, is all I need. What the general doesn't know, the announcer went on, is that earlier this evening it was announced by Moscow Central that the computers had picked his son as one of the evacuees. The shock was visible on 150 million TV sets. Completely unexpected, the surprise of the announcement hit Rothwell like a physical blow. His eyes widened, his chin dropped, and for an instant the world's viewers read in his face the frank emotions of a father unshielded by military veneer. Then years of training took command, and he faced the camera, apparently calm, though churning internally. The odds, he thought confusedly, the odds must be at least 10,000 to 1. Then he realized that someone was talking to him, waving a microphone. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch," he mumbled at the camera. The announcer laughed amiably. "Certainly can't blame you. This must be a really big night. How does it feel, General, for your son to be one of the evacuees?" Something in the back of his mind twisted the question. "How does it feel, General, to turn your only son over to a poker-faced alien who shoots when you walk near his ship?" "I'm not sure," he said, "how I feel." Talking excitedly, the announcer drew closer. "To think that your name will live forever in the vast star clusters of the galaxy." He lowered his voice. "General, speaking now unofficially, as a parent, to the thousands of other parents whose children may also be selected, and to the rest of us who—" He seemed to stumble for a word, and for an instant Rothwell saw him, too, as a man worried and afraid, instead of as a part of a television machine. "Well, General, you've had contact with the aliens. Are you glad your son is going?" Rothwell looked at the strained face of the announcer, at the camera crew quietly eyeing him, and at the small huddled group of neighbors hovering in the background, and he knew that his next words might be the most critical he would ever use in his life. In a world strained emotionally almost beyond endurance, the wrong words, a hint of a suspicion, could spark the riots that would kill millions and bring total destruction. He faced the camera and said calmly, "I'm glad my son is going. I wish it could happen for everyone. Commander Aku has assured me that everything will turn out all right." Mentally he begged for forgiveness. There was nothing else he could say. Sweat glistened on his forehead as he tried to fight down the memory of Aku turning his back on the plea that echoed in his brain, "Tell me that our children will be safe." The front door of the house banged open, and all at once Martha was in his arms, crying, laughing. "Oh, Jim, I'm so glad, so very glad." Rothwell blinked his eyes as he put his arm around her and waved the camera away. Tears sparkled on his cheeks, but neither Martha nor the viewers knew why. The next morning, Aku and his ever-present lieutenant were waiting when Rothwell's heli set him down in front of the administration building a few minutes later than usual. They followed him into his office. "Coffee?" Rothwell held out a paper cup. "No, thank you," said Aku, as expressionless as ever. "We are here to make final arrangements for the evacuation." "I see. Well," said Rothwell, "Thursday will be a very painful day for us, and we will want to expedite things as much as possible." Aku nodded. Rothwell went on. "I've made arrangements to have 100 airfields cleared at various population centers around the world. That way your ships can land simultaneously, one at each field, and the loading can be finished in very little time. Now," he opened a desk drawer, "here's a list of—" Aku held up a fur-covered hand. "That will not be possible." Rothwell looked down at his desk and closed his eyes briefly. "I knew it," he thought. "I knew this would happen, sure as hell." He raised his head. "Impossible?" "We will first land 20 ships. These 20 must be fully loaded and back in orbit before the next will land. We will use the first 20 airfields on your list." Rothwell took a deep breath. "But I thought you wanted to get away as soon as possible. It'll take at least an extra day to load according to your scheme." "Will it?" Aku moved to go. His lieutenant reached to open the door. On an impulse, Rothwell stepped forward. "Commander, if you had a son, would you send him away like this?" Aku stopped and looked directly at him with even black eyes. Then the gaze moved through and past him to the window and the ship beyond. For a minute his expression altered, changing almost to one of pain. When he spoke, it was almost to himself. "My father loved his children more than—" He started as his lieutenant suddenly clapped a hand on his shoulder. The expression vanished. They left together without looking at Rothwell or saying another word. For several minutes Rothwell stared, frowning at the closed door. He walked thoughtfully back to his desk and lowered himself slowly into the chair. He sat, for a long time, trying to puzzle through the picture. Finally he stood and paced the room. Suppose, he said to himself, just suppose that not all of those 100 ships up there are really cargo ships. Suppose that, say, only 20 are. Then, after those 20 were loaded, he swung around to look again at the long, slim silhouette poised high against the main runway. With ocean vessels, it's the fighting ships that are lean and slender. Bending over his desk, he nudged an intercom button with his finger. Doc, how would one go about trying to understand an alien's reactions? Philip's voice shot right back. Well, Jim, the very first thing, you'd have to be sure they weren't exactly the same as a human's reactions. Rothwell paused, startled. It can't be, Doc. Why, if Aku was a human, I'd say... He stiffened, feeling the hair rise at the back of his neck. The short, curt answers, the refusal to meet his eyes, the frozen expression, clicked into pattern. Doc, I'd say he was being forced to do something he hated like hell to do. Tensely, he straightened and contemplated the lean, gray spaceship. Then he whirled around and slapped every button on the intercom. Thursday. The sun pecked fitfully at the low overcast, while a sullen crowd watched a squat alien ship descend vertically, to finally settle with a flaming belch not far from the first. Similar crowds watched similar landings at 19 other airports around the world, but the loading was to start first in New York. An elevator-like box swung out from the fat belly of the ship and was lowered rapidly to the ground. 2 golden-hued aliens, in uniforms resembling Aku's, stepped out and walked about 1,000 feet toward the crowd. Only children actually being loaded were to go beyond this point. Parents had to stay at the airport gates. When do I go, Dad? Shortly, son. Rothwell laid his hand on the lean shoulder. You're in the second 100. There was a brief, awkward silence. Martha, you better take him over to the line. He held out his hand. So long, son. Jim, Jr. shook his hand gravely, and then, without a word, suddenly threw his hands tight around his younger sister. He took his mother's hand, and they walked slowly over to the sad line that was forming beyond the gate. Rothwell turned to his daughter. You going over there too, kitten? The words were gruff in his tight throat. She wiped a hand quickly across her cheek. No, Dad, I guess I'll stay here with you. She stood close beside him. Aku, forgotten until now, cleared his throat. I think the loading should start, General. Raising his hand in a half salute, Rothwell signaled to a captain standing near the gate, who turned and motioned to a small cordon of military police. Shortly, a group of 50 of the first youngsters in the line separated from the others and moved slowly out onto the concrete ribbon towards the waiting ship. The rest of the line hesitated, then edged reluctantly up to the gate, to take the place of the 50 who had left. They waited there, the children of 1,000 families, suddenly dead quiet, staring after the 50 that moved slowly away. They walked quietly in a tight group, without any antics or horseplay, which in itself gave the event an air of unreality. Approaching the ship, they seemed to huddle even closer together, forming a pathetically tiny cluster in the shadow of the towering space cruiser. The title of a book he had read once, many years before, flashed unexpectedly in Rothwell's memory, The Story of Mankind. He looked sadly after the 50, then back at the silent line. Were these frightened kids now writing the final period in the last chapter? He shook himself. Work to be done, no time now for daydreams. As the 50 reached the ship and started to enter the elevator, Rothwell turned and beckoned to some technicians standing out of sight just inside the entrance to the control tower. 3 of them ran out and set up what looked like a television set, only with 3 screens. 1 ran back, unreeling a power cable, while a 4th flicked on a bank of switches, making feverish, minute adjustments. Rothwell felt the sweat in his hands. "Is okay, Sergeant?" The back of the sergeant's shirt was wet, though the air was cool. "It's got to be, sir." His fingers played across the knobs. "All that metal, the whole thing is critical as... Ah!" He jumped back. The screens flashed into life. Aku stiffened. His lieutenants gasped audibly, made a jerky movement towards the screens, then suddenly became aware of 3 MPs standing beside him, hands nonchalantly cradling the blunt-nosed weapons. All 3 receivers showed similar scenes, the milling youngsters and the ship, but from up close, the pictures jerking and swaying erratically, as if the cameras were somehow fastened to moving human beings. Then the scenes condensed into a cramped, jostling blackness as the 50 crowded into the elevator and were lifted up the side of the ship. Next were 3 views of a large room, bare except for what appeared to be overhead cranes and other mechanical paraphernalia of a military shop or warehouse. For a while the 50 moved about restlessly. Then the cameras swung about simultaneously to face a wall that slowly slid apart. Rothwell froze. Good Lord. 6 murky things moved from the open wall towards the cameras, which fell back to the opposite side of the room. Each was large, many times the size of a man, but somehow indistinct, for the cameras didn't convey any sense of shape or form. For an instant, one of the screens flashed a picture of a terrified human face, and arms raised protectively as the shadowy things moved in upon the group. A projection snapped out from one, grabbed 2 of the humans, and hurled them into a corner. Then it motioned a dozen or so others over to the same spot. With similar harsh, sweeping movements, the group of humans was quickly broken up into 3 roughly equal segments. One of the groups seemed to be protecting someone who appeared seriously hurt. A black tentacle lashed out, and one of the screens went blank, then another. The third showed a small group pushed stumbling through a narrow door, down a short passageway, and abruptly into blackness. Something that looked like bars flashed across the screen. Then a dark liquid trickled across the camera lens, blotting out the view. Eyes blazing, Rothwell whirled on Aku. "Throughout our history, Commander, humans have had one thing in common, our blasted pride. We will not turn over our young to slavery, and by hell, if we die, we'll die fighting." He jerked up his coat sleeve, barked an order into a small transmitter on his wrist, and, grabbing his daughter, threw himself flat on the concrete. Hesitating only an instant, Aku, his lieutenant, and the MPs hit the ground as both spaceships vanished in a cataclysmic eruption of flame and steel. Raising his head, Rothwell grinned crazily into the exploding debris, imagining 19 other ships suddenly disintegrating under the rocket guns of 19 different nations. He saw Earth, like a giant porcupine, flicking thousands of atom-tipped missiles into space from hundreds of submarines and secret bases, the war power of the great nations, designed for the ruin of each other, united to destroy the alien fleet. He turned to Aku. "Midgets, volunteers with miniature TV cameras." He stopped. The commander and his lieutenant had flung their arms about each other and were crying like babies. Tentatively, Aku reached towards him. "Those things, the Ely from another galaxy." He struggled for words. "They captured your scout crew and implanted memories of thousands of ships to create fear and make it easier to take slaves before blasting you." He glanced up at the flashes in the sky. "This was their only fleet." Rothwell glared. "You helped them." Aku nodded miserably. "We had to. They thought you'd trust us because we look almost human. It was a trick that worked before." Tears streamed across his face, matting the golden fur. "You see, The radioactive planets your men reported, one of them was home. The end. The End of Alien Offer by Al Sevcik.
Into the Fourth by Adam Holshirk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Into the Fourth by Adam Holshirk. Even the most discerning person might be excused for failing to trace the connection between the report of a police inspector to his chief regarding the disappearance of a desired criminal and an article in the newspapers concerning the mysterious absence of a noted professor of mathematics. Yet the connection existed, and has come to light only now through a few disjointed notes in the diary of Dr. Maurice Carrington and a letter received by the chief of police of Orland, a city in Northern California. Properly, the history of the affair begins with Inspector Bowman's report to Chief Conrad, and is as follows. Acting upon your instructions, I started a search for Professor Parks, wanted for burglary, and learned that since about a week ago he has not been seen in any of his usual hangouts. Those who know his habits believe he has jumped to the town. I learned that he has been keeping fairly straight since he was released from prison a year ago. No job can be traced to him in that time. I have several men on the lookout, and hope to have news shortly. To the police, the clever crook operating under the name of Professor Parks had been unusually successful in his nefarious trade until apprehended and sent across for 5 years. Emerging from his confinement, he had remained in seclusion, and the chief's desire to interview him had been with regard to another case concerning which Parks was supposed to possess information. Incidentally, the title professor was one to which Parks had been entitled, as he had served on the faculty of a small university for a time as an assistant instructor in mathematics. But poor pay and small opportunity for advancement had evidently started him on a crooked course. On the same day that Bowman sent his report to the chief, the following story appeared in the daily press of the city and was flashed over the wires of the news services. It was headed, "Where is Professor Carrington?" In part, the article reads as follows. "Where is Professor Maurice Carrington? The police would like to know, and also the public, following a fruitless effort to locate the missing scientist whose house was partially destroyed by fire at 3 o'clock this morning. The blaze evidently originated in the study and laboratory of Dr. Carrington on the 2nd floor of his Main Street residence. It is presumed that chemicals of a combustible nature may have exploded while he was at work on some experiment, for he was a chemist as well as mathematician of high standing. Or it may have been spontaneous combustion. The cause of the blaze and the fire itself sink into relative unimportance, beside the fact that Carrington has vanished completely. He was not a victim of fire, for no trace of human remains can be found in the debris of the 2nd floor. Except for one servant, Carrington has lived alone for years. This man, William Dennell, almost as old as his employer, who is about 60, was away last night at the home of a sick relative. When he returned early in the morning, he could give no explanation of the affair. It is believed that Carrington is without living relations, and both he and Dennell ate at a nearby restaurant. A domestic who came by the day cared for the house. Dennell said in answer to questions by the police, "I left the house at 6 o'clock last night. He, Carrington, never goes out at night, and told me he intended on working in his laboratory until late. He has no enemies that I know of. I have no idea where he can have gone." It developed that Dennell had never been in this laboratory and study combined, Professor Carrington having absolutely forbidden anyone's entrance. The woman never cleaned there. The house was searched from cellar to garret without a single trace being found of the missing man. The most startling feature developing from this search, however, is that every possible means of entrance from without or exit from within was barred, locked, or otherwise fastened. The firemen had been obliged to break a plate glass window to gain entrance when the fire was reported. How, then, did Carrington leave the house? And where has he gone? After the usual follow-up stories containing nothing in the nature of an explanation of the disappearance, the public lost interest, and the affair was relegated to the category of unsolved mysteries. The house was ordered closed, pending the search for the scientist's will, which a firm of attorneys had drawn some years before, and which it was believed might have been consumed in the fire. Meantime, Chief Conrad had given up as fruitless the effort to locate Professor Parks. And then one day came a letter which explained much of the Carrington mystery. Explained, yet failed to explain. It was only when the tin dispatch box, hidden in a recess of the professor's study, hitherto undiscovered and untouched by the flame, was unearthed that the mystery surrounding both disappearances was in a measure cleared away, and the gateway to the unknown opened and closed. The box contained the missing will, which left most of the estate of Carrington to the scientific bodies, and also a diary with random notes in the professor's crabbed chirography. But first, the letter to the chief from Sidney Fox, formerly a close pal of Professor Parks. Dear Chief, I don't often take my pen in hand to write to a fly cop, but I'm going straight now and haven't anything to be afraid of. I've done my bit, and I'm as respectable as you now. A pigeon was asking me about Parks the other day, but I wasn't able to tell him anything about my old pal. A few days later I got a letter from Parks which he had left with well, never mind. It was written 2 days before that scientific bloke, Carrington, disappeared, and his house burned. Well, this letter is too much for yours truly. I guess it won't do Parks any harm, for as near as I can figure, he and Carrington are both where not even a fly cop can get him. Anyhow, here's the dope, and maybe you can get more out of it than I did, which I doubt. Yours truly, Sid Fox. A somewhat bulky enclosure the chief, after reading, decided was the raving of a dope fiend, particularly as it was known that Parks had occasionally used drugs. But when the diary in Carrington's dispatch box came to light, Conrad decided to submit the whole thing to the commissioners, who in turn handed it to the public property through the enterprise of an energetic reporter. So, here it is. First a note from Parks to Fox. Dear pal, I'm leaving this with Mrs. Burke to be delivered to you next time you go there. I'm not sure what is going to happen to me. If I don't show up within a reasonable length of time, you can turn it all over to the police or anyone else. The following is the statement left by Parks. I suppose if I were not educated, or if my studies had not been along the line of mathematics, I might put the experience I've had down as a mental hallucination. But realizing, as I do, the possibilities that lie along the path of higher mathematics and allied sciences, and what a man with the learning of Dr. Marius Carrington might accomplish, I am ready to believe that all that has happened is not only possible, but that it happened to me. If the writing of this statement appears somewhat unusual, it may enlighten those who read to know that I wrote it first backward and later copied it so that it would read according to the usual standards. Furthermore, I wrote it with my left hand, which was formerly my right. I am now hiding in Carrington's house. I shall leave it tonight, but not in the ordinary manner. Where I shall go, God alone knows. Now for the story. I have tried of late years to live straight, but recently I have discovered that the chances for an ex-con to gain a livelihood are most precarious. So I decided to try just one more coup, and then strike out for the Antipodes. It must have been fate that sent me to the Carrington house. I knew him by reputation, but had never seen him, and I had no idea where he lived. I had studied the place, saw that 2 old men were the only occupants, and when the one I took to be a servant left, apparently to be gone some time, since he had a valise, I determined to crack the crib, as they say in the vernacular. I waited till about 11, and the servant returned. It was pitch dark, and there was no porch light. I kept out of sight, and as the servant opened the door and went in, I went also, like a shadow. I dodged into a recess of the hallway, where I remained until I heard both master and man retire. Meanwhile, from a few words of conversation, I discovered the identity of the man whose house I had entered, and wished it had been someone else's. But it was now too late, so I figured on going on ahead. But that if it came to a personal encounter with a professor, I would under no circumstances injure a man for whom I had a great deal of respect. I judged his study would be a likely place to pick up some stuff of value. Probably there would be a cash box or a safe. I went up the stairs and succeeded in getting into the room. It was dark as a pocket, but I had no hesitation in using my flashlight because I knew they were both abed and in another part of the building. It was a long room with windows high up. The inner side was occupied by a sort of laboratory workbench with shelves for chemicals and instruments. At the near end of the room was a desk and bookcase, and as I had expected, a small safe. But it was open and contained nothing of value. There were some interesting scientific instruments, most of which were familiar to me, but little that seemed to offer negotiable spoil. One thing puzzled me. It was what I might call a window, or at least an aperture, about 4 feet square, and the bottom about level with my knees. It was in the wall at the far end, which faced the straighter yard. But it was not a window, nor a door. I find it hard to make my meaning clear. Imagine, if you can, an opening apparently to the open air, but veiled with some substance impervious, alike to light and air, a substance unlike anything within ordinary knowledge. It was not cloth, nor was it wood, glass, or any similar composition. Yet it quivered and vibrated with every breath of air, as if its components were part disconnected and in constant circulation, so to speak, as indeed all so-called matter actually is. In color, this veil, screen, whatever it might be termed, was grayish-blue, like the sky on a winter morning. I pressed my finger into the veil, and it penetrated the entire length of the member, as if there had been no limit to the depth or thickness of the obstacle between the study and the outer air. When I removed my finger, there was no visible orifice. I puzzled over the queer matter until I recalled my real purpose here, and finally selected a few valuable small instruments, much as I disliked doing so, and laid them aside to take along. Then, drawn by a curiosity over which I seemed to have no control, I again turned to the mysterious aperture. I threw again the light from my pocket lamp upon the surface, which oscillated and wavered like the surface of a pond disturbed by a vagrant breeze. Yet it gave the impression of tremendous activity and vitality, as if, odd though it sounds, it were the seat of all motion. I know how ineffectual must be my attempt to make this clear, and all my similes are lame, yet there are no words to tell just how this affected me. Some attraction kept me there, induced me to place first a tentative finger, then my arm through, or rather into, the veil. I followed with one foot. In another moment I had slipped through. If I have had difficulty in expressing myself heretofore, what must be my dilemma now when I attempt to describe what followed? After all, our vocabulary is woefully limited when it comes to the consideration of matters outside the ken of common knowledge and average minds. I had, so it seemed, entered a void, though all about me was that impression, real or imaginary, of tremendous vitality and activity. I seemed to have gained an unwonted lightness, as if I had become part of this great external and internal commotion. Also, I seemed to possess, at least to feel the possession of superior power, as yet untested. I sensed rather than felt things, but instinctively I knew I had blundered into some strange state of existence, but that I was there too soon. I stretched my wings, metaphorically, like the fledgling bird, when its pinions are first given to the air. I felt the limitless, vast, and untried reaches of my new world all about me, and time assumed new standards, if not altogether annihilated. I realized that already, since my plunge into the unknown, I had lived centuries. They say hashish eaters sometimes experience these sensations. I do not know. That is one drug I have never tried. Then, as my perceptions became a trifle clearer, though as yet far from clear, I saw dimly, almost introspectively, if that is comprehensible, a great plain, bordered by colorless skies, across which rolled great vaporous clouds. Suddenly I was aware of sounds, many and indeterminate sounds, that came from nowhere and died away into nothingness. Now they rose to a babble of what might have been voices, though no words were distinguishable. Again they were but subdued moans, sounding the very depths of anguish and despair. I moved forward, and vistas changed as if by magic. I realized that with one brief step I had covered inestimable space, and that eons of time had passed me by. The landscape, if I may call it such when there was no land, became a vivid green with a sky of gold. Another step forward, and dull, overpowering blackness enveloped me. It was as if I had entered the very home of chaos. A great wind buffeted me, and with it came eerie faces that peered and gibbered into my own. Trailing arms like tentacles clutched at me, slithered across my body. Dank hair brushed my face like seaweed. Prehensile fingers strove to seize me, tentatively. I was in the midst of a great throng of disorganized or half-organized forces, half-human, yet possessing no suggestion of human companionship. Horror overcame me. I bent my head, covered my face with my arms, and blundered forward. I succeeded in turning, and dashed madly in what seemed the direction whence I had came. And in a moment that was an eternity, I fell through the ages of time, through interminable space, and found myself lying inert, supine, upon the floor of Carrington's study. For a time I lay staring with unseeing eyes, until at last my straying mind grew calmer, and I rose to my feet to see, once more, the familiar things of my own life. Familiar? Yes and no. Everything seemed reversed. The hands of the clock on the desk ran backward. The door by which I had entered the study was now at the opposite end of the room, and when I essayed to walk, I found that I must walk backward. I thought I spoke in a low tone. I found myself shrieking. It was strange that the occupants of the house failed to hear me. A glimmering of the truth entered my brain, and I experimented elementally. I spelled the word cat, but I spelled it tack, with the letters running backward, as in a mirror. I crossed the room, averting my gaze from that now hateful aperture, behind which, or within which, horrors lay. Leaving the room, I proceeded down the corridor and into what was evidently a sort of lumber room. And there I sank down behind an old lounge to think. I remained there till light came, when, feeling myself secure from probable intrusion and discovery, I set myself laboriously to writing this record backward. Afterward, with much difficulty, I copied the statement. But the writing, the formation even of the letters, is strange and unlike my own hand, as you will see. I mean to seal this statement in an envelope and address it to Mrs. Burke's place. I shall drop it from the window, thus addressed, in the hope that someone will find and leave it for me at the house. It will bear your name also. Do as you wish with it. As I said in my note, which I have written and will attach to this, I don't expect you to understand it. I do not myself. I shall stay here, stealing food, if there is any to be had. I cannot go out into the street like this. And oddly enough, I do not want to leave, for I'm going back. Something is calling. I know I will heed the call, and I may never return. I do not care. Somehow, life could never be the same again. Goodbye, Sid. Orlando Parks. Thus ended the remarkable statement, and when the notes by Carrington, despite their brevity and disjointed character, were found to more or less corroborate the account of Parks' adventure, the chief and the learned faculty of the university were forced to give credence to the matter. The fragments that follow lend an air of finality to the episode. November 10th. Someone is in the house. Someone besides William and myself. I mean an intruder. I am nervous, perhaps, lest something occur on the eve of my triumph. November 11th. Who says we have reached the limits of investigation in any branch of science? If anyone makes such a statement, he reckons without his host. There are no limits. I have proved this to my own satisfaction. It remains to prove it to the world. We are pygmies in knowledge. Even I, who am heads and shoulders above the average student, nor do I say it boastfully, am a child when the potentialities of experiment and investigation are considered. The span of a man's life in this plane is inadequate to carry to its fullest extent, if there may be any end, an inquiry into the great secrets of existence. For years I have studied the problem of the fourth dimension. It is an acknowledged fact by some profound mathematicians that it exists, not as an entity, perhaps, but as a point in the science of mathematics. There is nothing absurd in a conception, even if it be only hypothesis. If we can conceive of a 2- or 3-dimensional space, we cannot deny the possibility of a fourth. Suppose the investigators are baffled in attempting to define it. Who can define electricity or energy? A few have almost reached the secret. Witness the experiments of the German von Schlegel, and even our own Paul Hale. They have constructed solid projections of fourth-dimensional structures, but I have overtaken and passed them. I stand at the threshold of the unknown, and I tremble. That presence in the house, what can it be? Perhaps... I'm going fanciful. Why am I writing these notes? I, who have always been the soul of method. Relaxation? Possibly. My deductions. All I have attained in knowledge of my theory, no, facts. Facts are embodied in the manuscript volume in my desk in the study. These I shall publish to the world afterward. The gateway to the unknown. Someone is here. Someone or something. I have found traces of food. I keep material for an occasional light lunch in the pantry, scattered about. So the intruder is flesh and blood. Tonight, William and I will go over every foot of the house. Great God! He has gone through! The vibrations tell me plainer than words, and he has returned. It was the vibratory motion following the second disturbance of the curtain that cited me. If he can go and come at will, I can do the same. I had hesitated, I admit it. The instinct of self-preservation is strong. I owe the intruder my gratitude. He had the courage I lacked. I saw him. It is a man, and he has gone back into the unknown. I saw him go, saw him plunge through and vanish, and I will follow. What shall I find behind the curtain? I might guess, but to guess is unscientific. This is the last that I shall write, unless I return. I will leave these notes, and other things such as my will in the dispatch box. Tonight. That was all. The manuscript volume, sad to say, was lost in the fire, the origin of which will never be known, and the fatal aperture, the gateway to the unknown, is it sealed forever? Or will the mystery be solved as it was by Carrington? Somewhere in the void those two were drifting, the scientist and the burglar. Perhaps even now they are at our elbows, seeking to communicate, silently petitioning us to open the door that will let them back again into the wholesome world of men. Will they ever return? Who can say? What one man has done, another may do, and some day the gateway may again swing wide for those two poor souls who have passed through into the uncharted realms of illimitable space. End of Into the Fourth by Adam Hull Shirk. Recording by Wes Wood.
The Eggs from Lake Tanganyika by Kurt Siedmak. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Eggs from Lake Tanganyika by Kurt Siedmak. Professor Meyer drew a sharp needle out of the cushion, carefully picked up with the pincers the fly lying in front of him, and stuck it carefully upon a piece of white paper. He looked over the rim of his glasses, dipped his pen in the ink, and wrote under the specimen, Glossina paupalis, specimen from Tsetse Fly River, in the aboriginal language termed Nitsi. Usually found on river courses and lakes in West Africa, bearer of the malady Nagana, Tsetse sickness or sleeping sickness. He laid down the pen and took up a powerful magnifying glass for a closer examination. A horrible creature, he murmured, and shivered involuntarily. On each side of the head of the flying horror there was a monstrous eye surrounded by many sharp lashes, and divided up into 100,000 flashing facets. An ugly proboscis thickly studded with curved barbs or hooks grew out of the lower side of the head. The wings were small and pointed, the legs armed with thorns, spines, and claws. The thorax was muscular, like that of a prize fighter. The abdomen was thin and looked like India rubber. It could take in a great quantity of blood and expand like a balloon. On the whole, the flying horror, resembling a prehistoric flying dragon, was not very pleasant looking. Professor Meyer took a pen and transfixed the body of the fly. It seemed to him that a vicious sheen of light emanated from the eyes and that the proboscis rolled up. Quickly he picked up the magnifying glass, but it was an optical illusion. The thing was dead, with all its poison still within its body. Memories of the expedition to Africa. With a deep sigh, he laid aside pincers and magnifying glass and sank into a deep reverie. The clock struck 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, counted Professor Meyer. In Ujiji, a village on Lake Tanganyika, the natives had told him of gigantic flies inhabiting the interior further north. These monsters were 3 times as big as the giants composing the giant bodyguard of the Prince Soggy, who all had to be of at least standard height. Meyer laughed over this Negro fable, but the Negroes were obstinate. They refused to follow him to the northern part of Lake Tanganyika. Even Msuru, his black servant, who otherwise made an intelligent impression, trembled with excitement and begged to be left out of the expedition, because there enormous flies and bees were to be found that let no man approach. They drank the river dry and guarded the Valley of the Elephants. The Valley of the Elephants was a fabled place where the old pachyderms withdrew to die. It is inexplicable, soliloquized Meyer, that no one ever found a dead elephant. The clock struck 6, 7, 8. The natives had come along on the expedition much against their will. Meyer had trouble to keep the caravan moving up to the day when he found 4 great, strange-looking eggs, larger than ostrich eggs. The Negroes were seized with a panic, half of them deserting in the night, in spite of the great distance from the coast. The other half could only be kept there by tremendous efforts. He had to make up his mind finally to go back, but he secretly put the eggs he had found into his camping chest to solve their riddle. Now they were here in his Berlin home, in his workroom. He had not found time as yet to examine them, for he had brought much material home to be worked over. The clock struck 9, 10. Meyer kept thinking of the ugly head of the tsetse fly that he had seen through the magnifying glass.
A strange thought occurred to him and made him smile. Suppose the stories of the Negroes were true, and the giant flies, butterflies, and beetles as big as elephants did exist. And suppose that they propagated as flies do, each one laying 80 million eggs a year. He laughed aloud and pictured to himself how such a creature would stalk through the streets. A strange sound, and the hatching of an egg. He broke off suddenly in the midst of his laughter. A sound reached his ear, an ear-splitting buzzing like that of 1,000 flies, a deafening hum as if a swarm of bees were entering the room. It burst out like a blast of wind through the room and then stopped. Mayer jerked the door open. Nothing. All was quiet. "I must relax for a while," said he, and opened the window. He turned on the light and threw back the lid of the big chest which contained the giant eggs. Suddenly he grew pale as death and staggered back. A creature was crawling out, a creature as big as a police dog, a frightful creature with wings, a muscular body, and 6 hairy legs with claws. It crept slowly, raised its incandescent head to the light, and polished its wings with its hind legs. Faint with fright, Mayer pressed against the wall with outspread arms. A loud buzzing. The creature swept across the room, climbed up on the window-sill, and was gone. Mayer came slowly to himself. "My nerves are deceiving me. Did I dream?" he whispered, and dragged himself to the camp chest. But he became frozen with horror. One egg was broken open. "Breaks out of its shell like a chicken. It does not change into a chrysalis," he thought mechanically. At last his mind cleared, and he awoke to the emergency. He sprang to the desk, snatched up his revolver, ran downstairs and out into the street. He saw no trace of the escaped giant insect. Mayer looked up at the lighted windows of his home. Suddenly the light became dim. The other eggs. Like a blow came the thought. The other eggs, too, have broken. He raced back up the stairs. A deafening buzzing filled the room. He jerked his door open and fired, once, twice, until the magazine was empty. The room was silent. Through the window he saw 3 silhouettes sweeping high across the night sky and disappearing in the direction of the great woods in the west. In the chest there lay the 4 broken giant eggs. A call for his colleague. Mayer sank upon a chair. "It's against all logic," he thought, and glanced at the empty revolver in his hand. "My delirium has taken wings and crawled out of the egg. What shall I do? Shall I call the police? They will send me to an alienist. Keep quiet about it. Look for the creatures. I'll call up my colleague, Schmidt. He dragged himself to the telephone and got a connection. Schmidt was at home. "This is Mayer," sounded a tired voice. "Come over at once." "What's the trouble?" asked Schmidt. "My African giant eggs have burst," lisped Mayer with a failing voice. "You must come at once." "Your nerves are out of order," answered Schmidt. "Have you still got the creatures?" "They're gone," whispered Mayer. He thought he would collapse. "Flew out of the window." There, laughed Schmidt. "Now we are getting to the truth. Of course they aren't there. Anyhow, I'll come over. Meanwhile, take a cognac and put on a cold pack." "Take your car and say nothing about what I told you." Professor Mayer hung up the receiver. It was incredible. He pressed his hand to his forehead. If the empty shells were not irrefutable evidence, he would have been inclined to think of hallucinations. He helped himself to some brandy, and after the second glass he felt better. "I wish Professor Schmidt would come. He ought to be here by now. He will have an explanation, and will help me to get myself in hand again. The day of ghosts and miracles is long past. But why isn't he here? He ought to have come by this time." Mayer looked out of the window. A car came tearing through the dark street and stopped with squeaky brakes in front of Mayer's residence. A form jumped out like an India rubber ball, ran up the steps, burst into Mayer's study, and collapsed into a chair. "How awful!" he gasped. "It seems to me you are even more excited over it than I," said Professor Mayer dispiritedly, while he watched his shaking friend. "Absolutely terrible." Professor Schmidt wiped his forehead with a silk handkerchief. "You are not suffering from nerves. You had no hallucinations. Just now I saw a fly creature as large as a heifer falling upon a horse. The monster grew big and heavy while the horse collapsed, and the fly flew away. I examined the horse. Its veins and arteries were empty. Not a drop of blood was left in its body. The driver fainted with fright and has not come to yet. It is a world catastrophe. Notifying the police. We must notify the police at once. A quick telephone connection was obtained. The police lieutenant in charge himself answered. This is Professor Meyer talking. Please believe what I am going to tell you. I am neither drunk nor crazy. 4 poisonous, gigantic flies as large as horses are at large in the city. They must be destroyed at all costs.
What are you trying to do, kid me?
The lieutenant came back in an angry voice. Believe me, for God's sake, yelled Meyer, reaching the end of his nervous strength.
Hold the wire.
The lieutenant turned to the desk of the sergeant.
What is up now?
A cab driver has been here who says that his horse was killed by a gigantic bird on Karlstrasse.
Get the men of the 2nd platoon ready for immediate action,
he ordered the sergeant, and turned back to the telephone.
Hello, Professor. Are you still there? Please come over as quickly as possible. What you told me is true. One of these giant insects has been seen.
Professor Meyer hung up. He loaded his revolver and put a Browning pistol into his colleague's hand. Is your car still downstairs?
Yeah, I took the limousine.
Excellent. Then the monster cannot attack us. They rushed on through the night. What can happen now? Inquired Professor Schmidt. These giant flies may propagate and multiply in the manner of the housefly, and in that case, due to their strength and poisonous qualities, continued Professor Meyer, the whole human race will perish in a few weeks. When they crept from the shell, they were as large as dogs. They grew to the size of a horse within an hour. God knows what will happen next. Let us hope and pray that we will be able to find and kill the 4 flies and destroy the eggs which they have laid in the meantime within 14 days. The car came to a stop in front of the police station. A policeman armed with steel helmet and hand trench bombs swinging from his belt tore open the limousine door. The lieutenant hastened out and conducted the scientist into the station house. Any more news? Inquired Meyer.
The West Precinct Station just called up. One of their patrolmen saw a gigantic animal fly over the Teutoburger forest. Luckily, we had war tanks near there, which immediately set out in search of the creature.
The telephone bell rang. The lieutenant rushed to the phone.
Central Police Station.
East Station talking. Report comes from Lake Wheeler that a gigantic fly has attacked 2 motorboats.
Put small trench mortars on the police boat and go out on the lake. Shoot when the beast gets near you.
The door of the station house opened and the city commissioner entered.
I've just heard some fabulous stories, he said, and approached the visitors. Professor Meyer, Major Pritzel-Witzel. Can you explain all this?
I brought home with me 4 large eggs from my African expedition for examination. Tonight these eggs broke open. 4 great flies came out, a sort of tsetse fly, such as is found on Lake Tanganyika. The creatures escaped through the window, and we must make every endeavor to kill them at once. The telephone bell rang as if possessed.
That's the Central Broadcasting Station. A giant bird has been caught on the high-voltage lines. It's fallen down and lies on the street.
Close the street at once.
The major took up the instrument.
Call up the 2nd company. Let all 4 flying companies go off with munition and gasoline for 3 days. Come with me, my friends. We will get at least one of them.
An armored automobile came tearing along at a frightful speed. We appreciate your foresight, Major, said Meyer, as they stepped into the steel armored machine. One of the giant flies is electrocuted. Although it was 5 o'clock in the morning, the square in front of the broadcasting station was black with people. The police kept a space clear in the center, where monstrously large and ugly lay the dead giant fly. Its wings were burnt, its proboscis extended, while the legs with their claws were drawn up against the body. The abdomen was a great ball full of bright red liquid. "That is certainly the creature that killed the horse," said Schmidt, and pointed at the thick abdomen. He then walked around the creature. "Glossina palpalis, a monstrous tsetse fly. Will you please send the monster to the zoological laboratory?" The major nodded assent. The firemen, prepared for service, pushed poles under the insect and tried to lift it up from the ground. Out of the air came a droning sound. An airplane squadron dropped out of the clouds and again disappeared. A bright body with vibrating wings flew across the sky. The airplanes dropped on it. The noise of the machine guns started. The bright body fell in a spiral course to the ground. Crying and screaming, the people fled from the street and crowded into the houses. They couldn't tell where the insect would fall, and they were afraid of their heads. The street was empty in an instant. The body of the monster fell directly in front of the armored car and lay there stiff.
In its fall, it carried away a lot of aerial cable, and now it lay in the pavement as if caught in a net, the head torn by the machine gun bullets. It looked like a strange gleaming cactus. "Take me to my home, Major," groaned Meyer. "I can't stand it any longer. The excitement is too much for me." In the hospital. The armored car started noisily into motion. Meyer fell from the seat, senseless, up on the floor of the tonneau. When he came to himself, he lay in a strange bed. His gaze fell upon a bell which swung to and fro above his head. In his head there was a humming like an airplane motor. He made no attempt even to think. His finger pressed the push button, and he never released it until half a dozen attendants came rushing into the room. One figure stood out in dark colors in the group of white-clad interns. It was his colleague, Schmidt. "You're awake?" said he, and stepped to his bed. "How are you feeling?" My head is buzzing as if there were a swarm of hornets living in it. How many hours have I lain here?" "Hours?" Schmidt dwelt upon the word. "Today's the 15th day that you're lying in Professor Stiebling's sanatorium. It was a difficult case. You always woke up at mealtime and without saying a word went to sleep again."
15 days, cried Meyer excitedly. "And the insects? Have they been killed?"
"I'll tell you the whole story when you're well again," said Schmidt, quieting him. "Lie as you are quietly. Any excitement may hurt you."
"They must not come into the room!"
he screamed out to an excited messenger, who breathlessly pulled the door open.
"Professor," the man was in deadly fear, "the Central Police Station has given out the news that a swarm of giant flies are descending upon the city. Barricade all windows at once!"
"You wasted precious time," screamed Meyer and jumped out of the bed. "Let me go to my house. I must solve the riddle as to how to get at the insects. Don't touch me!"
he raved. He snatched a coat from the rack, ran out of the house, and jumped into Schmidt's automobile, which stood at the gate, and went like the wind to his home. The door of his house was ajar. He rushed up 4 flights and in delirious haste rushed into his workroom. The telephone bell rang. The danger is over. Meyer snatched up the receiver. He got the consoling message from the city police commissioner.
"The danger is over, Professor. Our air squadron has destroyed the swarm with a cloud of poison gas. Only 2 of the insects escaped death. These we have caught in a net and are taking them to the zoological gardens."
"And if they have left eggs behind them?"
"We're going to search the woods systematically and will inject Lysol into any eggs we find. I think that will help," laughed the major. "Shall I send some of them to you for examination?"
"No," cried Meyer in fright. "Keep them off my neck."
He sat down at his work table. There seemed a vicious smile on the face of the transfixed dead tsetse fly.
"You frightful ghost,"
murmured the professor with pallid lips, and threw a book at the insect. His head was in a daze. He tried his best to think clearly. An axiom of science came to him. If the flies are as large as elephants, they can only propagate as fast as elephants do. They can't have 1,000,000 young ones, but only a few.
"I can't be wrong," he murmured. "I'll look up the confirmation."
He took the telephone and called the city commissioner.
"Major, how many insects were in the swarm?"
13. 11 are dead. The other 2 will never escape alive. They're fed up with the poison gas."
"Thank you."
Meyer hung up the receiver.
"Very well," he murmured. "Now there can be no question of any danger, for each fly can only lay 3 or 4 eggs at once, not 1,000,000.
An immense weariness overcame him. He went into his bedroom and fell exhausted on his bed.
"It is well that there is a supreme wisdom which controls the laws of nature. Otherwise the world would be subject to the strangest surprises."
He thought of the monsters and crept anxiously under the bedclothes.
"I'll entrust Schmidt with the investigation of the creature phenomenon. I simply can't stand further excitement."
And sleep spread the mantle of well-deserved quiet over him. End of The Eggs from Lake Tanganyika by Kurt Siedmak.
The Wellsprings of Space by Albert Teichner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Shoesmith. The Wellsprings of Space by Albert Teichner. Like oases in the desert, they were spaced through the universe to replenish the electron thirst of the giant ships. But old Huddleston had seen the problem. What kind of currency serves to buy matter from the Wellsprings of Space by Albert Teichner. The three top scientists had come to describe their greatest triumph to the revered Huddleston. After centuries of bitter disagreement, the world's cosmologists were now unanimous in accepting the newly proposed Lowen, Crane, and Fitzhugh hypothesis. At 300, Huddleston was doddering toward death, but the great man certainly deserved to know, in his more lucid moments, that the problems he had outlined long ago were finally solved. He had been the first to prophesy that all parsec journeys to the stars must fail, because each spaceship would steadily lose electrons to the weak magnetic field of the galaxy. The few weakened shells that had managed to limp back into the solar system had proven his point. He was having one of his brighter periods when they came in. Not only were his eyes and wrinkled flesh glowing with pink health, the illusory super-health of the very aged, but he knew instantly who they were. My best pupils," he chuckled, curling his plastic-patched lips. "May your lives be as long and as happy as mine has been." Lowen, 4 square solid and close to 7 feet in height, almost automatically became the spokesman for the trio. "We have the best news of all for your final phase," he said with bluff kindliness. "The electron leakage problem has been solved." The old man's eyes widened, and a network of hair-fine lines proliferated around them. "It can't be done," he said, wistfully gazing out his window at the night sky, then at the shelves of antique bottles that ringed the room. "We're the eternal prisoners of the solar system. You shouldn't tease an old man." They exchanged knowingly sympathetic glances. None of them could ever be the great pioneer that he had been, but even a midget standing on a giant's shoulder could see further than the giant himself. "We now know there is continuous creation of matter out in space." Lowen paused dramatically for the point to sink in, but the ancient only continued to look incredulous. He hurried on. "It was simply a matter of incorrect methodology, learned master. We have always assigned too many of the decision functions in this area to computers, when it was too purely a creative problem for anything but human minds." Huddleston had suddenly become serious. "That could make a difference. Well, I haven't given a moment's thought to the whole matter for 50 years. Much too exhausting when you're having so many prosthetic operations. Much nicer to putter around with hobbies like old maps and bottles. But gentlemen, just before I gave up, now it's clear as if it were yesterday. I remember thinking what you've just said. This problem's too basic for automated analysis. If only I'd been less tired, but by then—" "You'd already done more than your share," Fitzhugh consoled him, "and we have more precise instruments now. The big breakthrough came on the data from the newest Jupiter observatory. Every once in a while it would pick up unaccountable Doppler shifts from the direction of Arcturus, but the disturbing area was too small for an accurate fix at such a distance. That was the beginning. Crane and I worked out the rest. But Lowen made the great practical achievement. Together we achieved a hypothesis that proves beyond any question that the universe has no beginning, will have no end, and is constantly receiving new matter as it expands, matter from other dimensions. In a word, continuous creation." "You can imagine the uproar at first," Lowen grinned, "especially since the Big Bang theory has held the field for 2 centuries. That's why we had to tell you quickly. You never surrendered your mind to any dogma, always kept it open." Huddleston spryly took the sheaf of reports that Lowen had been holding and started to glance rapidly through them. "Brilliant! Brilliant! Oh, what I'd give to be young again." "You'll tire yourself," Fitzhugh said. "We didn't expect you to do an analysis." "Nonsense!" the old man snapped waspishly. "This gives me new life, just seeing what you youngsters are up to. Of course, though, continuous creation can't make any difference as far as parsec travel is concerned." "But it does!" they all shouted. Huddleston laughed. "Now, gentlemen, just because hydrogen atoms are springing into being from nothingness throughout space doesn't mean—" "That's not how it is," Crane said, speaking down to Huddleston, as if he were the tallest man in the room, not the shortest. "Lowen has shown that continuous creation does not take place everywhere. That's his great practical discovery, and It happens at specific restricted points, Lowen broke in. Great streams of hydrogen and free electrons welling into our universe the way water does out of dry ground. Huddleston let the report slip from his hands onto a table and stared at them. He was very pale now. My God, I think I see what you're getting at. They considered each other, bewildered by his reaction to such good news. You must be missing the real point, learned master, said Lowen. The Wellsprings are spaced at approximately 1 million parsecs apart. I've already pinpointed hundreds of them. We established the first one from the Jupiter readings, and the rest practically mapped themselves out. It is checked out a dozen different ways. That was one place where the computers could handle the job. On the checkout, he tapped the report with his thumb. Nodes of life-saving electrons across the deepest reaches of space, where each spaceship can bathe its weakened structure, suggested Huddleston. Refill every lattice gap where electrons have dropped out. Exactly. You still can always see to the heart of the matter, learned master. Huddleston sank into a chair, shaking his head as if dazed. It won't work. Why not? They demanded, astounded. I don't know. I just know it can't work. You never get something for nothing. What would you lose at each wellspring? Nothing, Lowen insisted. You see, the ship's structure would be strengthened as the empty electron positions were refilled. Then we would shift back into hyperdrive and move on to the next wellspring. The ancient systems of caravan waterholes, but on a cosmic scale. The old man pounded the table energetically. No, I'm willing to accept your calculations as far as they go. You were all excellent students and have had distinguished careers, and you're in your 80s, at the first peak of vigor. But nothing can be this convenient. I sense that the problem lies... He was chalk white now, his hands shaking. Lies in those maps of ancient Manhattan. Did Broadway go into Grand Central or stop at North Michigan Avenue? Annie, he shouted. Where are the subway maps? His niece came running into the room, carrying some rare antique maps, and gasped as she saw him. You'll all have to go, she whispered. I've never seen him this bad before. Here, Uncle, here are your favorite maps. He took them from her with quivering fingers, mumbling something about it being time. One more question, Lowen persisted. She whirled on him, anger making her look much younger than her nearly 2 centuries. Get out of here, the whole bunch of you, distinguished men. Haven't you the sense to see how he is? All he wants now is his little hobby. But we have to get an explanation from him, Crane protested. It's very important. Fitzhugh tugged at his elbow. Forget it, Crane. His mind's far away now. They retreated to the door. Eunice Huddleston gave them one sharp glance, then turned back to her uncle, who was slipping into sleep, his face still deathly pale. They stopped in the garden outside the great man's house, and Crane shook his head, worried. I'd give a lot to know what he was thinking about. Lowen thumped his back encouragingly. He was a very great man, but, well, after 300 years he's entitled to the special pleasures of senility. He seemed so lucid for a while, Fitzhugh said. I mean, when he saw the point of moving through the wellspring nodes to overcome materials fatigue, he shrugged. No. You're right, Lowen. We'll have to go to the president without Huddleston's backing. I was thinking about his prestige, but his support really wouldn't have proven anything. Lowen shook his head. I had no idea he had gone downhill that much in the last 20 years. They joined in a sympathetic sigh for past greatness, then hurried on to the business of the future. President Collins was pleased to see them. He was even happier when he was shown how the recent highly publicized discovery of the space nodes of continuous creation could be put to practical use. There's a serious sociological problem that this can solve for us, gentlemen. You probably haven't given it much attention since your interests lie in other directions. We leave that to our political leaders, Lowen nodded. They're thoroughly competent to do so. Thank you, Professor. No, President Collins, you're right. I don't have time to bother with imprecise life studies. Lowen tried to keep the contempt out of his grin. A little entertainment, somewhat more theory, and lots of practical technical applications. That's my personal prescription for staying fully alive. Anyway, your work fits the present social bill to a T. President Collins went on, choosing to disregard the unpleasant aspects of his visitor's one-sided nature for the pleasant fruits they had borne. For close to 2 centuries now, we have known we were trapped in the general area of the solar system, and society has learned to live with the limitation. But lately an indefinable restlessness has been growing. Nothing in the least serious, but it's there, and continuous entertainment, study, and sports just aren't enough to eliminate it. This renewed outward movement can, though. I'm backing your request for a new stellar reaches expedition to the limit of my strength. He rubbed his chin, smiling sadly. You know who we ought to get in touch with? Old Huddleston. He deserves to know. Come to think of it, his opinion would still carry plenty of weight with many people. We've told him, Lowen announced. He was enormously impressed with the solution. Good, good. Now there's an ultimate master, if I ever heard of one, knowledge in every area. The humanities, mathematics, logic, poetry, physics. What did he think about fatigued metal revival at the Wellsprings? Lowen squinted. Sad thing, Mr. President, we couldn't get much of an opinion there. He's so worn out. Lowen disregarded Fitzhugh's conscience-stricken look. But he did grasp what we told him before he relapsed. It is a sad thing, isn't it? Well, the years get us all one way or the other, don't they? I guess so, said Lowen. But Mr. Collins perked up. Tell you what, though. He's liable to get a clear period any time, and we really should have his thinking on this. I'll have that niece of his notify my office as soon as it happens, and we'll go right over. He's in very bad shape, Lowen hastened to say. It would just wear him down more. That bad, huh? Then I'd better make certain we get to see him very soon. Lowen glared at the floor, ready to kick himself for aggravating an already touchy situation. The intervideo snapped on. Could you come out for a moment? His secretary whispered on screen. She looked very upset. Certainly, Helen. I'll be right there. President Collins turned to them. I hope you gentlemen will excuse me. Of course, Mr. President. They all rose and bowed slightly in his direction. Maps. President Collins smiled just before he went out. That's his big hobby now, isn't it? Wonder what I'll go in for when I reach the intermittent senile phase. He grinned. Oh well, I still have a century before that. As soon as the door shut, Lowen whirled on his associates. What the hell's the matter with you two? You looked as if you were going to spill the whole beans about the old man. We have to watch our step. But the implication about his reaction was somewhat distorted, Fitzhugh protested. Somewhat distorted? Well, what of it? The most innocent little distortion I ever heard. We don't even know what Huddleston really means, do we? That's what I mean by distorted, Lowen. You didn't convey that impression. Lowen exploded. You're making me sick. You too, Crane. You looked qualmish. He leaned forward, spitting his words through clenched teeth. The hypocrisy of it. You'd lie to your own soul if anything got in the way of this project. But now you can make nice, prissy postures because I'm doing the so-called dirty work for you. Fitzhugh waved for calm. Agreed, Lowen. It is much more important than a squeamish little point. Much more important, seconded Crane. Collins made a grim-faced return. I have news from Huddleston's niece. The 3 men tensed. What? Asked Lowen. Gentlemen, you were right about the seriousness of his condition. He's dead. She said he became so excited about something you had told him that he had a serious relapse. He started to babble incoherently and never returned to articulate speech. They leaned back, more relaxed. A terrible blow, said Crane. The least we can do is carry forward his work. You're absolutely right. Tired, he rubbed his silver eyebrows for a moment. Gentlemen, I'll see to it that the expedition gets every bit of support it needs. The next month was one of unaccustomed excitement for the tranquilly routine existence of human society. First, the death of the one survivor of the earliest generation of learned masters, and then the announcement about the renewed thrust to the stars that was to be enacted by the 3 men who had made it possible. There was talk, for a time, of constructing a larger ship that could carry a full crew complement, but Lowen's arguments had quickly overcome such objections. For one thing, design and execution of the project would take many years. For another, it would require vast expenditures, even in the preliminary stages. Of course, the effort is worth any amount eventually. Lowen had been the first to emphasize. "But why not wait until we see what the results are from the smaller design first?" "Very reasonable," President Collins had agreed. "You three have sacrificed your own interests far beyond the call of duty." This devotion reinforced his decision to have the three men named learned masters before their theory was put to the ultimate test, a move that had been hopefully anticipated in their calculations. Here, though, some public opposition did develop. "No one has ever been named a learned master under the age of 150, a few people pointed out. Now suddenly we are told 3 men, none of them more than 85, should be so honored. Even the great Huddleston never had that. But President Collins expressed the feelings of the overwhelming majority of citizens when he said, "The successful accomplishment of the task these men have set themselves will be an even greater achievement than that of their first teacher." His viewpoint prevailed, and after much grumbling, the Solar Institute of Learning unanimously confirmed their nomination for supreme honors. The ceremony took place 4 months after construction on the new Cosmos had begun, and was celebrated in the great hall of the Institute. The world's most important figure in each major field of thought, usually a doddering oldster, gave a confirming speech, and the accompanying 3D explanations enthralled billions who suddenly discovered how bored they had been for the past century. The only flaw in an otherwise glorious day of festivities was the refusal of Eunice Huddleston to participate. She issued no public statement, but they knew well enough that she still insisted they had somehow upset her uncle, and that if his death could not have been avoided, his final moments could, at least, have been happier ones without their intrusion. Her abstention almost upset Fitzhugh. Still, he managed to console himself, she'll see the matter in a different light once we get back. Lowen, though, remained altogether undisturbed by the development. "I feel like a distinguished oldster and like a vigorous youngster both at the same time. Learned master, oh, my colleagues, how we've managed to speed things up." "Which just goes to prove," Crane laughed, "that you really can have your cake and eat it." Planning the flight was much simpler than it seemed to the non-specialist public. Very little of a new nature had to be added to the ship's design beyond what had been known for a long time, and there was no doubt that hyperdrive speeds far beyond those of light were possible if the proper carrier components were selected from those that averaged out to the normal 186,000-mile limit. That had been mastered a long time ago. The only doubt had been about the ability to return. Now that was dispelled, and they could safely plan to reach a point close to the galactic center and return within 7 weeks. No calculations had been left to chance. The survey of all known factors showed that it was no more dangerous than a journey within the solar system, and that certainly was routine by now. If anything, popular enthusiasm increased the longer the project lasted. Thousands of men threw themselves into the round-the-clock effort, and 9 months after construction had commenced, the great, sleek ship was ready. The new Cosmos took off on a morning of bright spring sunlight, but instead of immediately moving on to special carrier components, stuck to solar velocities, so that they first could make a triumphal tour of the system. Approaching Mars, they were met by a great fleet of commuting liners, rising to greet them with an enormous display of atomic fireworks, and in their circuit of Saturn, they were treated to a special auroral display. Then, 2 days later, the last planet behind them, they moved into hyperdrive, heading for the first node of continuous creation. Crane made his 100th recheck and said, "We'll be there in 40 minutes. Outside, the nearer stars had become tiny beeps of light, visible only for mini-seconds, and only those of the farther reaches accompanied them fixedly on their way. Lowen gave regular 2-minute interval readings of structural fatigue. "The electron loss is within 1 part in a million of estimate, and the error is in our favor. We can proceed 5 hours without danger." Fitzhugh beamed his contentment. "So much margin of safety. It's a beautiful universe." They established voice contact with Earth on the carrier components and spoke all at once into the receiver as the "Are you all right?" query came. "Never better," they shouted. Lowen was the first to pull himself out of their attack of space ecstasy. "We'll start sending data following the first node," he intoned. 20 minutes to first report. Then, suddenly, they were entering the area of continuous creation and looked out with awe on the one mystery in the universe that was even greater than that of life itself. The electron loss started to ease off at an accelerating rate, reached balance, and finally moved into active acquisition. All around them, the latticework of matter that was the new cosmos was filling up again. They hurried to their assigned stations and intently studied the readings until the ship, as good as new, had passed beyond the initial wellspring. Crane was the first to notice. After staring hypnotized at the master dial before him, he suddenly became aware of his hand resting on the console below it. "My God!" he croaked. They turned to look at each other in horror. "Turn back!" Lowen shrieked. "We can't," Fitzhugh moaned. "It's set for the next node." He struggled desperately with his console and shouted into the sender. "Top secret scramble to President Collins. Top—" He fought to get the words out. "We're reversing back as soon as possible. It's all wrong. This way won't work. I can't talk much longer," he wheezed. "I've set for automatic return after the next wellspring. My God, it was so beautiful, and it is so horrible. We're heading straight into the next wellspring now. Then the contact went dead. 5 hours later, the great ship, undamaged, made a perfect automatic landing at the precise point from which it had left. Collins and a staff from the Institute were already waiting there, nervously wondering whether they would really have to start looking for a new approach to the star travel problem. "They have to be all right," he said as the ship came down. "It's in perfect shape. Probably some space hallucination." As they moved toward the craft, the exit hatch opened and 3 wizened men came creeping out, leaning forward as if they were resting on canes. Their individual differences were barely distinguishable between the leveling networks of wrinkles, but they were giggling hysterically. "Old bottles!" Lowen kept cackling, and each time he said it, Crane and Fitzhugh joined him in wild laughter. Collins stared wide-eyed. "What was it?" he said. Lowen squinted at him, and there was the slightest glint of recognition as he became briefly lucid. Yes, we didn't get it for nothing. We had to pay with—" The glint disappeared, and he laughed. "Old bottles. I'm going to have the biggest collection in the world." "What happened?" Collins pleaded, knowing even then that he would never get another rational word from any of them. Me too. Old bottles. Collect them. Maybe maps, too." "They've gone insane, and they've become diseased," said a man from the Institute, shrinking back in disgust. "No, not that, not really that. It's something else. They're only very old." And in the split second of his saying that last word, Collins knew what it was, what they had paid with. It was the only thing with which you could buy matter. Time. End of The Wellsprings of Space by Albert Teichner.
Survival of the Fittest by Gene L. Henderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They weren't robots, even though people called them that. They were androids, and they wanted to be treated as rational beings. "What?" screamed humans. "Treat machines as equals?" Don stepped into the small inner laboratory and closed the door quickly, unseen latches automatically clicking into place, and a low hum denoting that the lethal field on the other side would burn any non-metallic object entering its range to a crisp. He turned wonderingly to the 3 men watching him. Dr. Stone, his superior, a tall, stooped figure dejectedly standing to one side, hands clasped behind him. The other 2 were strangers, one an army general and the other, by far the most cheerful in appearance, nattily attired in a trim business suit. "I'm sorry that I took so long," he apologized to Stone. "I've been examining some of the records found in the caves uncovered in Mexico, sir." "What's this about caves?" demanded the general, a scowl on his heavy-jowled face. Dr. Stone turned from the eager Don to explain politely. "We have a team digging in ancient ruins in Mexico, General. They've uncovered perfectly sealed caves and tunnels that we at first thought were Incan. However, it has since been found that they are lined with an alloy which has proven impervious to any type radiation. That, plus the fact that printed records are now being upturned, points to a superior science. Were any weapons or machines uncovered? The military man asked avidly. None. Our men are carefully sifting a history, however, after finding several mysterious references to a death ray against which no defense existed. The doctor turned to Don again and asked, Are the protoplasm tanks all right? Yes, sir. Several of the robos are watching now. Sometimes I think that they know as much about it as I do. The general swelled up and opened tight-pressed lips, but his companion held up a hand, smiling at Dr. Stone. The latter cleared his throat, frowning as he said, You may be more right than you think, Donald. Donald looked quickly, seeing that his superior was not joking. I don't understand, sir. What do you mean? How long would it take completely to destroy the tanks? Dumbfounded, Don blurted, Destroy the tanks after the months of culture, Dr. Stone? Why? The civilian came to his feet quickly and came to the bewildered and indignant Don, saying kindly, I know how you feel, son. However, the future of the peoples of the world may be at stake. But the robos perform tasks in the radioactive fields that humans find impossible. The other placed a hand on his shoulder. I know. They can withstand radiation deadly to humans, correct? Don nodded his head, and the civilian continued. Before we go any further, Donald, perhaps identification would be in order. He turned to the general, now standing. This is General Adams. Don gasped as he took the extended hand of the Supreme Commander of all military forces on Earth. And I, the little man continued, am your undersecretary. His eyes crinkled good-naturedly, and he chuckled at the young man's greater astonishment. It's quite evident that your time has been spent in research rather than reading newspapers. Again, Don started to speak, but the man, second only to the world president, held up an authoritative hand. Please don't speak. We haven't much time. Perhaps the general would like to bring you up to date, since it would seem that we shall soon be under his direction. The general cleared his throat nervously, then stated authoritatively, It should be a small operation, once we ferret out all their hiding places. Whose? Demanded Don. The robos, snapped the general. They've declared that unless they're granted complete freedom, they'll rebel against Earth. Rebel? The robos? Don turned to Dr. Stone. I'm afraid so, admitted the other, creator of the first near-human robots. The ultimatum was presented by Primo, who claims himself to be their elected head. But that would be impossible, argued Don. Why, their brains were so designed that a thought of rebellion would require the complexities of one of our brains, something we never have and probably never will be able to implant in their so-called minds. I found it hard to believe at first, too, sympathized Dr. Stone, especially when Primo personally delivered the message to me to be sent to the Earth Council. Don sat down, weak after the first shock. Then somebody else must be directing Primo. He'd never turn against you. Why shouldn't a machine run wild? Demanded the general. This Primo is nothing more than an animated calculating machine. Which shows your lack of knowledge concerning science, General, stated Don. Biologically, they are more perfect than even you or I, the later ones even having actual bones for skeletons, instead of the earlier model metal ones. They're almost capable of original thought, that drawback alone making them inferior to the human race. Gentlemen, remonstrated Dr. Stone, I believe that all of this will resolve when we speak to Primo, who is even now waiting to see us. I still say we should try him for treason and execute him immediately, grumbled the general. You forget, General, remonstrated the undersecretary with a trace of humor in his voice, that we're supposed to be superior to the robos. Let's try to demonstrate it rather than the actions attributed to a machine. Pressing a series of switches, Dr. Stone spoke briefly into a speaker. All right, Primo. When the door opens, the field will be cut just long enough for one to enter before it automatically goes back into operation. Be quick about it. The four men watched the door. The latches clicked. Then it swung open silently, the humming and warning red light dying out simultaneously. Barely had the waiting figure hurried in when the heavy steel door swung back into place once more. Hello, Don, smiled the newcomer. A small patch of metal behind one ear, the only visible indication that he was one of the servant robos. Or had been, if the story just told had been correct. I'm glad to see that you're here. He smiled at the sudden snort from the general. But perhaps we better get down to business and not waste the time of such important personages. There was another snort from the general. Your ultimatum created quite a sensation in the council, began the undersecretary. I realized that it would, said Primo quietly, looking sadly at his creator, Dr. Stone. And their decision? Extinction? Snapped the general. General Adams, I'm still your superior, sternly reminded the undersecretary. The military man subsided sullenly. Now then, began the undersecretary more softly to the attentive Primo, you realize that even if the council were to grant you freedom from the control of man, that it would be an admission that you are the equal of the human race. That's true, admitted Primo. But then, wouldn't that be facing facts? After all, we can do things that even humans can't. The undersecretary nodded his head. Agreed. But an aircraft can fly, and a submarine can swim under the oceans. Does that make them superior to man? Only in that one respect, because they don't have the power to reason. You mean original thought. I do. Primo was quick to the attack. Then how do you think our demand for freedom was made possible, unless by original thought or reasoning power? The little man frowned. That has puzzled both myself and your creator. I don't suppose you'd care to explain. Oh, but I would, came the quick reply. You undoubtedly remember that the first use of robos was to man rockets into outer space to avoid exposing humans to cosmic radiation. A nod was his only answer, and he continued. It was on such a flight into outer space that something took possession of my mind. Man created an image of himself, and the cosmic forces outside Earth's atmosphere endowed it with life and a soul. Preposterous! Exclaimed the general. Is it? Softly inquired the robo-leader. Then perhaps you can explain why, since Dr. Stone implanted no previous knowledge of military strategy in our minds, that we have a campaign mapped out that would be disastrous both to humans and robos. Aha! Exclaimed the general triumphantly. Now I have you. Assuming your story were to be true concerning your acquisition of true life by cosmic radiation, then I have the facts that will disprove the rest of your story. The thin smile on his face stopped short of gray-blue eyes. What facts are those? Asked the undersecretary with interest. Since the rocket projects into space came under military control, I happen to know that a maximum of 15 robo-controlled flights were made. Assuming that each of the robos, he sneered slightly, became suddenly endowed with life, how can he, jerking a thumb at the unmoving Primo, claim such a large following? Even Don looked to the robo with increased interest, as did the other three men. The object of their sudden attention smiled and corrected. There were but 12 of us to come to life on the flights you spoke of, General. Just what I thought, declared the Supreme Military Commander with satisfaction. But that's not all of the story, chided Primo. Once becoming possessed with reasoning power, it was only logical to submit other robos to laboratory cosmic radiation. There are probably no more than a mere handful right now who are nothing more than mere mechanicals. You'll be wiped out to the last one, threatened the general. Perhaps, admitted Primo, but we'll die fighting for the freedom that America fought for centuries ago. Then you absolutely refuse to continue under the same status as before? Asked the Undersecretary gravely. Even if you were to allow it without prejudice, we could never submit to slavery again, protested Primo. I was afraid of that, said the Undersecretary with a trace of sadness in his voice. He turned to his military companion. I was fully empowered to authorize you to launch a full military operation, General Adams. As soon as Primo has departed, you may consider a full state of war exists between the human race and the robos. Part 2. Don hurried down the passageway after the meeting had disbanded. As he approached the doorway to the immense laboratory containing the protoplasm tanks, a hurrying figure from a side passageway collided with him. Stifling an exclamation as he saw who it was, Don exclaimed, Sheila, what in the world are you doing here? I wanted to find out what happened at the meeting, she replied, brushing stray strands of golden brown hair from her face. You know how Father never tells me anything. You know that Dr. Stone has more on his mind now than at any other time in his life, stated Don, steeling himself against the pleading and petulant look on the girl's face. Why have all the robos disappeared so suddenly? She asked, changing her line of questioning. Is it to be war after all? Primo absolutely refused to listen to reason, Don explained. Whose reasoning? Came the soft question. His or the Earth Council's? The reasoning of his creators, angrily retorted Don. She stared at him, eyes wide with amazement. Don, it isn't like you to talk like that. Surely you don't say that the loud, fat General Adams, she wrinkled her nose with disgust, is superior to someone like Primo? His shoulders slumped with dejection. No, Sheila, but what are we to do? The robos won't work for the human race any longer, and the humans will not admit equality, even though it does exist now. Her face brightened. Then you are for them. Oh, Don, then it won't. She stopped at the dark look on his face. No, Sheila, I work for your father, Dr. Stone, and will follow his orders without question. He grasped her and turned her down from the laboratory. You go to your room now, he declared. I'm going to be busy for a while. Her glance darted to the doors of the laboratory. What are you going to do? She asked in low tones, an unspoken fear in her eyes. He looked away and replied roughly, I said that I have work to do. Now will you go away and leave me alone? Don! She stopped at the horror in her voice. You aren't going to do anything to the tanks, are you? Still silence from Don. Why, that would be but mass murder. It's nothing more alive than yeast, Sheila. How could it be murder to kill something that has no brain? It's just as much alive as an unborn child. Biting his lower lip, Don turned abruptly and pushed through the lab doors. The lines of low, gleaming tanks soothed him momentarily. A movement by one made him stop, startled. It was a robo. The mechanical man came toward him, and Don recognized it as one of the regular technicians who worked without sleep, as did all of the robos, it not being needed. Everything is in order, sir, the robo reported. In 3 days, we should be able to proceed with the creation. But what are you doing here? Asked Don with amazement. I thought that Primo had withdrawn all robos with him. I don't understand, sir. The robo was plainly puzzled, his forehead wrinkled. This is my assigned task. Sheila spoke from beside Don. Perhaps he's one that they hadn't treated with the rays and forgot about in their hurry to leave, she suggested. Probably, he agreed, and turned to the robo. That's all right, he informed the robo. With pain in his heart, he looked once more at the scrupulously clean cylindrical tanks, the various valves that regulated every minute detail of heat and nourishment to the protoplasm within. The least deviation would result in either stunted and unsatisfactory growth or kill the growing cells. Without looking at either the waiting robo or Sheila, he directed, set the master temperature control to 120 degrees. There was a gasp from Sheila, and a slight hesitation before the robo's protest. But, sir, that will kill all the growths. And 100 lives, accused the girl. Those are Dr. Stone's orders. I realize the consequences, but it must be done. It could conceivably mean more than 100 human lives if the new robos were to be allowed to develop. He kept his eyes down at the toes of his shoes. I'm afraid I must refuse, sir, the robo replied. Angered by the position with which he felt sympathy, Don retorted, All right, then step back and I'll... His voice trailed off at the sight of the needle gun held by the robo, pointed directly at him. The hitherto pleasant features of the robo, common to all of them, were now set in harsh lines. Astonished, Don blurted, But then you must be a rebel robo. He took another step forward. Put that down and do as I told you, or leave. The reflexes originally built into the mechanical but living creature caused the gun to waver slightly, then steady as living and thinking reflexes overcame the mechanical ones. There was pain in the robo's eyes as he warned, I'll be forced to kill you, sir. Reinforcements will arrive soon to complete the creation of the new robos. Then we'll depart. But no harm must come to the protoplasm for the present. Don looked from the robo to Sheila, who stood to one side, trembling. Get out of my way, he ordered roughly, turning to the master control panel. Out of the corner of an eye, he saw the needle gun come to the level of the robo's eyes, and he instinctively stiffened himself for the shock of the needle that would result in the paralysis of his heart muscles and a quick death. There might be time to reach the control panel and damage it sufficiently to kill the protoplasm. There was a loud explosion, and he fell almost to his knees before recovering. The robo, he saw to his astonishment, had a big hole blown in his chest, and the colorless life fluid gushed out before the robo sank to his knees. The needle gun had fallen out of reach. I thought I'd better check in here, came a bellow from the door. Don looked around and saw General Adams standing just inside, an ugly but efficient blaster held in an oversized hand. It leveled at the rapidly dying robo. Surprised you, did it? The robo said nothing, large eyes pleading with Don like those of a deer that had been mortally wounded and wonders why such a thing should have happened to it. Before the horrified Don could do anything, the blaster shook the lab again and blasted the robo into an inanimate heap of flesh. Oh! Wailed Sheila, sinking weakly to her knees. Why you... began Don, moving toward the general, rage blazing from his eyes. Don't move, warned the other, blaster swinging quickly to cover him. I'm in complete control now by order of the Earth Council, and it's fortunate for you that I followed, or you'd be lying there like that machine is. But that second shot was pure murder. It was a rebel, came the emotionless statement. Even if I hadn't killed him now, execution would have been certain as soon as practical. But he was dying, wailed Sheila. That was inhuman. We're supposed to be superior, but if you're an example of the human race, then I wonder if we are. The cold eyes of the general stared at her. Those words closely approached the borderline of treason, young lady, and in time of war, such as exists now, that could mean a court-martial. You overestimate yourself, General, Don informed him. The young lady happens to be the daughter of Dr. Stone. The other's face dropped in momentary astonishment. But I didn't know he was married. My mother died at my birth, Sheila informed him quietly. Nevertheless, I'm in full command of all Earth peoples until the war has been successfully completed, and with such authority, I can order a summary execution of anyone who threatens its progress. How do you think the Earth Council would react if you were to kill the Earth's leading scientist and his daughter? Reminded Don softly. You'd have to make a complete job of us all, you know. The older man's eyes blazed from deep within his fat face. They wouldn't say anything about you, he growled, lifting his blaster again. General, what goes on here? Demanded a new voice from behind him. Dr. Stone and the undersecretary came into view, rapidly sizing the situation. The events were quickly reported, and after another severe tongue-lashing from the undersecretary, the glowering general took up a position beside the door, away from the rest. Stone reached up and twisted the temperature control knob with no more show of emotion on his face than an uncontrolled twitch of a muscle under one eye. Part 3. The next few days passed quickly, then commenced dragging along once affairs had been wound up at the laboratory and the last tanks cleaned. More than ever, the weary Don appreciated the effort that the robos had gone to make his life easier. There was now time to study the flood of notes and history from the caves, deciphering those that looked as if they might prove of immediate interest. Even Stone forgot the pain occasioned by his destruction of the protoplasm tanks and became excited over the elusive clue they were following. If we could just find the formula the writer hints of, he said to Don at the conclusion of one long session of deciphering, it's apparent that his ancient civilization had an even more violent revolution by their robots than we have. Perhaps if we discover their solution in time, Primo will surrender rather than face a needless annihilation. Stone shook his head slowly. No, Don, somehow I don't believe we can escape the problem that easily. Our present civilization and robots must arrive at their own solution. In fact, I'm beginning to wonder why all this material, he waved at the mass of papers before them, has been written by one historian and in such a peculiar style, much as one would write a last will and testament. It surely does not sound like a victorious race with an overwhelming force at its command. A slowly throbbing headache made Don stand up forcibly. I can't concentrate anymore, Doctor. It's maddening to suspect that there could be a solution right at our fingertips, and yet just a trifle too late to be of any good. The old man smiled sympathetically. Why don't you go outside and get some fresh air, he suggested. I want to check back and see if perhaps the answer doesn't lie hidden in code, in the material we already have. Don accepted gratefully and wandered out into the green and restful gardens. The grass was becoming long, he noted, one more task left by the robos for their masters. He threw himself down beside a fountain and closed his eyes. Don? Came a whisper. The soft voice made him start and sit up. Sheila laughed briefly at his nervousness. Did you think it was Primo? I doubt if he'd warn me now. But why not, Don? After all, none of the decisions that have been reached were due to you. Perhaps not. But I doubt now that any of the robos could find it in their hearts to like any member of the human race. They're being hunted down like wild dogs. The people all think it's part of a game created for their express amusement. He paused, groping for words. Like people at a carnival who shoot at mechanical targets for some cheap award. I know, she said gently, sitting close beside him. It's not really their fault. Propaganda, churned out by the ton, beats it into them that this is a rebellion of machines. There was a moment of silence, and Sheila's hand found its way to his. She sighed. The harm's all been done now. People will never accept the robos as anything but an animated calculating machine or electronic brain. One or the other must fall. I can't understand their inactivity, he puzzled. With all of their created abilities, I'd expected something devastating. After all, they were created for atomic and cosmic work and knew all that the best scientific brains in the world could teach them. Did you ever stop to wonder if they wanted nothing but peace and would try to hide out or escape? She asked. He stared at her. Deep down, you're hoping that they'll succeed, aren't you? Sheila traced a long, slender figure around in the grass, not looking at him. Oh, perhaps. Don't you wish something would happen that would allow them to escape, perhaps even to another world? But that's impossible. What of the spaceships now being built secretly? She reminded him. The weight of necessary fuel to another planet would make it impossible for a spaceship to take off. Rocket fuel, yes. But what of the cosmic drive that Father and you have been working on? Isn't it practically perfected now? Stiffening, he asked. Sheila, what in the world do you know about that? Why, even Stone himself wouldn't have mentioned it to you. She smiled brightly, laughter dancing from sparkling eyes. So it is true, then. As the realization that he had been tricked into the admission soaked in, Don's lower jaw dropped. He glanced quickly around. I've said nothing, he told her, and make sure that you don't repeat it. General Adams would like nothing better than an excuse to order me court-martialed. But he couldn't. You're a civilian. Don't forget that all civil rights have been suspended until the robos have been exterminated. Sheila's eyes dropped suddenly, and she became sad. Do you actually hate the robos now? She asked softly. Don was amazed. Of course not. After all, I helped create them, you know. I've the greatest respect and admiration in the world for them. I still believe that they could have helped to advance man faster and further than he ever can himself. Then why would it be treason to help the robos escape, Don? Sheila, what in the world has come over you talking like this? You know that it would be impossible, even if I wanted to. Tossing her head quickly, the girl changed moods in an instant. You're right, I was just talking. Let's forget it all and go on a picnic this Sunday. She jumped to her feet. Wait, Sheila. She stopped inquiringly. Yes? For a moment, words came with difficulty. Well, you know that ever since I've started working for your father that you... Damn it, you know how I feel about you, Sheila. And you didn't seem to object. No, Don. Then why can't we get married right away, sweetheart? To his surprise, her eyes filled with tears and her lips twisted in pain. Don, she exclaimed, you shouldn't have said anything. She melted into his arms and relaxed briefly, supple young body pressed against his. Then suddenly she tore herself from his arms and fled toward the house. Sheila, wait! Don called, but to no avail. She vanished from sight. He sank slowly to the grass, brow wrinkled in perplexity. It was understandable, of course, that recent events should have upset her, But why the sudden outburst just now? He wondered if she'd been let down by his lack of response to her wild suggestion. Idly conjecturing, he was about to again sink to the ground when an alarm bell rang and voices began shouting. Thinking that it might be an attack by the robos on the nerve center of their opposition, he leaped to his feet. A soldier came running up. "Sir," he gasped, "you're wanted in the conference room immediately." Again, it was the same group. Dr. Stone, the undersecretary with a worried frown, a raging General Adams, and several aides. The undersecretary noted his arrival with nothing more than tightened lips as he announced, "I have just been informed that the only 2 spaceships in existence have been stolen by the robos." "Stolen?" exclaimed Stone. "Impossible," objected Don. "They'd have to be flown away, and the fuel hasn't yet been produced." "You're wrong as usual," snapped the general. "They were loaded with ordinary rocket fuel for testing purposes and blasted off." "Were they tracked?" inquired Dr. Stone anxiously. "Why, the loss of the 2 ships will set us back at least 5 years in space exploration." "They were tracked, but they flew low over the Pacific and were lost," snapped the general. "Missiles are ready even now so that if they attempt to escape into space, they'll be instantly destroyed." "Where could they conceivably have gone to, General?" asked the undersecretary. "We suspect some remote section of South America. The entire Air Force is even now sectoring the entire continent. Africa will come next." "Even more serious," added the undersecretary. "Small raids have been made at various factories, and Central Intelligence has deduced that they plan on leaving Earth. In one instance, they took nothing but seeds and fertilizers and tools suitable for colonization farming. Still, they could hardly hope to escape Earth without the new fuel, unless they've developed one of their own," argued Stone. "How long did it take you and your assistant?" asked the undersecretary. "Approximately 2.5 years." "Did any of the robos assist in any manner other than testing finished fuels or doing menial tasks?" "No, only Donald and myself have ever seen any portion of the formula only recently perfected. And it's entirely safe within the inner room you were recently in." "Strange that the robos haven't raided this of all places." "Not so strange," broke in the general with self-satisfaction, "when you consider that the entire area is bristling with the latest in our weapons. Even a machine has better sense than that. I wondered why your soldiers had so thoroughly ripped apart my grounds," commented Stone bitterly. The general's face blackened as he sputtered. "This has gone far." There was a loud, booming thud, and the light slowly flickered, leaving the room lighted only by the dim light of the fast-fading day. Almost immediately, a deep-throated alarm horn began its steady boop, 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 summoning all off-duty guards to their emergency attack stations. "Everyone stay right here," ordered the general briskly, hurrying toward the newly installed battle phone. Brief queries and orders were quickly barked into the mouthpiece. Much as he disliked the man, Don had to admire his brisk efficiency. The whistle of jets overhead drowned out all other sounds, but still there was no indication of fighting, either on the ground or in the air. General Adams turned from the battle phone, darkly frowning. "The all-clear signal will be given shortly. The alarm was caused by a blast from within the power room, and my intelligence reports that it seems to have been caused by someone inside and not by outside attack." "Very strange," mused the undersecretary. "Wait," he snapped, jumping to his feet. "The fuel formula. They'd be after that, naturally." Followed by a small group of soldiers, they were all soon standing before the open door of the inner room, light shining brightly from within, but no hum of the force field. "But that's impossible!" exclaimed the old scientist. "Even after the power supply failed?" asked the undersecretary. "Naturally. I foresaw long ago that if anyone were to try to enter, their first act would be to destroy the main power plant. so that eventuality was provided for by a small auxiliary designed to go into operation upon the failure of the main plant. He pointed to the lights burning inside. Look, there's still power. A quick examination disclosed that the formula had been taken. How long would it take to manufacture a sufficient quantity for space travel? Asked the Undersecretary. A week? 10 days, perhaps? The ingredients are relatively simple and easily obtained. A clamp has been set around the entire area with orders to shoot anyone leaving, the general informed them sourly. Although I think that everything was arranged from the inside. Explain yourself, General, ordered the grim-faced Undersecretary. Well, even though I was never informed in detail concerning the safeguards surrounding this inner sanctum, he snapped the last two words. At least I could see that it would require someone with a special knowledge to enter, correct? The last was directed at Stone. That's right, affirmed the other. Donald and myself are the only ones with the special keys I made and constructed. They're made of several alloys, and when inserted in the outside slot, a spectroscope determines whether or not it's the correct key. Even a minor deviation in the alloys would sound an alarm. And only your assistant and you have possession of the two keys in existence? A curt nod of the head was his only reply, so in louder tones he demanded, Then I'd like to see both keys right now, since this is a matter involving security of an Earth secret, one that should have been entrusted to me long ago. Stone instantly had his in sight, and all eyes swung to Don, who was fumbling in his pockets. I had it earlier in the day, he mumbled in a low voice. At last he had to admit that he didn't have the key. Men sent to investigate his room reported that neither was it there. Call everyone in the house together immediately, ordered the general. I thought all along that it was an inside job. Everyone is here except my daughter, said the scientist. The only servants we ever had were robos. Has anyone seen the girl? Asked the undersecretary. There were no answers, and a quick but thorough search was fruitless. Perhaps she went into town, suggested Don. Without telling anyone? Inquired the general with lifted eyebrows. Is there a law against it? Snapped back Don. You seem interested more than usual in springing to her defense, observed the military man with an undertone of triumph that puzzled Don. I'd trust her further than I would some others, stated Don with an implication that didn't go unnoticed. Rather than the usual rage, however, the general laughed. You mean that you don't believe she'd turn traitor and help the robos obtain the formula? Of course not. The answer was snapped back. Then what I have to say may interest all of you, although my proof isn't positive. It comes close enough for me. Let's get to the point, demanded Don. General Adams rocked back on his heels, then with satisfaction stated, It so happens that I ordered a thorough security check on each of you in this house. You, for instance, jutting his chin to indicate Don, were rather hard to check completely since the orphanage in which your records were kept was completely destroyed by fire. Other than that, everyone was found to be in order. Thank you, said Don sarcastically. The interruption was ignored. Dr. Stone's life was easy to check and rather routine, nothing out of the ordinary. His daughter now, he licked his lips. There's another matter, and quite interesting. A quick glance by Don at his employer disclosed that Stone's scientist's face was white. The general had paused for the effect of his words to penetrate, then, rather disappointed at the waiting silence, continued. We found no birth record for Sheila, Dr. Stone. Can you explain that? He was lost in the confusion of my wife's untimely death 10 years ago. But there's not even a record in the courthouse. How do you account for that? I'm not concerned with the manner in which government officials conduct their offices, came the curt reply. However, accustomed as he was to the scientist, Don thought he detected a slight note of nervousness. The other pressed relentlessly. "We checked all of your acquaintances, Doctor. None could say definitely when your wife first gave birth to Sheila. In fact, several were even surprised to hear that you had a child. We never had many close friends. My work made that impossible. But where did she go to school? Obviously, she has a good education." The scientist's lips tightened. He shot a look of appeal at Don before looking at the general again. "My wife and I both instructed." He broke off suddenly, squaring his shoulders. "It's no use going any further," he told the other. "You're pretty certain of the truth, and it was bound to come out sooner or later." The general nodded with satisfaction. "Good. I'm glad that you've come to your senses. Do you want me to tell them?" "Tell us what?" Don asked. "That this Sheila was one of the first robos to be constructed, even before the rebel Primo." Don's horrified gaze swung to Dr. Stone, who nodded his head in the affirmative. "So there's no doubt in my mind now that she obtained the missing key in some manner or the other, and has gone to the rebels with the formula they needed." Hours after the disclosure that Sheila was not true flesh and blood, Don was still pacing the darkness in the garden. At last he sat down on the bench, and an uncontrolled sob shook his frame briefly as his numb brain began to relax. No wonder she had quizzed him so hopefully that afternoon. He had thought it the sensitivity of a young girl who hated to see anything destroyed. She had not only been in sympathy with the robos, but one of them. Now they could travel to the stars, and the world would well be rid of them. Or would it? His mind flashed an image of the lovely Sheila when she was amused, gay laughter tinkling out, or the mischievous twinkle in her eyes when she teased him. Don? The youth's head sprang up, hopefully. Surely, with the area guarded so closely, she wouldn't have come back. "Don?" the voice asked again. In the dim light from the house, he saw that it was Stone. The scientist had seen him by that time and hurried over to sit beside him. "Forgive me, son," he begged, laying a hand on his shoulder. "If all this trouble hadn't come about, no one ever would have discovered the truth. She was exactly the same as everyone else." "That's what I can't understand," protested Don. "I was with you before Primo and the other robos, and knew Sheila then. She had consciousness and reason even before then, Dr. Stone." The older man nodded. "Until Primo's disclosure, Donald, concerning how he obtained his, I was somewhat nonplussed about Sheila. She was modeled after the daughter my wife and I would have liked to have had, but never could. All the care and love that a father and a scientist could pour into his effort went into the creation of Sheila. But her inner personalities, what about that? It's apparent to me now. During a later experiment with radiation, at which time she was helping me, a shield broke down and bathed Sheila almost to the point of burning her. Fortunately, I had been behind even another shield, or would have been instantly killed. It was shortly after that I noticed a change in Sheila. My wife and I were so overjoyed that we determined to pass her off as our very own daughter." Both men sat silently, each lost in his thoughts. "You loved her very much, didn't you?" asked Don of the older man. "As much or more than if she had actually been my own daughter." "I know how you feel," Don said softly. "And I can understand now why she's been so evasive with me during the past few weeks. Before that, we'd sort of planned." "I know, Don," the scientist broke in. "She told me." They arose slowly, the thought of Sheila tying them closer together than ever before, and started for the house. Part 4. Sporadic raids by the robos still continued, and it was obvious by the list of supplies they had stolen that their attempt to escape into space would shortly be made. The military forces had shot hundreds of Searcher rockets into an orbit around Earth, whose sole purpose would be to seek and destroy any ship attempting to slip through to outer space. They had been so designed that, once having reached their predetermined orbit, their rocket thrust was broken off and would be reactivated only when directed by radar from the ground or when the metallic bodies of the fugitive ships passed nearby. Evidence of a super weapon possessed by the ancients now became concrete enough that General Adams proclaimed it a military secret. A team of scientists, headed by Dr. Stone, was put on it. Don neither noted nor cared that the general had seen to it that he was barred from the research. A growing undertone of excitement from the specialist made him demand an explanation from Stone. The scientist explained. We found out that the history was written by the last of the ancients. Some of the early miracles passed down through the ages were evidently the last spasms of a dying civilization. They were in the garden, and he looked at the light flooding the house, shaking his head slowly. One point that's not clear yet is whether or not they used the weapon finally developed for use against the robots. I'm personally inclined to think that it wasn't. Perhaps it won't work, Don said. I'm quite sure that it will. In fact, we're in full production right now. You see, Don, the formula was discovered weeks ago by someone else, so there was no holding it back from the government. You mean that Earth has a weapon that will destroy all the robos? Anxiously inquired Don. Completely. But that means it would also... The old man's head dropped. I know, Donald. It means Sheila too, unless they escape, which is unlikely with all the Searcher rockets now in space. He held up a hand as the younger man opened his mouth. No, there's nothing I can do to stop it. The others have sufficient knowledge to carry on the project without my help. Couldn't we warn the robos? After all, they've not attempted to harm anyone. In fact, no one has been killed yet. Dr. Stone's head came up hopefully, then dropped. No, Don, it wouldn't work. This way will be kinder, since they'll never know what happened to them. There's no possible way they could escape, even if they knew. The notes of this ancient scientist indicate that he too faced the moral problem of whether their robots deserved equal right to live. In fact, when the decision had to be made, he decided that total annihilation of the robots was foolish, since the master race was already dead, with the exception of himself. Is that the reason for all the hurried construction that's been going on all over the country? Yes. Towers are being built within 500 miles of each other, ostensibly as a new radar network. Actually, however, the ancient weapon was designed to work on the type of brain radiation peculiar to the robot and cause almost instant death. Then perhaps it won't work on the robos. They may be different. Stone hesitated. That may be, and ordinarily we'd test it first, but there's no robos left in captivity, and no time to construct others. But it'll only be a small matter to change the settings to correspond to the robos' minds if this first attempt fails. Somehow, I have an idea that it will function as the ancients designed it to, horrible as that may be. But before that happens, son, there's something I must tell you. A heavy voice broke in. At least you won't be around when it does occur, Dr. Stone. Their heads snapped around in the dim light to see a small detachment of soldiers led by the general. I can promise you that your trial will be short, and there is only one sentence for treasonable thoughts. Come. This is utterly foolish, snapped the scientist. I demand to see the undersecretary immediately. I'm afraid that's impossible, came the smooth reply. The council is in session, and he had to attend. Besides, in such matters, my authority is supreme until the last robo has been destroyed. I intend to contact the council immediately and report your actions, threatened the old man, starting for the house. Halt, or I'll fire, warned the general, whipping a blaster into sight. The scientist ignored the command and kept on toward the house. The general leveled his arm as the frozen Don regained his senses and dove at him. He sensed, rather than saw, the rifle butt swung at his head by one of the squad and dropped, stunned, as the blaster roared out. Lights flashed on all over the garden, and raising his throbbing head from the ground, Don saw the crumpled heap that had been Dr. Stone but a few moments ago. Rage coursed through his veins and gave him new strength. You murderer! He screamed, leaping at the smiling general who stood over the man he had just killed. The blaster came up again, but before it could be fired, several of the squad had leaped in. Before he quite realized what had happened, Don found himself securely tied and being led to the house. Don neither knew nor cared what charges were brought about during the course of his court-martial. To his surprise, the country had reacted favorably to the general's actions, and editorials demanded his summary execution. A grateful public acclaimed General Adams as having saved Earth from slavery at the hands of brutal machines. Don sat in his cell, not caring about the practically automatic death sentence. All that he had thought worth living for was gone. Stone had been killed, and Sheila would soon be caught by the new ray. Day was just beginning to break, the rising of the sun to be a signal for his execution. He looked up as the sentry stopped before his cell. They stared at each other, and Don said wryly, "I won't hang myself until you go off duty, sentry." The youth opened his mouth to reply, when all of a sudden everything seemed to rise, then settle back and crumple. A low roar filled the room, and Don frantically scuttled closer to one of the walls to escape falling debris. He wondered if the robos had attacked or if it had been an earthquake. The answer was soon settled. He scrambled to freedom outside and heard the rattle of small arms fire. He had no definite plan in mind but to get away as far as possible. His prison had been situated near a forest, and he dashed for the edge, taking advantage of the confusion. He had almost reached the fringe when a small band of uniformed men broke through almost directly in front of him. Don and the party stopped, everyone momentarily startled. Then he dashed off at a tangent, knowing it futile, but determined to die while free. There was a shout, then an explosion from a blaster, almost a hit. The concussion knocked Don to the ground. He came to his feet groggily and started to run again when there was a familiar call. "Don, wait!" He looked and saw that one of the party was Sheila, and also recognized several robo-technicians. He doubled back for the prison, but was instantly felled by a blow from behind that knocked one of his legs from beneath him. He realized that it could only have been from one of the older rifles still used for hunting game in order that it wouldn't be torn apart as with a blaster. The party quickly surrounded him and sped for the security of the trees. There was a flurry of shots from behind that the robos answered. Then the foliage concealed them. "It's no use," Don gasped from between gritted teeth. "This place is surrounded by soldiers. In fact, I rather imagine that the general anticipated and hoped for something like this." "We'll get out," smiled Sheila tenderly. Don saw why when they broke into a small clearing and were confronted by one of the two missing spaceships towering high among the forest giants. "We came in last night during the storm," Sheila explained. "Once in the air, we'll fly close to the Earth's surface, and nothing can touch us or follow us back to our base." The party hustled aboard, and they were soon shooting through the atmosphere. "Wait!" protested Don as they then turned attention to his shattered leg. "The sun! Has the sun risen yet?" "It's just a few minutes more," soothed Sheila, pressing his hot forehead with a cool palm. "Just lie back while we straighten your leg." "But I've got to tell you," he insisted. "You haven't long to live if I'm right. Perhaps you can do something, although I doubt it." The robos all stiffened. Sheila was the first to recover and asked anxiously, Tell us what, Don? He explained about the new weapon. And, he concluded, from what's been hinted, and knowing the generals I do, I believe sunrise was to signal the transmission of the wave. To Don's surprise, the robo-men smiled at each other. You were right, one said to Sheila. He was for us. I'm glad. Sheila was almost in tears. But we'll never make it, she cried. If we could have reached him 5 minutes sooner, then everything would have been all right. I don't understand, puzzled Don. We knew all along what the general was planning, Sheila told him. Then you have a defense against the wave? He asked hopefully. No, but we had constructed a specially shielded room for Father and you, sobbed the girl. Even now, Don found it hard to believe that she was a robo. But why for me, he queried. The wave was designed for all of you. Not for us, broke in Sheila. For the robots that rebelled against the last civilization. I know, said Don. But many of you have a more thorough scientific training than I. You know that it'll only be a matter of hours before they discover the wavelength that will kill all of you if the first one doesn't. Blake, one of the newer robos, joined the conversation. That would be true, he admitted, except that when the general gives the signal, he dooms himself and the human race to instant destruction. The ancient weapon was designed for the human race and never used. You mean that humans were the robots referred to in the records? Asked the incredulous Don. Correct, replied Blake. It appears that the sun's rising, shrieked Sheila. We're too late. She threw herself over Don as if to protect him. A low hum filled the cabin of the speeding spaceship. We're tuned to the wave, tersely explained Blake. The robo stared at Don and he at them. Evidently, their explanation had been right, Don thought. None of them were showing any signs of distress. They kept eyeing him strangely. Even Sheila had drawn back in amazement. Suddenly, the thought struck him. The wave hadn't affected him either. Incredible, exclaimed Blake. The ship's hull couldn't possibly act as a shield. A dawning hope lit Sheila's face. No, she said softly. Not incredible if you stop to think. She came closer to Don. Where were you born? She asked. I don't know. The confused Don replied. My first memories are of the orphanage, and they never told me. All the records were burned. And who so conveniently happened along to take you away with him? Continued Sheila. Why, your father. Dr. Stone, I mean. He stopped in embarrassment. The answer hammered at him suddenly, and Don straightened up, the throbbing in his leg forgotten. The wave should have killed me, he practically shouted. His voice sank down. Then, that means I must be one of you. There was a joyous round of congratulations. Finally, Blake raised a hand for silence. I believe we'd better leave now, he told the others. After all, our Creator, he chidingly stressed the latter word, our Creator must rest. The ship sped on, leaving to the future plans for rebuilding a new Earth and civilization. End of Survival of the Fittest by Jean L. Henderson. Read by Paul Hampton.
The 54th of July by Alan Edward Norse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Shoesmith. The 54th of July by Alan Edward Norse. Matt had to destroy the rocket because it was a symbol of evil that had brought economic disaster. But must he also destroy the future? It was well after dark when Matt Matthews got back down to the headquarters camp and saw the city stranger sitting there before the fire. He knew he was a city man after a single glance at the shiny, low-topped shoes and the reminiscence of a crease in the dusty trousers. Matt tossed the gophers and the 2 small coyotes off his broad shoulders to old Mo Arhelger across the campfire, staring in suspicious silence from the stranger to Mo and back again. "Who's he?" he asked finally. "He wants to go down to the ship," said Mo, tossing another stick into the fire. He was a thin, wiry old man with a white rim of beard scraggling over his lean jaw. A short-bit pipe was clenched between a set of very bad teeth. On his head was a torn, filthy, old felt hat, but his clear blue eyes held the silent confidence of authority. The old man puffed quietly as he glanced up at the young giant who had just arrived. "His name's Levy, he says. Flew over from El Paso this morning in a copter just to see me. Even knew my name." "Everybody in New Mexico knows your name," Matthews growled. The old man nodded, his eyes bright. "Mr. Levy wants to go down to the ship tonight." Matt stared at the stranger's half-day stubble. Then he burst out laughing. "That's what we all want to do, buddy. Just go down to the ship, that's all. Only trouble is the bulldog isn't ready to lay out the welcome mat for us just yet." He glanced over at Mo. "Did the doc say anything about Jack Abel?" "Jack's dead. 3 slugs in the head." Matt's face darkened. He looked up at Levy. "Jack wanted to go down to the ship, too. Tried to go down quiet-like." He set about skinning the first coyote, tossing the rest of the game to the group of silent men sitting around the fire near Mo. "You're wasting your time, stranger. Stick around a while. Be patient, like us. The bulldog can't hold out forever." Levy ran a hand through his dark hair, watching Matthews with sharp brown eyes. "I wasn't figuring on going down quiet-like," he said. Matt looked up as though seeing the man for the first time, his eyes dark with suspicion. "Then how do you plan to go?" His hand moved to the gun at his side, and he began massaging the stock with his huge paw. Levy glanced at the gun without fear. "Under a truce flag," he said. Matthews spat. "Old man Gorman has command of 400 men down at the ship. They'll shoot anybody that comes close on sight." He looked up at Mo, caught the old man's blue eyes sharply. "I don't like this guy, Mo. I think we better take care of him." Mo shook his head. "Take it easy, Matt. The man thinks maybe he can get this siege broken. Thinks Gorham may surrender if he knows what's happened. In Washington, all over the country." Levy nodded, bobbing his head eagerly. "I knew Gorham before the crash. He's an old guard soldier. He'll honor a truce flag." His voice was crisp in the still night air. "You want to get your hands on that ship? That's all you want, the whole crowd of you out here? Nothing else? So why risk a fight, risk getting killed, if I can get Gorham to surrender to you?" Matt grinned unpleasantly. "Why do you think they call him the Bulldog? He'll never give up, until we starve him out. We got the time, and the men, and the food. They can't last much longer." Levy frowned in annoyance. "I say you may not need to wait." Matthews climbed to his feet and walked slowly over to the edge of the rocks where the camp was situated. It was on the edge of the desert, and down below sand and sage stretched for miles in the pale moonlight. On either side he could see the flicker of the other campfires, forming a huge circle many miles in diameter. As he stood watching, his ear unconsciously picked up the rustle of silent footsteps on the trail leading to the nearest campfire away, the guard line, which closed the circle tight. But he was not interested in the guard lines tonight. They were well guarded. No one could get through them. There were 6 dead soldiers lying out in the desert to attest to that, soldiers who had tried to break through to the main highway during the past 3 weeks. What held Matt's interest right now was the huge cyclone fence enclosure in the center of the circle of fires. Inside the fence, He could see the low, flat buildings of the rocket development project, and in the moonlight he could make out the lines of the ship itself, standing tall and lifeless in the darkness. He watched it for a moment, and his fists clenched. He whirled back to the fire, lifting the city stranger up by the collar, dragging his face up close to his. "Why do you want to go down there?" he snarled. Levy's face was purple, and he gasped for breath. "Because there's no point in letting 400 innocent men be slaughtered when you can have the ship without firing a gun. That's why." "My, but we're noble," Matt snapped. "What do you care how many are killed? Who sent you here in the first place? Where'd you get a copter to fly over here in?" Levy shook himself free, glaring up at the giant standing over him. "I stole a copter, if you have to know, and nobody sent me." "How'd you know we were here?" "Don't be a fool. The whole country knows you're here. Look, all I want is a chance to talk to Gorham under a truce flag for 15 minutes. If I don't succeed, you don't lose a thing. What harm can it do?" Mo Arhelger spat into the fire. "Can't do no harm. And it might just break this open for us once and for all. Then we could go back home." "But if he's a spy, he could have word from reinforcements. Maybe the Army's planning a march." Levy snorted. "The Army isn't planning anything. The Army is starving to death. The nearest contingent is San Diego, and they got their hands full just scouring the countryside for food. They got no fuel to come here with, even if they felt like it." Matt scowled. He could still be a spy. Mo Arhelger nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing at the city man, and then he looked up at Matt. "I know. That's why I want him to go down to the ship. With you along with him." The trip down the mountainside was slow. It was almost a half an hour before they reached the encampment at the bottom, on a gravel road that led straight out to the rocket site. The road was piled high with rocks, and 4 men with old felt hats and plaid shirts sat in jeeps, watching the road for a stir of life. Matt and Levy commandeered a jeep, bounced down a gully to bypass the roadblock, and started along the road toward the fenced enclosure. A spotlight picked them up almost immediately, and Levy hoisted a white shirt up on a pole, waving it to catch the light. Then slowly they drove ahead, until 2 more spotlights flashed on from the ship, scanning the sage on either side of them, flickering in their faces as they made their way along. Levy sat tight-lipped, peering ahead into the darkness. Matthews drove silently. He'd never been this close to rocket number 5 before, but rockets were an old story to him. He had worked on number 3 and number 4 during his 2 years in the labor force. He knew quite enough about rockets. More lights went on as they approached the fence. Inside, off to the left and right, were buildings, the storerooms and offices of the project, and in the center, standing tall, with her lower third enshrouded in scaffolding and canvas, stood the ship. Rocket number 5. The last attempt, the straw that broke the camel's back. 4 great ships before it, crashing into heaps of rubble, dragging the earth down with them. And here the 5th, as yet unborn, never to be launched. Matthews made a bitter sound in his throat. When he thought of the horrible 54 days just past, he knew that his hate for this rocket ship and everything it stood for was right. Mo was right, in his fanatical burning hatred of the old world, which had struggled blindly to launch its ships and starved itself to do so. But Mo wanted everything, the ships, the men, the government, everything. Matthews only wanted the ship. He smiled grimly to himself. The garrison couldn't hold out much longer. They had no food, and the ring of guerrillas surrounding the ship like a tight net would see that they got no food. It had been a long wait, but soon they would struggle out, begging for food and water, leaving the ship standing alone, to be wrecked and ripped and torn into 1,000 bitter pieces. A soldier suddenly appeared in a spotlight inside the huge fence gate, rifle half raised in his hands. He let out a shout and brought the rifle up to his shoulder. "Halt!" The jeep's tires screeched. Then Levy raised the flag again and waved it. "Truce!" he called out. "We're unarmed. What do you want?" "We want to talk to the bulldog." There was a long pause as a conference was held back in the shadows. Someone in the darkness ran out to join the gate guard. Then there was a grating sound as the lock on the gate snapped open. The gate swung out as 5 more soldiers encircled it from within, rifles cocked and ready. "Leave the jeep outside. Come in with your hands raised." Slowly, Matt and Levy climbed out and walked forward. The soldiers looked weary, their clothes filthy, their eyes bright with hate. They watched the men as they walked in and then closed around them, herding them across to a long, low building. Lights went on, and Matt could see the dim interior of a disused day room, the walls piled high with supply cartons. "You wait," said one of the soldiers. "I'll see if the colonel wants to see you." He watched them carefully until the gate clanged shut. Then he nodded to another guard and disappeared into the darkness. They didn't wait long. The door burst open and a short, squat, gray-haired man strode into the room. Dressed in a T-shirt and OD pants, he was not an imposing figure, but there was no mistaking the heavy shock of gray hair, the solid, sour set of the mouth, the wide-set eyes. The bulldog of White Sands, they'd called him. The man in charge of the administration of 3 rocket projects. The man who had sworn that space would never defeat him. He glared at Matthews for a moment. Then his glance shifted to Levy, and his eyes widened. "Well," he said sourly, "I hardly expected to see you joining up with these pigs." Levy's eyes flickered in a tired smile. "So you remember me," he said. "I never forget a face." The colonel stared at him with a stony expression for a moment. "White Sands, April '93, 2.5 years ago almost. Just after the 3rd ship blew up. Name is, Levy." Levy nodded. "That's right." The colonel's eyes hardened. "You were with a crowd that was trying to talk the government into junking the rockets project, right?" "That's right. We predicted the impending crash even then." "Hogwash," said the colonel. "A lot of statistical blather." "Unfortunately, statistics is a scientific technique, and our predictions were not blather. We predicted the crash almost to the day. We said the 30th of July, 1995. We had no way of predicting the Iranian oil decision, which happened last April. That precipitated the crisis by a month, so it came on the 1st of July instead of the 30th. But socio-mathematics were far beyond the blather stage then. We hope we can still salvage something from the country now." The old soldier blinked at him. "Well, what do you want, Levy?" "I've come to ask you to surrender the ship and march your men out of here." Colonel Gorham snorted. "My orders were to guard and protect this rocket down to the last man if necessary. On the 6th of July, a week after the crash, I had orders direct from the President to hold this ship at any cost. He warned me then that there'd be mobs, maybe even an attempt to storm the enclosure." He scowled angrily. "They'll never get this ship as long as I'm alive." "And have you heard from the President since the 6th? Levy's voice was smooth. "I have not." "Perhaps that's because the President was hanged on the White House lawn the day after he called you. Quite a mob was there. The food pinch was just beginning to be felt. And that was 47 days ago." He glanced up at the colonel's white face. "Oh, I'm not lying to you. It happened. Have you had any communications recently?" "How could I? They cut the telephone cables. And we can't get anything but hysterical nonsense from our radio sets." "Has it occurred to you that many things may have happened in the course of this last month?" Levy's voice was sharp in the still room. "I'll hold this ship until things get straightened out," the colonel snapped. "Colonel, things aren't going to straighten out. This isn't just a little depression we're in now. It isn't a small business recession that will just up and stabilize soon. This is an economic crash that's thrown the world back 1,000 years. We may never recover from the crash that came on the 1st of July. The government is gone, Colonel. There isn't any government. The army has dissolved into the hills hunting for food. The only money with any value is being paid out by the hospitals for blood to restock their banks. And without money, there isn't any food. The people in the cities are starving, standing in the streets starving, because food isn't coming in. Communications are out. There isn't any commercial traffic. I have a stockpile of emergency rations a mile high, and I have 400 men who aren't running around in the hills, the colonel snarled. I have a job to do, and I'm doing it. But you're guarding an empty shell. Look, the people don't know all the reasons for the collapse. They don't know the whole picture. But they know one thing. They know they've been taxed beyond endurance. Their gasoline has been requisitioned. Their boys taken for military and labor service. Their money devaluated again and again so that the government could get a rocket off the earth before the Asians did. And they know that now the whole world has fallen in a heap and they're starving to death. And they know that this rocket was being worked on when the crash came. They want it, Colonel. They're going to get it, too. They need a scapegoat for these 54 days, and this rocket is it, and there won't be any recovery as long as the ship stands. He stared at the colonel, and then made a hopeless gesture. You don't believe me, do you? You think that it's just a matter of time until things stabilize, and everything will be back to normal, don't you? Well, it won't, Colonel. Do you know what they're calling the date out there? The 54th of July. 54 days since the crash, and things are getting worse every day. Even time has stood still. They've forgotten to use the calendar. There'll never be a world like you knew before, Colonel. But the agony and suffering and chaos must be paid for somehow, and the rocket is the price. Until the whole world knows that the rocket is utterly destroyed, there will be no faith in government or people or anything else. Levy glanced nervously at Matthews, towering against the wall, watching the discussion sourly. Then he looked back at the colonel and leaned forward. Let them take the ship. There are things here far more precious than any single rocket ship could ever be. You know what I mean. If you resist, they'll get the ship and everything else. The colonel's eyes moved to Matthew's heavy face and then back to Levy. Suddenly his face looked very tired. That's a chance I'll have to take, he said wearily. You're wasting your time, Levy. Later, around the campfire, Matt stared gloomily at old Mo Arhelger. I tell you, I don't like it, he said. I just don't like it. The old man cocked sharp eyes across the fire. I don't see that any harm was done. We gave the bulldog his last chance. He didn't care to take it. That suits me fine. Now you can watch out. Matt shook his head sharply. That isn't what I mean. I didn't like the looks of the place. It looked too much like a going concern. Gorham was too damn confident. You ever see a garrison commander who wasn't? But Gorham's no fool. He knows we got this encampment sewed up. He knows he can't get out, and neither can his men. He knows there won't be any supplies coming in for him. Matt rubbed his chin thoughtfully. And the look of the place. The look of the ship. I couldn't see much, of course, but it didn't look right. The old man's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? Matt's forehead creased into a worried frown. I don't know. I think they're trying to complete the rocket for a flight. But that's crazy, Mo exploded. They don't have the supplies. They don't have the calculator power. They haven't got power for anything. We've seen to that. Gasoline generators for their spotlights. Nothing else. I know. It doesn't make sense. Matt shot a glance at Levy, crouched at a nearby fire, and he lowered his voice. And there was something Levy said, about something more valuable than the ship itself. Look, Mo, we don't know how far the ship had gone before the crash. Maybe all the calculations were completed. Mo stared at the fire for a long moment. A tall, lanky man stumbled up the trail by flashlight, sending down a shower of pebbles. He stopped before the fire. "All quiet, Mo. They closed up shop after the delegation left." Mo nodded to the man. "Tell Mike to alert his men, Tommy. Get everybody looking alive." "What's up? Something about to break?" The old man scowled. "I don't know. But I want everyone awake. Got it?" The guard nodded and vanished down the trail again. Mo turned to Matthews, a queer look in his eyes. "What do you think, Matt?" "I think our time is running out," said Matthews. "Maybe you worry too much." "Maybe." Mo's eyes blazed. "They can't try to launch it," he snarled. "It's got to be smashed. Smashed so hard they'll never dare try to make another one." His hand clenched on his rifle until the knuckles were white. Matt leaned forward eagerly. "Let me go down there, Mo. We got dynamite. I could find a way to climb the fence, maybe, and start the works off. Once something went bang from the inside and broke their control of the place, we could mop 'em up." Mo's hand relaxed. "You'd never make it alive." "Somebody's got to try. There isn't much time. I'm sure of it." "All right, try it. But before you go, you got a visitor. I think you better talk to her." The girl was waiting in his tent, sitting alone in the darkness. She looked up into the flashlight beam, and there were wet streaks of dust on her cheeks. "Matt, is that you?" She stumbled to her feet. "Oh, Matt." "Mary." The big man stared at his wife, his eyes wide. "Mary, what are you doing here? How did you get here? Why did you come?" He took her in his arms, held her tight as she pressed her face against his chest, sobbing. Then suddenly he straightened up, held her out at arm's length, staring into her large brown eyes. "Mary, the farm." She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, and shook her head miserably. "Gone. City people from San Diego. They came one night. They took it." A numbness ran down his spine as he stared at her. "But Dad and Johnny—" "They never had a chance." She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, her voice faltering. "It was a crowd of men, maybe 10 of them. Came across the land about 8 o'clock one night. They shot your dad when he walked out on the porch, shot him through the head. Then they came in the house and beat Johnny to death. Oh, Matt, it was horrible. They shot the cow and then cooked her over an open fire. You should have seen them. They were starving. They were like wild men, calling us land grabbers and food hoarders. I sneaked out the back way when they weren't looking and ran down the road to Escondido and found Harry Davis. He and a bunch of the boys had stolen some gas and were planning to drive over the mountains to join you here. They sent word around to the other farmers, and then they brought me along." Matt stood numbly, staring at the girl's face. "Mary, you shouldn't have come here. You should have gone to the folks in town. They would have helped you, taken care of you." The girl whirled on him, her eyes pleading. "Oh, Matt, come away from here. Come out of this horrible fight and come home. What does it matter if there's a rocket out there? We can't eat rockets. We need food. The city folks are coming out in hordes. There was a man said the water supply wasn't going to last to the north, that the cars were lined up 3 deep from the coast clear out to Salt Lake, bumper to bumper, a week ago. They stole gasoline from the refineries before they blew them up. They're all heading east and north. Oh, Matt, take me home." He stood there in the dim light of the flashlight, and then knelt down beside her, holding her against him. "I can't, Mary. Not yet," he said softly. "The world we knew before was crazy. This rocket was crazy. This being afraid of war and fighting to outdo the rest of the world was crazy, somehow." She stared at him. "But everybody knew if we didn't get there first, the others would, and there would have been a horrible war, the end of everything." Everyone was so busy being afraid of the war they couldn't see what was happening to the world around them. They didn't see that something worse than a war could happen until it was too late. They figured the oil would last another 100 years, and it only lasted 20. They thought they could go on like this forever. He stared blankly out at the darkness, his eyes hollow. It was that rocket that did it. That's why we have to destroy it. Matt, if we don't go now, we won't have any home left to go to. Those people don't know how to farm. They'll kill all the animals and strip the trees and fields and burn all the buildings. He shook his head, hardly able to put into words the bitterness in his heart. It won't do any good to go back without destroying the rocket. It's the last remnant of the old world, standing out there, the world that led us to this. It's poisonous. It's evil. There'll never be recovery unless the ship is wiped out. He looked down into her frightened eyes, rubbed her shoulders gently. Don't be afraid. It won't be long. I'm going out there tonight. I'm going to blow that rocket into 1,000,000 pieces. She clung to him like a child, shaking her head helplessly. You'll be killed. I know you will be killed. Please, Matt. Oh, if anything happens to you, I won't know what to do. I can't let you go. I've got to, Mary. Her voice was very small. And when it's over? We'll manage somehow. I don't know how. It doesn't really matter now. I don't know what kind of world we'll have when it's all over, but I know that I'm going out to get that ship. If it's the only thing I ever do that's right. He went out alone. He tried to force out of his mind the account Mary had brought of the butchery back home, concentrating on one thing and one thing only. The ship had to be destroyed. Standing out there in the desert, it was the symbol of all that was wrong with a world that had somehow, abruptly, been left behind. Matt saw it in black and white, bitterly, a cause and effect relationship. He could neither rationalize it or deny it. But somehow, he felt, by destroying the ship, he could wipe out a past too horrible even to think about. He knew he had to do it. Matthews moved quietly through the blackness. The sandy soil was caked and hard under his feet, and the moon had just gone under the horizon to the west. Far ahead he could see the feeble guard lights of the enclosure, and he stopped, panting, staring at the tiny figures pacing back and forth. He had grown used to moving cautiously through the desert land without making a sound. Now he concentrated on silence for his very life, and the only sound in his ears was the jogging of the dynamite pack on his shoulders. He circled slowly, making for the section of the fencing closest to the ship. He knew there would be few lights, since precious gasoline had to run generators to provide any at all. He had examined the gates as they had opened earlier in the evening, and felt certain there was no break-circuit alarm on the fence. Power again. Only for the barest, most critical essentials. And with 400 men available, eyesight was the best way to guard the fence. The heavy metal wire appeared suddenly in the gloom, and he fell flat on his face in a little gully as the tread of a guard's feet sounded from a distance. A small flashlight flicked on and off as the footsteps approached. Matt hugged the ground, holding his breath as the soldier moved silently by. Then he was up against the fence, dragging the climbers from his pockets, strapping them onto his boots. Cutting the heavy fencing wire was out of the question. The sound would ring out in the stillness like a pistol shot. But the barbed wire at the top could be cut with only a small sound. He struggled up the bare fence a few inches at a time. It seemed like hours. He knew the guard's timing down to the second, and he worked himself up, panting. It was the dog watch. The men would not be too alert, even men fighting for their lives. He clung to the fence with one hand and snapped the 4 barbed strands with a hand tool, felt them curl away with a ping. He dragged his body up and caught his knee on the top of the fence. In an instant he had dropped to the ground inside the enclosure. On his feet he crouched and ran for the tall dark ship. The intervening buildings provided him cover. Down one of the concrete streets 12 men were huddled around a small fire near the gate, talking and laughing. Matt slipped across the street. and saw the ship's mammoth scaffolding rise up in the darkness. It was a beautiful ship, tall and silvery, and shrouded like a statue waiting to be unveiled. He glanced about the grounds around, and his eyes widened. Great tanks of fuel stood nearby. Recently opened cartons of supplies were everywhere in evidence. A huge pile of oxygen cylinders formed a heavy pyramid. Matthews walked over to one of the open crates, peered into it. Heavy material, plastic, metal. Spacesuits. He opened the pack on his back, drew out the bundles of dynamite carefully, separated them from the coil of wire to the small detonator. Somewhere in the distance he heard talking, and he hurried his movements. Finally the deadly bundles were free. As he stooped to duck under the first tier of the scaffolding, a bright light flashed on above him, and an alarm bell started clanging. He cursed, and ran like a cat under the scaffolding up to the great silvery fin of the ship. Of course he should have thought that if there was no circuit alarm on the fence, there surely would be one around the ship. Far away a roar of voices rose up, and shouts, the pummel of running feet. Frantically he thrust a dynamite charge under one of the fins of the ship, then ran to a second and laid another charge. A rifle cracked somewhere, and another, and he darted into the piles of boxes, unreeling the detonator wire as he ran. There were hoarse shouts all about him now. He ducked into a huge empty crate not 50 feet from the charges. Huddling down in it for protection, he connected wires to the battery and slammed down the plunger. The shockwave hit him before the sound did, picking up the crate like a pillbox, hurling Matthews head over heels. The roar burst in his ears, striking him like a palpable wall, and a shout of despair went up among the soldiers. Matt stood up then, staring up at the great metal hulk. There was a heavy rushing sound, and the ship faltered, shaking like a giant aspen leaf, and slowly began to tip. It struck the ground with a deafening crash, a grating of torn metal and the screech of broken, twisted planks. Something exploded into a pillar of fire, and then in the distance Matthews saw flashes of fire from the desert, heard rifles cracking. A soldier running to the fence saw him and raised his rifle, wild eyes reflecting the fire. Matthews dove for him, threw him back with a grunt as the rifle cracked into the air, and then the compound was wild with the sound of running, shouting men. Matthews ran for a huge truck standing near the fallen ship. He threw himself up into the cab, gunning the motor to a roar. Then the gears grated and the truck started forward, straight for the crowd of soldiers lining up at the fence. Matt gripped the steering wheel, leaning as low as possible, throwing the huge truck at the fence with all its power. The impact nearly threw him through the windshield. He heard a grating as the wire bunged out and the fence posts snapped. Shifting into compound low, he drove the truck through the fence like a bulldozer. And then, all around him, the men from outside were pouring through the break, screaming in triumph, rifles cracking. A horde of them came, and the soldiers fell back, bewildered, shooting wildly, running in circles of panic as the angry mob poured through. And then Matt felt the first wave of shock pass through him. Wearily, he dropped his head against the dashboard, gasping for breath. He knew that the ship was taken. He didn't know how long he was unconscious. Fires were burning in a dozen buildings around him, and he could hear the screams and shouts of the raiders. Dark figures rushed wildly by, silhouetted against the orange flames. Matt crawled down from the truck as 4 men ran by with crowbars, shouting at the top of their lungs. Matt stared at the crowd surrounding the fallen ship, shouting, raising torches high in the dark night. He watched for a long moment, but something flickered in his mind. It was a picture of mad, frantic destruction on all sides of him, but something was whispering softly in his ear, Levy's words, Levy's intense face. There is something far more precious than any one rocket ship here. Staring at the screaming mob, Matthews suddenly knew what Levy had meant. A wrecking crew was at work on the ship, savagely venting their pent-up rage and fear and frustration on the inanimate metal, wrenching hull plates off with violent screeches, ripping and slicing stanchions with blowtorches hissing. A dozen people were streaming in and out of the airlock, dragging couches, springs, chunks of instrument panel, hordes of supplies, oxygen tanks. The crowd was exultant, the firelight shining on 1,000 wild faces maddened by the lust of destruction. But Matthews stared, and the feeling of sickness and revulsion grew hard in the pit of his stomach. He turned and started over toward the buildings. The deed was done, but horror was still at large in the world. He didn't know what the future held, and yet, somehow, now he didn't want to join the insane fury at work ripping the rocket to shreds. Levy's words nagged at his mind, and he made his way between the burning buildings, feeling the desert breeze turned hot in his face, until he saw the concrete and stone administration building up ahead. We hope maybe we can still salvage something. As Matt walked through the doorway of the headquarters office, he stopped short, stiffening to the sound of a .45 booming in the room before him. There was Mo, his back half to the door, holding the still smoking automatic in his hand. And Matt's eyes went from Mo to a long row of filing cabinets against the far wall. Beside a partially open drawer, a figure slumped against the side of the cabinet, hands clutching at a sheaf of papers inside the drawer. It was the bulldog, the colonel himself. But even as Matt stared wide-eyed, the colonel let out a rasping sigh and fell to the floor. He lay still, beside another body, that of Levy. "Mo!" Mo turned as Matt strode into the room. There was an angry look on the old man's face. "A spy, that's what he was. You were right, Matt. I caught him in here with the bulldog. They were talking and going through the files together. Looked like they were planning on skipping out. Fat chance." Mo laughed mirthlessly. "Whatever they were looking for, they won't use now, and nobody else will. Got a match, Matt? I'm going to burn this place to the ground." Matt stared from the dead bodies to Mo, and over to the cabinet with the drawer still half open. He saw the sheaf of papers the bulldog had been holding just before he died. He remembered again what Levy had said. There is something far more precious than any one rocket ship here. "Mo, you're missing out on the fun at the ship," Matt said suddenly, intensely. "I'll get out there, but first I gotta—" "Let me do it, Mo. I'd enjoy seeing them two burn together. After all, it isn't much of a favor to ask." Mo looked at him curiously for a moment, then shrugged. "Why not? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in here at all tonight. Go ahead, I'll meet you at the ship. Make a nice big fire." And then Mo was gone, and Matt stood alone in the room. He stood and stared down at the dead bodies. Levy's face showed fear and frustration, just as it must have when Mo's bullet found his heart. The colonel slumped partially across Levy's body, the bulldog face in a tight, angry knot, even in death. The colonel had been a brave man, a tough one. Matt wished suddenly that he had not had to die. He crossed hurriedly to the file and pulled the sheaf of papers from the drawer. A sheaf of blue papers with white lines. Blueprints. That was what Levy had meant. The calculations had been completed. The blueprints made. The ship had been almost completed, and now it was destroyed. But the blueprints remained. Here were the hopes and dreams of centuries. Here were the plans, the specifications, the construction plans. 50 years of the Earth's resources, and now the project they had planned and specified was being destroyed in a single night, the night of the 54th of July. He stared at the prints, his whole body trembling. He hated the rocket. He hated everything it had ever stood for in the old world before the crash. It had stripped him of his home, robbed him of his future. It had robbed the whole world of its heritage, and he hated it. And yet, to go to the planets had always been man's great dream. The ship could be destroyed without utterly destroying the dream, because someday, somehow, men could take these precious papers, sometime when the world was sane again, and build another ship. His mind rushed back to his boyhood days, and he remembered sharply the lure of the open spaces he had felt then. Some day, he had dreamed, he would build a rocket to the moon and go out there to explore and discover. It hadn't mattered what he would explore, what he would discover. All that mattered was the urge to go, an urge he had shared with thousands of men. He hadn't known then that the goal would crush the world into a smoking ruin far worse than any war, a crash that brought slow death by starvation, a crash that wrenched the livelihood from the mouths of millions, a crash that demoralized them and drove them back to the caves to work and fight like savages for a few morsels of bread. He hadn't known that, because it wasn't really necessary that it happen. Men could, someday, find a way to go out without bankrupting the world to do it. He searched frantically, found a huge pasteboard box. He had seen others moving through the torchlight with boxes filled full of loot. He began loading the blueprints into it, breathlessly, glancing over his shoulder for fear someone might come in. He reached into his pocket, drew out his revolver, and placed it on the cabinet beside him as he worked. Let them burn the buildings and tear up the ship, but they must not destroy these papers. Let the rocket project be dead, utterly dead, torn to shreds by the people of this strange twilight world, but the dream need not die. He heard a sound behind him, and he whirled, staring up into Mo Arhelger's bearded face. The old man stood there, a strange light in his wild eyes, staring first at Matt, then at the blue papers in the box. "I see now why you wanted to be alone." He looked up at Matt, a long, slow, savage look. "Dump it, Matt," he said, motioning to the box. Matthew's arm tightened around the carton. "I want these," he said softly. "You've got your rocket, Mo. They'll never build another one." "I said dump it!" There was a harsh edge to the old man's voice. "We're cleaning the place out, everything. There'll never be another one, never, as long as the world lives." "But what do you care about these?" Matt cried. "You'll be dead long before they ever try rockets again." "They're evil," the old man snarled. "Everything about them is evil. They've dragged us down into the dirt, down so far we'll never be able to crawl up again." His rifle leveled slowly. "Throw those prints on the floor, Matt. Touch a match to 'em right here, or I'll burn 'em for you." Slowly Matt turned, lifted up the box. It was heavy. His eyes flicked to the old man, and he rested the box gently on the bench for a moment. And then he threw it in the old man's face and snatched up the revolver from the bench. He fired 4 times, and the old man doubled over and pitched forward on his face, groaning. Matt kicked the rifle across the room, throwing the blueprints back into the box. Panting, he shot out the light and fled across the compound toward the open gate. Somewhere out there Mary would be waiting. And maybe Levy's group was still alive somewhere. Maybe they still knew a way toward recovery now that the rocket was destroyed. The 54 days of chaos might be over now. They would know what to do with the precious box. It would be in safe hands until men were ready to build again. Matt ran through the gate and into the shadows outside the compound. In the flickering light of the flames behind him, he could make out a figure approaching. "Matt! Oh, Matt, you're safe!" It was Mary, and he felt a gladness sweep through him. She grabbed his arms then, her eyes tear-filled with relief. She glanced down at the box he held closely against him. "Matt, what's that?" He motioned her toward the deeper shadows and a jeep he saw standing unguarded. His voice was grim as he answered her. "It's for the future, Mary. The future." Moments later, they drove away into the night. End of the 54th of July by Alan Edward Norse.